Test, test. Test, test. Well, I don't like that. Test, test. Give me a sec, guys. There we go. How we doing? Hope everybody is having a good night. We are gonna we're gonna watch and break down the Shawn Ryan and Joe Kent video, and we're gonna talk about it and see what everybody thinks, because some of the stuff that Joe Kent said is kind of crazy. So let's go at it.
Never miss an episode. Subscribe now.
Oh, I'm a cheap fuck and I don't pay for YouTube Premium, so
is broken. Every day
we're gonna have to skip ads. I'm sorry. This doesn't pay the bills yet.
Created a lot of buzz. I just want to commend you, man. I mean, I know that took a lot of courage. That took some serious balls to do that, especially with the statement you made. Wow. And you know, internally, but just me myself, I haven't been happy about really much of anything that's been going on. I feel like it's been a 180 bait and switch from what we were told in just about every aspect. And I've been wondering, because I know there's people frustrated up there, and I've been wondering, what are you still doing in the position if you're not doing the fucking job that you were supposed to do? Why are you still there? Is it power? Is it because it's not power? They might think it's power, but if you're not able to do the fucking job that you're there to do, then you're powerless, right?
That's the conclusion that I came to. I mean, after a year of really, trying as hard as we could to advance what we believed the agenda was, in particular, keeping us out of endless wars, and preventing, more bloodshed overseas, and then potentially more blowback terrorism here. I just felt like we weren't being effective. I wasn't being effective anymore. And so for me, it's like, I don't want to stay just because I have a title, some degree of, I don't know, prestige, whatever. I don't want to stay for that. I want to stay for the mission. But then also just seeing, and I'm sure we'll get into it, there's things I mentioned in the resignation letter, seeing the way we're being slow walked and then rapidly entering this war. I had to say something about it. I couldn't be a part of it once the coffin started coming back from Dover, from overseas to Dover. I just couldn't be a part of it just based on all the experiences I had previously. Because I'd said to myself years ago, if I was ever in a position to prevent us from getting involved in a quagmire, I wouldn't be quiet about it. I would say something about it. And so that weighed heavily on me. But then I truly believe, like I said in the letter, that the way that the president was influenced by the media, but then also by Israeli government officials, and the way that decision making was took place in a compartmentalized environment, compartmentalized in the sense that the president didn't have much in terms of people giving him alternative viewpoints, that our country was in a bad spot. And the most effective thing that I could do was resign publicly.
You get a ton of hate, and you're being attacked. The FBI's coming after you. You've been accused of leaking. You've been accused of all kinds of stuff. It's ridiculous in my mind. But I think the one thing that you've been accused of the most is I mean, people are pissed that you called Israel out. They're really, really upset, and they make it sound like there's zero justification for that. But I have a couple of things right here that I want to.
Listen, if there's going to be any Israel simps that are in this stream right now or watching my channel, this is not the place for you. I'm just going to let you know now. I don't think we should be in this war. I don't think we should be sending American troops to die for Israel expanding its borders, which is what this is. And you are not going to change my opinion on that. And if that's your opinion, you can go kiss the wall and get off my channel.
Read off. I mean, you're saying that the administration, president himself, was influenced to strike Iran for Israel's benefit. I mean, Rubio said that we hit them because Israel was going to hit them first. Then the Wall Street Journal had an article out, I think it was last week, maybe the week before, and this is quoted. To help make the case on Iran, Lindsey Graham traveled several times to Israel in recent weeks, meeting with members of the country's intelligence agency. This is in quotation. They tell me things our own government won't tell me, he said. He spoke with Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu, coaching him on how to lobby the president for action. Netanyahu showed the president intelligence that persuaded Trump to go ahead, Graham said. I mean, this is...
Okay. How the fuck is what Lindsey Graham, what he just did there, not treasonous to the United States? He went to a foreign country and coached their prime minister on how to persuade our president to go to war. That is treason. I don't care what you say. I don't care how you call it. That is fucking treason. That man needs to go to prison. And he can really get railed.
It's Reuters. About an hour ago today, Reuters. Less than 48 hours before the U.S.-Israeli strike on Iran began, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu spoke by phone to President Donald Trump about the reasons for launching the kind of complex, far-off war the American leader once had campaigned against. I mean, it's not absurd that you're saying that the president's being influenced by Israel at all. All the publications are talking about this. Everyone's talking about this. Senator Lindsey Graham is actually bragging about this. Ted Cruz was Ted Cruz was on the flight.
Yep.
So how is this like some kind of fucked up conspiracy? Like all the signs.
Yeah. They're trying to shut people up by saying you're a conspiracy theorist, you're anti-Semitic, etc. But yet they will come out and they will say we had to attack Iran because Israel was going to attack Iran. I mean, Secretary of State Rubio said that, the president said it, many others have as well. So it's right there up in our face. And so again, for me, it was just something that I couldn't. I felt like I couldn't influence anymore from the inside, and I could no longer be a part of.
But it's insane. I mean, And even if, do you know Israel spent 6.4 billion on this war since March? You know how much the U.S. has spent? Approximately 18 to 25 billion.
25 billion dollars we have spent on this war with Iran. As our deficit goes through the roof and the dollar continues to be worth less and less. We've spent $25 billion in about 3 weeks. And Israel has spent 6. And this is their war. Make it make sense.
With another request for another 200 billion from Congress.
Yeah.
Now, why the fuck are we the ones floating the bill for this?
Because that's the way it is every time. The Israelis will have their objectives. They will convince senior American officials that this is also their objectives. And if the Americans don't agree, then the Israelis will set off a series of actions that make us react. And the next thing you know, we're having to contribute our blood and our treasure. And that same playbook is playing out now. And I referenced the Iraq War. I referenced what happened in Syria as well in my letter, because this is the same playbook we've seen over and over again. And, you know, you and I saw it at the tactical level when we were deployed in the war on terror. And then now I saw it at pretty senior levels take place over the course of the last year.
I've been helping people build AI-assisted agencies where AI handles the
Sorry,
client fulfillment.
give me a
Let me
second.
explain how this
Skipping
works.
it.
You choose from proven.
We're going to get into all this. I want to start by reading President Trump's statement today on Truth. I am pleased to report that the United States of America and the country of Iran have had, over the last 2 days, very good and productive conversations regarding a complete and total resolution of our hostilities in the Middle East. Based on the tenure and tone in these in-depth, detailed, and constructive conversations, which will continue throughout the week, I have instructed the Department of War to postpone any and all military strikes against Iranian power plants and energy infrastructure for a 5-day period. Subject to this success of the ongoing meetings and discussions, thank you for your attention to this matter, President Donald J. Trump. Do you know what Iran's response is to this?
I've seen some
They
of it. Yeah.
immediately responded. And, you know, I would love to believe our president and our administration, but just like we talked about at the very beginning, everything that has come out has been a bait and switch, complete 180 fucking lie. This is what Iran says. The Iranian Foreign Ministry and state broadcaster IRIB stated, in quotes, no conversation has taken place between Iran and the U.S., and Trump's claim about having these talks is false. They described it as psychological warfare intended to manipulate energy prices, markets, and buy him time. And a senior Iranian security official quoted, Tehran is not in talks with Trump, and that he backed down from attacking energy infrastructure after Iran's credible military threats and market pressure. There has been and is not any negotiation underway. IRGC, linked outlets, and Iran's parliament speaker called reports of negotiations, in quotes, Trump's own words.
The Iranians have no reason to negotiate. They're getting everything that they want. They are in a good position. They are getting their oil through the strait. They're able to sell their oil. They're getting more money for their oil. So we are fighting a war that we are allowing the enemy to fund. Why? Because oil is priced globally. So if oil's priced globally, it doesn't matter about how much oil we produce in our country. We don't set the price.
fake news.
We're in a bad situation. I mean, I pray that this 5-day somewhat truce, I hope it lasts. The problem is the Israelis have said they won't stop striking throughout the entire period.
They came out and said they don't care.
Right. So this is the fundamental problem. The fundamental problem is that we right now are not capable of restraining the Israelis. I think if President Trump focuses on it, I think he has the power to restrain the Israelis. But that's the key first step in any formula towards peace. He's got to restrain the Israelis before he can even get the Iranians to the negotiating table.
Now, there's a lot of speculation that maybe the president made that statement to jet launch the stock market today. Here's a post. Just minutes before Trump's announcement of talks with Iran, massive traders hit the market. In one move, 1.5 billion in S&P 500 futures were purchased. This trade was so large, it sent the entire index 0.3% higher that exact minute. 192 million in oil futures were also sold. These orders were 4 to 6 times larger than anything else at that time. Whoever made those trades made $60 billion. I wonder if that was Congress. I wonder if that was insider trading from Congress, the administration, and the Senate.
I wonder.
I hope people look into that.
I hope they look into it
I hope
too.
they look into it because it definitely should be researched.
Well, a lot of people are looking into it because it's going viral on X right now, and you know it's
The
it's
problem
a
is
damn good point.
even if it was, worst case scenario, and this would be very bad, a way to make money, at the end of the day, the 5 days expire, we're still in the exact same spot that we're in, where there's going to be a stranglehold from the Straits of Hormuz. There's going to be continued escalation. Energy prices, even if they stabilize for this 5 days, what's going to happen when day 5 arrives? We have a problem that we have to solve. Again, look, I believe that President Trump can solve it. Restrain the Israelis, work with the GCC countries. That's the way to get out of this.
Well, Joe, let me give you a quick introduction, because I think a lot of people have forgotten just exactly who the fuck you are and what you've done for this country. So, Joe Kent, former director of National Counterterrorism Center, retired Green Beret, former member of a classified special missions unit, former CIA paramilitary officer, Gold Star spouse with 11 combat deployments, 6 Bronze Stars, author of Send Me, The True Story of a Mother at War, a tribute to Shannon's courage and a testament to what real service looks like. Trusted by President Trump as his foreign policy advisor and the leader who most recently served as head of counterterrorism for the United States of America, now being investigated by the FBI for leaking classified information. I wonder how many of the pedophiles that were in the Epstein files, I wonder how many of those pedophiles have active FBI investigations on.
Joe Kent gave 20 years of his life to serve in the military. He lost his wife. He was in special forces for the majority of his career. He was CIA paramilitary. I don't believe for 1 second he leaked classified information, and he'll talk about it. So
Probably fucking zero. Fucking zero. As of this recording, Polymarket says there is a 13% chance that U.S. forces will enter Iran by March 31st and a 19% chance of a U.S.-Iran ceasefire by March 31st. What do you think about those odds?
This is actually kind of crazy. This is your brain on normal music. Jumping
Hold
between
on,
tasks,
hold on. I'm
losing
skipping.
momentum.
Man, a ceasefire, I'm skeptical. Again, until the Israelis are restrained, there won't be a ceasefire. Boots in the ground, as you know, when you have combat resources in theater and you've got active combat going on, saying that you can control any of these factors is more of a wish than a plan. So my fear is that we could rapidly escalate.
Let's talk about your resignation and what was it? I mean, how long have you been frustrated with what's going on?
Basically, since the lead up to the first iteration of our conflict with Iran in June, I was very frustrated that we had kind of backed ourselves into a corner artificially. I was and remain a big supporter of President Trump's overall thesis of foreign policy, of peace through strengths, of stopping us from getting involved in costly wars. In particular with Iran, I think President Trump was uniquely postured to cut a great deal with Iran. He had, in the first Trump administration, he had killed Qasem Soleimani, the terror mastermind. Once he left office, the Iranians went right back up to their old tricks. They funded their proxies. They were attacking our troops in the region. October 7th happened. America generally was not respected by the Iranians. When Trump came back into office, the Iranians automatically said, okay, wait a sec, this is a whole different administration. We might be able to cut a deal with this guy, but also if we don't, he will use force like he did against Qasem Soleimani. So they stopped their proxies from attacking us. The last time I was on your show, we were talking about how there had been over, I think, 150, 200 attacks against our forces in Iraq and Syria. That stopped when Trump came into office because the Iranians knew who was back. They also knew that President Trump was willing to make a deal and actively seeking a deal. President Trump deployed, I think, a very, very competent diplomat, Steve Witkoff, to go get a deal going with the Iranians. Now, this was a major threat to the Israelis because the Israelis viewed this as the prime time and Trump as the prime vehicle to use for regime change in Iraq. Now, President Trump's stated policy had been, and he says this all the time, that Iran can't have a nuclear bomb. Now, the Iranians actually agreed with President Trump, and they had a prohibition, a fatwa, a religious decree on actually producing a nuclear weapon that had held since 2004. And what the Iranians did say was like, hey, we're not going to make a nuclear bomb, but we want the ability to enrich uranium because they had seen what had taken place in Libya and Iraq. And they said, hey, if we go the Gaddafi route in Libya and say, here's all of our nuclear making material, then they're a sitting duck. Then they can be invaded and regime changed at any given time. They saw the Saddam route. If they actually pursued a weapon or even like kind of BS'd that they had a weapon, that same thing, they would be immediately invaded. So they kind of had this ability to say, hey, we have a prohibition on a nuclear weapon, but we have some ability to enrich. This was a major threat to the Israelis' goal. So what I watched the Israelis do over the course of the last year was use their government officials engaging with our government officials, but then also their surrogates in the media, Mark Levin, who I'll talk to tonight, mainstream media, think tanks, Foundation for Defense of Democracies, a lot of talking heads on Fox News, to move the red line. So Trump had said, my red line is no nuclear weapons. The Ayatollah said, great, I don't want nuclear weapons either. Let's talk. So they moved the red line by saying enrichment. Iran can have no enrichment. Enrichment equals a nuclear weapon, which is just fundamentally not true. So that would be parroted from officials in the Israeli government and then also on the news.
I mean, let's backtrack.
Yeah.
I don't think not one of our 18 intelligence agencies had mentioned that Iran was enriching uranium, correct?
They were doing enrichment to some degree. So there was enrichment.
For no nuclear weapons.
But no
They
nuclear
said
weapons.
No
and
nuclear
we
weapons.
knew all 18 intelligence agencies agreed that the fatwa against actually making a nuclear weapon was holding, and the Iranians were not making a nuclear weapon. So that Tulsi Gabbard testified to that last year. She just testified to it again this year, that the Iranians, under the previous supreme leader who was just killed, now the Iranians more than likely are going to change their strategic outlook. That's my guess. My guess is like, hey, a lot of their hardliners are now saying, hey, do you see what this moderation got us? And now they're going to attempt to buy one or spread. That's just my guess. But for the last year, prior to this last conflict kicking off, we did not assess that they were trying to make a nuclear weapon. So that's why they had to move the red line and say enrichment. And so finally, through official engagements and the media continuing to echo this, they basically got the U.S. talking point to change that Iran could not have any kind of nuclear enrichment. And that was a non-starter for the Iranians. And that's how we basically got into the 12-day war, Operation Midnight Hammer. Again, 12-day war launched by the Israelis. We said, hey, we're going to come in, we're going to do a series of limited strikes to take away any nuclear capability that Iran may have, and then we're done. Now, at the time, we had seen, myself and others had seen how aggressive the Israelis were about wanting regime change inside Iran. And so when Midnight Hammer and the lead up to it, we assessed that, hey, even if we did these strikes, the Israelis were going to come right back to us after a couple months and say, no, now is the time for us to do regime change. And that's exactly what happened. The difference is we had robust debates in the lead up to Midnight Hammer. After Midnight Hammer, President Trump's decision-making circle was very, very tight. And that's his prerogative. He can do that. However, he had all pro-Israel hawks like really in his ear, Lindsey Graham, Ted Cruz. And then on the outside, again, the media echo chamber, knowing that President Trump was watching Fox News, knowing what media he was consuming, and they're all saying the same thing, Iran can't have any enrichment, which basically put us on this collision course towards a conflict. I think the Israelis once again got nervous about a month ago because they knew that Witkoff and Kushner and others in the administration were actively engaging with the Iranians to get a deal. And that's why the Israelis launched their attack, knowing they could force our hands. And that's why I think you saw Marco Rubio and others come out immediately and say, well, yeah, there was an imminent attack. And the imminent attack was the Israelis attacking the Iranians. And then we knew that they would retaliate back against us.
Why would they retaliate against us?
Why would the Iranians retaliate against us?
Yes, if they know that the Israelis are the ones that hit them, why would they retaliate against us?
Because they know that basically we fund the Israelis, that Israel would not have the offensive capability without us. The Israelis are very competent at conducting, I'd say, like smaller, more
So in case you guys don't know what Israel is currently doing, they are currently annexing southern Lebanon. In the last 3 weeks alone, there are now 20 million refugees in Lebanon, which is a quarter of the population. They are annexing it and taking it for themselves. That's what this entire war is about. It is about the Greater Israel Project.
Clandestine intelligence type of assassinations. Very good at doing that. They don't need our help to do that. They don't need our help gathering very much intelligence. But for big military lifts that involve, deploying strike packages several thousand miles, they need our help for that. And troops. And also,
they want us to die for them.
In order for them to commit that air power to go strike Iran, they're leaving some of their airspace vulnerable. So they need us to back them up in that regard as well. So without us providing the defense and the offensive capability, Israel can't do it. Now, Iran, in the lead up to the 12-day war, during the 12-day war and after Midnight Hammer, they observed the escalatory ladder very, very carefully. They didn't have their proxies attack us, and they also didn't attack us until Midnight Hammer. So they let the Israelis strike them throughout the entire 12-day war, and they didn't target any of our bases in the region. And then after Midnight Hammer, they shot back an equal amount of missiles at like the empty sector of one of the bases in Qatar, as we dropped bombs inside of Iran. So I think this next iteration, they said, we're not going to be the escalatory ladder. If you guys come after us this time, because they knew that the Israelis were going for a regime change. They were going to try to take out the supreme leader. And that's what led them to say, if you guys are going to do this, then we are going to retaliate with the full force, because they didn't want to get pushed around again.
And where did that intelligence come from? If it didn't come from us.
The intelligence about them having...
About them enriching...
Making how-to videos used to take me hours.
Hold on.
I'd record, mess up, start
We're
over,
going.
and edit.
Uranium.
It wasn't even intelligence. It was literally just talking points. I mean, I don't even think it was portrayed as intelligence, because this is what the Israelis, they're very good at.
Fucking serious?
The Israelis are very good at doing this. The Israelis will come and they will have engagements with our intelligence services, with our diplomats, and they will give information. And they will say something like, well, this isn't in intelligence channels yet, because we, as you know, we formally share intelligence with the Israelis, but that makes its way through our own checks. And it's not a perfect system, but it's at least a system. And they'll say, hey, this isn't in intelligence channels yet. And then we'll go back and we'll check it to see if it's actually in intelligence channels. And a lot of times it's not. And that's the way this enrichment talking point was really spun, because they just basically said, no, America's policy has always been no enrichment. And I went back and I looked, and people can fact check me. The only American official who ever said America's policy is zero enrichment was Mike Pompeo in the first Trump administration. So the Israelis in this Trump administration came and they were basically like, here's President Trump's policy. It's from his last administration. And he contained Iran. This is it. This is the policy. And they echoed it over and over and over again. Whereas all President Trump had said was no nuclear weapon. And so to short circuit the agreement, essentially, that the supreme leader and Trump had that got them to the negotiating table, the Israelis moved the red line by by basically having their surrogates, their official government interactions, but then also the media echo that. It's a very clever, pretty sophisticated plan, but they got it done through repetition.
You got a lot of flack for something that you said on my show the last time.
Israel has a show on their national news channels that's exactly like The Apprentice, except it's called The Ambassador or the Prime Minister. And the objective of the show is to take the most fucked up things that Israel is currently doing and figure out how to paint it in the most pro-Israel way possible. And this is like on like their version of CBS. That's how open Israel is about what they are doing.
Time you were here. About, I think you said that we'll roll the clip right now, but I believe you said that they've attacked us over 150 times using proxies, and people are calling you a flip-flopper.
Yep.
What do you have to say to that?
I think if they look at the totality of everything I've ever said, I am neither an isolationist nor am I a hawk. On Iran, if their proxies attack us, we should hammer them. I will debate anybody on the utility of killing Qasem Soleimani. President Trump was justified, and he was correct, and he was bold for killing Qasem Soleimani and his deputy Abu Mahdi Mohandas. He was really bold in the fact that he took them off the battlefield, but then he didn't get suckered into what we're in right now, which is a regime change war in a massive country like Iran. So I've always been against us doing a prolonged kinetic strikes inside of Iran. When Iran shot ballistic missiles at our troops, I thought we would have been justified to basically counter battery and take out some of those ballistics. Now, right after the Iranians shot the ballistic missiles in retaliation for Soleimani at our troops at Al-Assad, they accidentally shot down that Ukrainian airliner, and that basically ended the conflict right there. But I have never been in favor of a regime change war inside of Iran. If their proxies attack us, if they attack us, we hammer them back. But again, going back to the Iranian escalatory ladder, if you look at how Iran has behaved since President Trump basically killed Soleimani, and then since he came back into office, they were very, very deliberate about what they were and what they were not going to do. They didn't hit us until we hit them. And then again, just for the record, I'm not a fan of the Iranians. I'm not a fan of the Quds Force. Like, I fought them, you fought them, they've killed friends of ours. But at some point, we do have to find a way that we can de-escalate these situations and move on. The default answer can't always be, well, we're going to do another regime change war and get sucked into this place for 20 plus years.
That's my beef. I mean, the way I look at it is you got in there, you have access to a lot more information, and you changed your mind. And yeah, you're right. You know, I think they were in charge. They were the ones that developed the EFP bomb too, correct? That killed a shit ton of our friends.
Yeah.
But I think we both agree we shouldn't have been in the Iraq war.
We should have. And then also just in terms of being effective, if our goal is to stop the Iranians from doing things like that, I argued,
I want you guys to think about it for a second, right? You have a Green Beret, 20 years in the Special Forces, lost his wife to a suicide bomber in Syria. And you have Shawn Ryan, who was a Navy SEAL and CIA contractor. And both of them, 20 years later, actually more than that, both of them say they should not have been fighting the wars that they fought. So how do you think this is going to be looked at 20 years from now? Just something to think about.
I've argued this for quite a while. We would only strengthen the hardliners in Iran. We would only strengthen the Quds Force, the IRGC, and the hardline Ayatollahs if we go in there and try and take them out. It's the basic rally around the flag effect. And I think we've done that. I mean, the Supreme Leader, Ali Khamenei, that we killed, not a great guy, probably a bad guy, but by killing him, we basically said
Not a
the
great
next guy who's in
guy.
charge, he's going to say, we're not going to have a prohibition on developing nuclear weapons. And if we end up killing him too, and we end up killing some of the other folks that are more moderate, they're not going to be replaced by like a mini Thomas Jefferson. They're going to be replaced by more and more hardliners. There's always been a tension in Iran between the clerics and between the IRGC. And the IRGC, it's full of pipe hitters, man. I mean, it's the guys who fought the Iraq-Iran war. They fought us in Iraq. They fought against the Israelis in Lebanon with Hezbollah. So if we give these guys the ability to basically say, hey, don't listen to the moderates. Our job is to fight the Americans. It's to fight the Israelis. Then this is going to get harder and harder. There's going to be more terrorism. There's going to be more blood. And then basically the only recipe for getting out of this is going to be more and more continued war. Problem is, though, you've got the Straits of Hormuz as a choke point for major world energy. So this is going to become, it already has become, a major geostrategic issue and a major issue on the world economy.
It's like 20 to 25% of the world's oil comes out
Yeah.
of there. Everybody's pissed at us.
Exactly.
You know, back to the Iranian proxies and them killing U.S. service members in Iraq and in Afghanistan as well. That's not why we're there, though. You know,
Right.
and so I see everybody in there. They're talking about the hostages. You know, back in the day, they're talking about how they're clipping you on my show, but that's not why we're there. You know,
Right.
you can scrounge around and find all kinds of justifications on why we would be starting a war with Iran, but none of that relevant stuff is the reason that we're there, and it hasn't been stated either by anybody but just fucking internet trolls.
If we wanted to clean the deck on Iranian proxies that were outside of Iran or even inside of Iran, fine, do it. Do limited strikes. That's fine. The Israelis are very competent. I mean, they've killed many Hamas. They've killed at least one Hamas leader inside of Tehran. They've killed how many members of Hezbollah, decapitated them with the pagers. Operations like that are pragmatic. They make sense. They're limited in their scope, and they target exactly where we need to target. Again, back to the policy of the first Trump administration. President Trump would use force where required, but then, like no other president I've seen, he would apply other leverage that only America has in terms of economic power and in terms of diplomacy. So after he kills Soleimani Mohandas, he goes and he slaps maximum pressure sanctions on Iran that makes the economic life in Iran very, very challenging. That results in waves and waves of protests that we were seeing. Back in January, just not that long ago, we saw Iranians out on the streets protesting against the current regime because of the cost of living. Now, the regime knows that their own people could overthrow them if they're not happy, especially, you know, with just how expensive it is and challenging it is to live. That organic protest movement was already happening, but it was happening in large part because of the economic pressure that President Trump had put on them. Now, if you want to ruin all that, you go as an outsider with the Israelis and you strike them, because then everyone is going to rally around the flag. That's why we're not seeing any protests. That's why even the Kurds have said, hey, we don't want to be part of any kind of regime change right now.
What do you think would have happened if America got attacked? Like America got attacked while Joe Biden was in office. Do you think that just because it's Biden in office that we wouldn't defend our country? So what would make us think that another country wouldn't do the same fucking thing? It makes me feel like nobody is thinking clearly at the top right now.
We're working against it.
I've
We're working against
heard
ourselves.
rumors that that we wanted the Kurds to back us in this. My answer to that is, why the fuck would the Kurds back us in this? We abandoned them in Iraq. They got fucking slaughtered when we did that. Yeah. We just abandoned them about a month ago in Syria. I got buddies over at Fifth Group that were complaining about it, and they fought with them.
Yeah.
And we fucking abandoned them again, and now they're getting slaughtered in fucking Syria. And then we ask them, the U.S. has we have a pattern. And that's what the pattern is. We come in, we pretend like we're your friend. We get what we need, and then we fucking abandon you and they slaughter your ass, and we do nothing. Happened in Afghanistan, happened to the Kurds twice in my in Iraq and in Syria.
Yeah.
One just a couple of months ago. The Syrian one just a couple of months ago. Now we're already back asking them, like, of course they're gonna fucking say fuck you.
Yeah, I think that was the Israelis trying to like basically use a media campaign to will that into existence. I don't know if that was ever a very real thing. But again, if our goal is to get rid of the Ayatollah and is to get rid of that government, the last thing that we should have ever done was strike them. Because now, I mean, the Persians have their pride. I mean, it's not that hard to imagine, to put ourselves in their shoes. Like none of us, most people probably watching this show or me or you, we didn't like Joe Biden, but if a foreigner would have attacked America, hey man, like I'm going to saddle up and I'm going to defend my country.
Yeah.
The only chance of nuclear weapons being used in this conflict is Israel nuking the shit out of Iran. That is, I honestly think that's how this conflict is going to end. And it's not going to end the conflict. It's just going to make it a whole lot bigger. We're just going to move on to the next phase of the conflict, which will probably be global World War III. But I don't see a situation where the Israelis back down. The Iranians have told us and Israel basically to go fuck ourselves. We're not going to drop a nuke. So Israel's going to do it. And I'd bet money that that's how this is going to go. I pray to God I'm wrong, but I think that's where this is going.
I don't think they're that much different than we are. And we're seeing that right now. There's a massive rally around the flag factor happening inside of Iran. And again, we're only going to get more and more hardliners now.
Let's talk about the strategy.
Yeah.
What is the strategy? What are we doing?
Turns out the government tracks a lot of data, and it's scattered all over the place. Data on prices, jobs, benefits, healthcare, defense, immigration. Just the facts from USA Facts.
Sorry,
Hosted by
skipping
Steve
the
Ballmer,
commercial.
Takes all that government data.
Well, right now, this is
there a strategy?
well, the problem is we have a drastically different strategic goal than the Israelis do. So we will say that Israel is our ally in this. They're basically our co-equal in this. People like me will say, actually, we're not really even co-equals. They're leading because we're having to react to them. But either way, we're basically joined at the hip with the Israelis. Now, the problem is they have a much different strategic goal and a much, I'd say, higher threshold and tolerance for chaos and bloodshed than we do. Now, we have stated that our strategic goal, you'll hear Secretary Hegseth rattle these off at his morning briefings that he gives to the media. It's to destroy the Iranian Navy, to destroy the IRGC, to destroy their ballistic missile capability, to destroy all their enrichment. So we kind of have a checklist of like things that we want to bomb, essentially, to take off the battlefield. That's about as far as we've gone with stating what our strategic goal is, which I think is a big problem that we have with the GWAT, is we never really said what our strategic goal was. Obviously, there was get bin Laden and make sure the homeland isn't attacked. But I just remember being in Iraq, being like, well, what's the goal here? Like, we're building a government. So same thing. We didn't really learn that lesson. We haven't stated our strategic goal. The Israelis, as critical as I am of our relationship with the Israelis have a very clear strategic goal. And that is to take out this regime lock, stock, and barrel. That's to get rid of the Ayatollahs, the clerical class that rules over, and then also the IRGC, which is a huge lift. It's a big country. Those institutions are massive. They've got a lot of support, but that's the Israelis' goal. Now, the Israelis don't really care necessarily if that happens and Iran then slips into chaos and the Straits of Hormuz remains inflamed and there's a migration crisis, and there's an ongoing war. The Israelis don't care about that. They care that the IRGC and the Ayatollahs can no longer fund their proxies or cause them problems inside of Israel. So again, you've got us footing the bill, doing the majority of the combat, doing the dying, doing the fighting. We have a very, very murky strategic objective, whereas the Israelis are driving this. They're driving essentially our commitment of combat power. They're driving us having people lose their lives. They have a very clear strategic objective. And this is why I say the number one thing we have to do in order to get out of this is to restrain the Israelis and get our relationship with Israel straight. Otherwise, it's all going to be for naught, and we're going to continue to get sucked in further.
This is what you get when you fight a war with people that think they are God's chosen people. Because they don't have to listen to fucking anybody. Fuck us if it's our money funding your war campaign to expand your borders. They're just going to do whatever the fuck they want. And our government's good with it. Mike Huckabee said it would be fine if they took it all. These people are out of their fucking minds.
And further.
I mean, if we're attached hip to hip with them, I mean, it's got to be the same goal, right?
You would think, but it's not.
Is it just not articulated, or is it really not?
I feel like it's truly not, and the Israelis don't have a hard time articulating what their goal is.
Oh, I mean, us articulating.
Yeah, so we just list off the tactical punch list of things we want to bomb to take out, so the Iranians don't have any more. And to me, that's not a real strategic goal.
You know, I want to bring out this up. You had a really good article in the Washington Post. I think it released today, but you were talking about some strategy here, and that made me think the potential deployment of U.S. ground troops makes me very nervous.
Yeah.
Citing recent reporting that the president is considering seizing Karg Island, Iran's main hub for oil exports. This is you quoted. I just think that would be a disaster, Kent said, of deploying U.S. troops there. It would essentially be giving Iran a bunch of hostages on an island that they could barrage with drones and missiles. Are you the only fucking person up there that's thinking straight? Because that's exactly what would happen. 100%. You're putting U.S. service members in a fishbowl for Iran to kill because they're stranded on a fucking island.
Yeah, I mean,
this is our strategy.
Yeah,
who came up with this fucking strategy?
It sounds like
Trump.
It sounds like Lindsey Graham. I mean, Lindsey Graham was on the Sunday shows yesterday talking about how great it would be. It would be just like Iwo Jima. I mean, just insanity. And I mean,
by the way, Joe Kent has a military service record that Pete Hegseth gets drunk and wishes he had. This dude is more qualified to run the Department of War than Hegseth could ever dream of being. And this is the person that we're not listening to, and the FBI is investigating.
I don't think the people who are pragmatic and are expressing their concerns, I don't believe they're being listened to. Now, obviously, the administration will push back and say, no, we're doing robust planning and we're hearing all voices, et cetera. But when I see ideas like that floated, and there's much worse ones out there as well, basically most of the formulas for putting boots in the ground inside of Iran are problematic. I guess is too late of a way to put it. They're bad plans.
They've already stated they want us to do it. They're ready for it.
100%. I mean, that would be handing Iran basically a strategic victory. Because once they get our troops on the ground there, they're going to be able to kill some of them. We're going to take losses. And then we fall back into that cycle. Once we take losses somewhere, we say, oh, no, now we can't leave. We have to stay to avenge our fallen. It can't be all for nothing. We have to stay. We have to keep fighting. We saw this over and over again in the GWAT. Every single time we talked about any kind of withdrawal in Iraq or Afghanistan, it was the same argument. We've lost too much here. There's still more that we could do. So, I mean, in terms of the Karg Island, that makes me nervous because I have heard so many people like Lindsey Graham and others that are not military people, that are not in the Pentagon, that are not reading intelligence every day, talk about it very flippantly. Like, oh, we'll just take that island. We'll just take their oil. I want to tell you guys, like, it's not 2003 anymore. You can't just put guys there and they'll occupy it. Like, there's ballistics, there's drones. They would be sitting ducks in that area. And as a matter of fact, like you said, the Iranians would probably be like, please take the island. We, we'll roll out the red carpet for you guys.
I mean, do I need to read your bio again? Why is he taking advice from Lindsey Graham and Ted Cruz and whoever else that's just career bureaucrats?
This is the problem.
And then you got a guy like you in there with tons of experience in war, in intelligence.
Yeah. And there's others too. There's plenty of us in there that can give him much better advice. I just hope the president reflects, and I know he's mad at me. I hope he reflects, and I hope he looks at the advisors he has around him currently that got him to the state that we're in right now, because we're not in a good state. He knows that, and he needs to start listening to people that are going to give him better advice that can give us a clear pathway out of this.
Who are some people that would give him better advice other than yourself?
Vice President DNI Gabbard and their teams, I think, are absolutely key.
The vice president and the DNI.
And the DNI, yeah. Yep. And there's good people at the Pentagon that can give you options.
So he's not taking advice from his own vice president?
I don't know. I wasn't at the vice president's level. I think they have a good relationship. I just, based on what I've seen and based on what we've seen in the public sphere, he has been taking more advice, obviously, from Lindsey Graham, from Ted Cruz, from Mark Levin on TV, than he has been from people who may say, "Hey,
Mark
sir."
Levin on TV. That's who he's getting advice from. Fucking.
In terms of how easy and great of an idea this will be. I mean, so the media ecosystem, they're not giving him tactical military advice, but they were, I believe, in my opinion, a big part of echoing the Israeli talking points about no enrichment. You have to strike now. If you strike now, you'll be a hero. There was also this false narrative basically that said, like, hey, because the people were on the streets in January, if you take a couple strikes right now and you really hammer them, the rest is going to be easy. It's going to be a cakewalk. The people are going to rise up. They're going to overthrow the regime. They're going to love you. They're going to cut a deal. It's going to be quick and easy like Venezuela was. I think Venezuela did a lot to give us some false confidence in how quick and easy a regime change, regime modification, whatever you want to call it, can be. So people like Levin, people on Fox, New York Post, New York Times, etc., a lot of those talking heads, coincidentally.
All right, so somebody brought up the fact that the patch on the Israeli soldier's uniform is not a map of Israel. It is a map of Greater Israel, the land from the Nile to the Euphrates, the land that the chosen people believe that they are entitled to. And people said that this is a conspiracy, right? This is the patch right here, and circled in red, hold on, circled in red is Greater Israel. Now, we're going to take a look at a map, and Greater Israel is in red. Now, you're taking land from Egypt, Lebanon, which they've already annexed the southern part of Lebanon over the last 3 weeks, Jordan, Syria, half of Iraq, almost half of Saudi Arabia, some of Kuwait. And why do you think they want Iran gone? Because they are the only military that can stop Israel from this expansion project. That is why we are fighting this war. For them to expand their borders. And just like Mike Huckabee said, the quiet part out loud, it would be fine if they took it all. They just don't want to take it right now. Yeah, well, what the fuck happens when they decide they want to? Because it's gonna happen. So, go back to Joe Kent's video. Sorry for the little interruption. I got a little worked up.
Incidentally, not so coincidentally, a lot of them were the same people who talked us into the Iraq War, convinced them how quick and easy this would be. But I mean, to your point, I think if he took some more advice from Vice President, from DNI Gabbard and their teams, I think we'd be in a much better spot, and I think we'd be able to carve our way out of this mess.
Man, wow. How many troops do we have over there right now? Waiting.
It was a task so complicated, they knew they
Give me a
needed
second.
specialists.
Give me a second. Give me a
19
second.
professionals chose.
Is it 2,500 Marines
I
on
don't-
you?
Actually, you know what, guys? Like, share, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Comment down below. Get me in the algorithm. Get my voice out there. Maybe I could make enough money to pay for YouTube Premium. That'd be cool. It's not about making money though. We need to wake the fucking people up. Because I feel like we have no sovereignty anymore as a country.
I don't know. I mean, I see what you see on the news. I'm disconnected from all
How
that.
many has Israel sent?
Far less than us. Most of their military operations are taking place in Lebanon. They're doing a lot of air support and power projection via air, which is heavily funded by us.
Are they talking about
into
sending
Iraq.
ground force?
If they could, it'd be tiny. They just don't have. I mean,
Oh, so we'll do it.
So
we'll do it.
we would have to do it.
Oh,
Yeah, 100%.
okay.
I mean,
We'll do it for them.
they could do a commando raid or something. That'd be about it. But in terms of any kind of meaningful hold ground, even for a limited amount of time, that would have to be American boots.
Oh, okay. That's kind of what I thought, but
Yeah.
I'm getting angry, Joe.
I can tell. I hear you, man.
Really
I hear you.
fucking angry. But oh man, it just no new wars. It just echoes in my
Yep.
head all day long.
Yeah.
Yep.
And here we are. Right
Not
back
the
in
only
war.
Completely
one.
avoidable. And I pray again he listens to some of the voices that can get him out of this. I think there's still time, but this is very bad, and this could get worse. And I think platforms like yours are important because people like you, big podcasts. I think you guys brought a lot of people out to vote for President Trump.
It was the podcasts and Charlie Kirk that got this president elected. And they murdered Charlie Kirk. They gave a bullshit investigation. And fuck all the podcasters that put him in office.
Trump. And I think it's really important that all the people that are watching this show and all the other podcasts call their senators, call their representatives, make their voice heard, because there is, again, that media ecosystem that kind of exists oddly in the White House. We've got to penetrate through that. They were listening during the campaign, and I think they'll listen again if people take this as a call to action.
I mean, so we're talking about war strategy a little bit here. What is the rest of the world's pulse on this? Is anybody other than Israel encouraging us to hit Iran?
No.
I doubt it. I strongly doubt it.
I mean, China gets not that China's our friend. China's not our friend. They get 75% of their fucking oil from the Strait of Hormuz.
Well, they're still getting it. The only difference is they're selling the transactions in yuan. And so I think China may like this because obviously we've taken our eyes off the Pacific. For people who care about Taiwan, the Pacific is truly our border. We're a Pacific power. I think a lot of that has kind of gone by the wayside because we had to move so much combat power into CENTCOM. So I'm sure China's happy with it. Russia too. We've taken our eyes off of getting a peace agreement between Russia and Ukraine because there is scarcity now. We've created scarcity while it's taking place in the Straits of Hormuz with the energy sector. Russian oil, Russian gas, all that is going to be worth more on the market now to fund their war. So I think our major competitors, Russia and China, I would say they're probably pretty happy about this, but all of our regional allies, I think, are probably pretty furious about it.
And China's becoming more aggressive towards Taiwan since we started this.
Right. And then two, in terms of Like
Now that's a real fucking threat.
that's a real threat. And
They
then
take those chip plants. That's a real fucking threat. They will win the AI race like that.
it is, and yeah, and it was always
We're
debatable.
going after fake nuclear weapons.
It was always debatable if we could defend it before, but now with all the combat power pushed into CENTCOM, that's a huge issue. Another major issue is the strength of the dollar. The dollar's already been weakened so much because of our deficit spending. We can deficit spend because we're the world's reserve currency holder. And a lot of that strength comes from the petrodollar, that any money that gets bought from the GCC or any oil that gets bought from the GCC, you got to settle the transaction in dollars. China's already kind of short circuited.
And then they reinvest it in our stock market.
Right. But so if you want to keep that system going, which I'm not sure if it's the best system, but we should at least deliberately move away from it if we're going to do it. It shouldn't disappear over the course of a month because of a war, because the strait's being choked off. Iran knows this. They know that if they choke off the straits and they only let, Chinese ships, et cetera, come through and they settle the transaction in another currency, that they're eroding away at the petrodollar. And we also need the GCC to be on board. All the Gulf cooperation countries in the region, they've got to be on board with the petrodollar too. The reason why they went with the petrodollar is because we provided their security guarantees. Well, how are the security guarantees now? We can't defend them against what's taking place. We can't defend them from Iranian ballistics, Iranian drones. They know full well that the war was launched by Israel, and now they're suffering the consequence. So all of a sudden, we're not the best ally. So how long do we expect them to continue to settle their transactions in the dollar? So the ramifications of this conflict, I think, are massive.
What about Europe? I mean, when the facility in Qatar got hit,
Yeah.
I mean, they're now having to renegotiate all their contracts with China, Italy. There was a handful of European countries that did get the majority of their oil from there. Now they have to renegotiate because they're going to default on the contract.
Yeah. There's only one country that gains in this, and that's Israel. I mean, that's just the bottom line.
Is there anything that we gain? Do we gain anything at all by doing this?
I don't believe so. I mean, my critics would say, no, we're finally once and for all taking out the Iranian regime. Again, for all the reasons I previously outlined, I just disagree with that. And again, we don't seem to have a strategy that's working in that direction, minus the punch list of things that we're bombing.
He trotted through the twilight woods. His thick, russet tail, a mark of his prime, swung with a...
Well, Joe, I want to take a break here real quick. But before we do, I saw Trump's speech this morning about you too. He's poking fun that you lost your congressional run. So I pulled some stats. So
I'm just saying, you don't have to agree with Nick Fuentes. I'm just saying, but Joe Kent lost his race thanks to the Groypers. Gotta call it straight. He crossed Nick, and Nick's army came out in force, and Joe lost his race by like 3 points. And he never should have crossed Nick. I think he learned a valuable lesson of how strong the America First movement really is.
I'm poking fun at you this morning about losing in Washington, losing your Congress race. Trump actually lost there in the last presidential election by a 17% margin himself. You only lost by a 3.8% margin. Who's the fucking loser? All right, let's take a break. Aging is inevitable. And if you're anything like me, you feel it a little more every year. Sore knees, tight joints, recovery takes longer than it used to. All right, Joe, I know we were going to move on about strategy from the Epstein war. I mean the Iran war, but I got a couple more questions for you. So one, what is Rubio doing in all this?
I'm not sure. I mean, I think he's doing the best he can to give the president options. I mean, he came out right away and I think was pretty honest when he said we had to attack, otherwise the Israelis were going to. I mean,
what are the other options that he's given? Are you aware of those?
I'm not. No, I don't know.
Is he for this?
That I don't know, honestly. Yeah.
What, there's a lot of strategy. There's a lot of stuff floating around about strategy, attacking their infrastructure. taking away the fertilizer for their food, creating famines, hitting their water supply, starving them of water. I mean, hitting their energy grid. Is there any validity to that?
I'm sure it was looked at because we look at everything, but that I don't know.
Those are innocent people.
The only strategy I've seen is the punch list of military targets. And I still believe the U.S. military would not deliberately target civilian infrastructure in that way.
You don't think we would do that?
I don't think we would. I just, based on my experience in the military, I don't think that we would. Now, will the Israelis? This is the problem. This is the problem that we have being partnered with someone who has different values than we do. Look, the Israelis believe this is existential. The Israelis, we've seen what the Israelis, what they did in Gaza. Like they have a different
20,000 kids.
They have a whole different way of fighting wars than we do. They fight total war. They fight very, very biblical wars. We do not.
Like, I mean, in all honesty, they fight a war how you should fight a fucking war.
Precisely. So
if you want to win,
like that's not in our interest, because at the end of the day, like if you're going to do that, then you're going to occupy the land. You're going to fully take the land. We're not going to do that. We've never been a very good occupying army. America has not been a good occupying army. I don't think America.
That's Israel's entire goal, though, to occupy all that land. So they don't have a problem doing it. They've become professional occupiers. The occupation of the American mind.
Americans have the colonial mentality. I don't think we have the total war mentality. I'm glad that we don't. However, if we're going to be, again, it goes back to, are we going to be partnering with the Israelis and attempt to pretend that we can have a different strategic goal, but then also a different appetite for how a war is conducted? Like at some point we should just say, there's certain things we can partner with the Israelis on, like limited strike counterterrorism operations. Absolutely. But when it comes to fighting and to try and take over and quell and dominate an entire population, we cannot be joined at the hip with the Israelis just due to the different strategic goals, but then also just a different value system.
Is there any way at all to differentiate that, to have our goal and their goal and be in this together? It seems one and the same to me.
I don't believe so, but we're paying for the Israelis. We're paying for everything that they're doing. And so we are the dominant one in this relationship. We need to assert ourselves as such. I honestly, and I know I've gotten a lot of crap and people have said, oh, you're anti-Semitic, whatever. I've got no issue with the Israelis. They're pursuing their objectives. I have an issue with our reaction to the Israelis. Like our government should not be, our action should not be directed by a foreign government. That's my biggest issue.
You're upset because we are under their influence.
Yes, exactly.
And, you know, in your resignation letter, you had talked about how the Iraq war, Syria.
Yep.
That was because we were under their influence too. And I want to ask you, how were we under their influence in Syria?
So I think the war in Syria wouldn't have happened if the Iraq war wouldn't have happened. So the Iraq war was driven obviously by the neoconservative movement here in America, military industrial complex, but a big part of that was also the Israeli lobby. Benjamin Netanyahu at the time, who had just gotten done being the Israeli prime minister.
Benjamin Netanyahu, who has been saying Iran is months away from having a nuclear bomb since 1996. I was 9 years old. I'm almost 40. They still don't have the fucking bomb.
I think he was still in government. He was like the finance minister. He came and he aggressively lobbied and testified in the House and in the Senate that Saddam was developing weapons of mass destruction. So he helped launder that narrative that Saddam was developing weapons of mass destruction in conjunction with the military industrial complex and neoconservatives to say that we had to go in and we had to take away the nuclear weapons. You also had others in like the think tank realm, the same thing, the media echo chamber, who was saying that Saddam was linked to Al-Qaeda and to 9/11 potentially. So they laundered those talking points as well. Now, Benjamin Netanyahu and the Likud party really wanted us to go in and take out Saddam so that they could have basically a launching pad for operations into Iraq and then also into Syria. They wanted us to do the heavy lifting so that they could eventually get their goal of taking out Assad, who was supporting Hezbollah and Hamas, and then also taking out Iran. So that's why they supported the war in Iraq. The prime minister at the time, Ariel Sharon, initially said, no, I don't support this. I want America to focus on taking out Iran first. But then eventually he got on board. So you basically had both major political parties inside of Israel pushing for the war in Iraq. The Israelis also wanted access to Iraq's oil supply so that they could get a pipeline of oil coming out of Iraq and directly into Israel, circumventing Syria, because they didn't want it to go through Syria because Assad was supporting the Iranians and supporting Hamas and Hezbollah. So once we got into Iraq and got into that quagmire, the U.S. government, screwed things up so badly that we basically handed over Iraq, as you know, to Iranian-backed Shias that were there. So by the time we were done in Iraq, Iran pretty much controlled Iraq through their proxies, helped them circumvent sanctions, made Iran even stronger. So then you had the Shia crescent. You basically had a unification of Tehran, Baghdad, and Damascus, forming that crescent, that land bridge of Iranian supplies going right into Israel's backyard. So the Israelis at the end of the Iraq war were like, no, this is not going to work at all. We have to break this up. We have to go to war in Syria. We have to take down Assad. Arab Spring happened. There was some energy from the people. I think it was somewhat organic. But then in short order, we came in and we said, we're going to work with the Israelis, but we're also going to have to work heavily with the Sunni population on the ground in Syria to create an uprising. And that's where ISIS came from. We worked directly with al-Qaeda. Hillary Clinton's emails confirm this. The operations that we were doing to support the so-called Free Syrian Army, and there were some moderates there, but the most effective guys initially were al-Qaeda and then eventually ISIS. Now, obviously, ISIS got out of control and they started plotting attacks in Europe. They started plotting attacks in America. They took over large swaths of Iraq. So we then had to go back and put out once again the brush fire that we had started and go after ISIS. And that's where I lost my late wife. But Israel was the driving factor in that. We took down Saddam, who was the strong man against Israel. We then had to go in and take out Assad, who was a...
Does that surprise anybody? It shouldn't. If you haven't gotten the point by now, you're not going to.
strong man against Israel as well. And now this is the third phase. We're going now into Iran to take out that strong government for Israel.
And who did we put in charge of Syria?
Oh, we handed that whole, well, again, we screwed the whole thing up so much
We
that,
handed it to a leader of fucking Al-Qaeda.
Yep, he was in ISIS initially. He was in Al-Qaeda initially in Iraq, fighting against us. We had him in jail, joined ISIS, broke off from ISIS, hand-selected by bin Laden's right-hand man, Ayman Zawahiri, to lead Nusra. And then they rebranded. And this is the number one way to fool Americans as a jihadist is just put on a suit and get a good PR company. And then apparently we'll just believe whatever you say.
There's videos of this guy holding people's heads that he cut off.
Yeah, he's the thug.
He's shaking
he's a brutal
President
terrorist.
Trump's hand.
Yeah, horrible advice. Yep. And so
What the fuck are we doing?
exactly.
What are we doing?
Exactly. President Trump at the beginning, again, this is where Trump,
This guy's inviting a fucking terrorist
yeah.
into our house.
In the first Trump administration, he had Syria right. He said, we're going to go in, we're going to take out the caliphate because it poses a threat to us, and then we're going to get out. And this is why I supported President Trump, even after losing Shannon, because he was trying to get our troops out. The military was fighting him. And then when Assad fell in December, right before President Trump even took office, when Assad fell and Jelani, whatever, HTS, took over Syria, President Trump put out a truth, you can still probably pull it up, where he says, whatever happens in Syria, it's not our business. I always said it was a bad idea. I don't want to be involved in Syria. And that was actually the right approach, because it was too late for us to go back in and, fight the new government, et cetera. Best thing that we could have done is back off, let the Turks, let the Israelis, let our regional partners kind of take lead there. But instead, we went all in with the Shah government, and we embraced them, and now we're pretending they're part of like the de-ISIS coalition, and it's an entire mess. Like, look, the Middle East basically, and President Trump used to understand this. The Middle East is a place where you can just get involved in these never-ending quagmires, and you start one fire to put out another, and you never fully extricate yourself. And at the end of the equation, there's never a clear benefit for the American people. And that's gotten us to this state
Nope.
that we're in right now, and we have to stop that.
What about the IAEA inspections? We were going in there and inspecting all these facilities in Iran, correct? And then Trump.
Guys, I hate doing it, man. But if you're in here, drop a like, share, a comment, anything at all. I don't care what it is. Just do something to help me boost the algorithm, please.
Cut that.
Oh yeah, as part of the
in his first administration.
right, as part of the getting rid of the JCPOA.
Why would we do that?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view.
I think the idea with the JCPOA was it gave Iran access, and I partially agree with this. It gave Iran access to more capital with sanctions circumvention. That was the whole famous. Initially, Obama unfroze a bunch of the assets that we had frozen, and that's why we flew over the pallets of cash that everyone talks about so frequently. And then, as part of throwing out the JCPOA, we got rid of the inspections, and we did. And there was because when they put in the inspectors, there was some sanctions relief that came there. By getting rid of the JCPOA and slapping the sanctions back on them, that made it more challenging for the inspectors to get back into the Iranian sites. Again, though, like Trump had used his leverage, he killed Soleimani. We were in a really good place. At the beginning of this administration, President Trump was in a great spot with Iran. Him and the Supreme Leader both agreed, no nukes. We need to have a discussion about enrichment. We need to have a discussion about how that's going to be supervised and checked. But this was a discussion that could have been worked out by diplomats sitting at a table, as opposed to a massive military conflict. And Iran, and again, I'm no fan of Iran. They were restraining their proxies. They even restrained their proxies throughout the first iteration of the 12-day war. So again, I go back to, why are we doing what we're doing right now? Look at the ramifications. Look at how little we're gaining from this. And again, all roads go back to Israel is the benefactor in all of this. And we
Israel was responsible for the Epstein operation. Israel was actively blackmailing a sitting president of the United States. And I'm not talking about Donald Trump. Talking about Bill Clinton and the Monica Lewinsky scandal that happened during the Oslo Accords, because Bill Clinton was being too favorable to the Palestinians. Why do you think Epstein was at the White House 17 times during Clinton's presidency? It's because Israel was actively blackmailing him. They were actively blackmailing the President of the United States. But that's a narrative that nobody ever talks about. Go figure.
We've got to get that relationship to a place where it actually benefits us and not just them.
As far as these proxies, I mean, Sarah Adams, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, she's been talking about the sleeper cells in the U.S. for probably 2 years now, maybe longer.
Yeah.
Says there's thousands of terrorists in sleeper cells all around the country. Now, how are we going to know if Iran is the one that activated them?
Right. Or were they just inspired by events that are over there? So I testified publicly in December that we at NCTC had identified 18,000 known suspected terrorists who had access to America. The more we dug into the data of the last 4 years, the more I realized we have no idea who's in our country. Just because there was no border, the CBP-1 app and the ability for people to come into the country undetected, but then later apply for a benefit knowing they'd get a parole status, which gives them a legal status in America, which we're still caught up in the courts and fighting the courts with. We just simply don't know. At the beginning of this war, we were looking at other data sets of people who could have come from either Iran or Lebanon, Iraq, countries that have large Shia populations. And again, the data was, to me, it was as murky as the numbers of who came into the border. Like it the one consistent factor I kept coming away with, or the one takeaway I kept coming away with, was that we have no idea who is in our country right now, and that is incredibly dangerous. So again, I think we should be focusing the majority of our efforts on securing our homeland and making sure that people who came into our country in the last 4 years are located and we get them out. Now, sleeper cells, I think a lot of people, when they hear sleeper cells, they'll think like it's a handful of guys who are specifically trained and infiltrated to conduct an attack at a certain time. That could be taking place. I don't think that's the main threat. I think the main threat is people that have come here legally and illegally being inspired by media they consume or by seeing social media clips and then saying, now I'm going to conduct an attack as a lone actor, because that's even harder for us to pick up on. Like cells, when they infiltrate, they have to communicate with each other. The U.S. intelligence community and law enforcement, we're pretty good at infiltrating those cells and detecting them. It's not 100%. It could still happen. But when it's a lone actor and it's someone who's just inspired to take action.
Trauma is not what happened to us. Trauma is what happened inside us.
Based on the fact that they shouldn't even be in our country in the first place, and they see some media and they take action, then that's hard for us to actually get ahead of and stop until it's too late. And at the beginning of this conflict, we've already seen several attacks. There was a guy down in Texas who went in the bar and shot up several people. I think killed 3 people, shot several more. You know, he had an Iran t-shirt on.
We just had ODU too, Old Dominion University in Virginia.
Exactly, right there too. And then,
now, how do you know that they? So it's how do you know they need to communicate, and that we would pick that up? Because it's been reported by Sarah and her counterparts that they are only communicating back to HQ in Afghanistan through couriers, and that they're totally isolated. They don't know each other. So the only way they have to communicate is through couriers, which we would not pick that up.
That's definitely possible too. Yeah, that's certainly possible. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't rule it out. Again, it goes back to like the border was open for 4 years. So it's kind of like if you and I wanted to attack our adversaries and left their border open for 4 years, like how creative could we get? And that's the opportunity that we gave all of our enemies. So when people would say, well, how many bad guys do you think are in the country? They're like, seriously, what's the number? I'm like, I don't know. I'll tell you the truth. I'll tell you the truth is that the more we dig through the data, the more we realize we really, truly don't know. And then people would say, well, do you think it's sleeper cells? Do you think it's this, that, or the other thing? It's like, well, honestly, again, we kind of go back to the only thing we created for the last 4 years under the previous administration was a massive opportunity for terrorists to exploit our country and to kill people here.
If they were to attack with a proxy, would you be 100% confident that it was them?
Now, I want you to pay attention to where Shawn's going with this line of questioning, because he says it without saying it, if you know what I mean.
If I ran, or, I mean, at this point, what we've seen more of is we've seen younger people, some of whom were born here, conduct these attacks, and they were just inspired by something that they saw. And then a lot of them too, I know Sarah has her theory of the case. I think the bigger threat, based on what we saw last year, we saw the terrorist attacks we saw here in America. Most of those people were inspired by media content they had consumed coming out of Gaza, the Gaza conflict, and they cited Gaza as being a driver pushing them towards violence. So, yeah, obviously, if we intercepted a cell of Iranians that, you know, we could prove they had ties back to Iran, then, yeah, then absolutely we'd have to hold them accountable for that.
I mean, there are other motivations for this as well.
Pay attention to where he's going right now, because I don't know if Joe Kent picked up on where Shawn was going with this, but you could pick up where Shawn was going.
To get us all riled up.
Oh, for sure. 100%.
Do you think that's a possibility?
I think war always presents an opportunity for people to exploit to further their objectives. So if you want to sell more of surveillance state, more infringements upon our civil liberties, now is the time to do it. Because, like I just described, it's a very scary and security environment. You can legitimately say, like, hey, we don't know who's in our borders. Terrorists could attack because what's taking place in the Middle East. There's been a massive decline in law and order in general in our cities, so therefore we need, take your pick, what kind of intrusions on our civil liberties. And it becomes easier to, I mean, the more people are scared of what's happening, the easier that is to sell. So I definitely think there's going to be elements of the government, big tech, that will exploit this chaos.
You're being accused of leaking classified.
Shawn was looking for a different answer there. And in case you didn't pick up on it, what he was really asking Joe Kent there was if he believes our greatest ally would attack us and make it look like Iran to gain American support to send troops over there. That's what he was really asking. But he didn't get an answer to it.
Information.
Yeah.
What classified information did you leak?
It's a good question. I didn't leak any. I didn't leak any classified information. I had my full security clearance until last week when I walked out the door. I had full access to everything, so my security clearance was never suspended, never pulled. I think most of these leak allegations are just a media narrative to take away from the conversation that you and I are having. The first leak accusation surfaced right as I was going live with Tucker, so they were just trying to take the wind out of my sails, I think, a little bit, by saying, don't listen to this guy, he's a leaker.
I mean, that's what I think.
Yeah.
It seems very reactionary to me. When did the investigation start? Are you aware?
I don't think there is an investigation.
There isn't.
No one has come to me and said you're being investigated. The only proof there being an investigation is someone in the government leaking to the media saying that Kent's under investigation for being a leaker. So they had to leak that I'm a leaker.
Another leaker.
Right, exactly. That's why, I take it seriously. The FBI has ruined innocent people's lives, like General Flynn, with an accusation before. So I take it seriously. I'm confident I didn't leak any classified information. But at the same time, we kind of know what the game is here. And if they really were going to investigate me, they would come to me and say, hey, you're being investigated, or we're going to ask you some questions, etc. If they really were going to investigate me too, I don't think they would tip their hand ahead of time by leaking it.
It's like a do not disturb setting for your mind, and it gets you focused in just 5 minutes using science.
That doesn't work out in their advantage at all. So I think it's just a media.
If they knew you were leaking, why wouldn't they have fired you and then continued on with the investigation?
100%.
They were.
By the way, when Pete Hegseth threw his friends under the bus for leaking classified information through Signal when they were planning bombing runs in Yemen, they were escorted off the property, their security badges taken away from them, their security clearances revoked, and there was one more thing I forgot, but it all happened that day. So if none of that happened to Joe, and the story about Joe leaking classified information came out after he resigned, after he said the quiet part out loud, that this is all on our greatest ally, and I mean, you don't think that's Trump trying to save face a little bit? Just saying.
We're just going to wait for your resignation.
Right. They at least would have pulled my clearance.
He's going to resign soon. Don't fire him. We know he's leaking classified information, but he's going to be gone soon.
Exactly. Yeah. It doesn't make any sense.
What's going on with the Butler assassination attempt?
So,
are we looking into that?
Yeah, I think there's basically two schools of thought as to what's taking place right now and how we got in the situation with Iran that, Trump should know better. And I think he does know better. I just gave you the more than likely, I think he just got a lot of bad information. there's a much smaller chance, but I think it can't be ignored, the fact that there was several assassination attempts against President Trump that really haven't fully been explained. One of which, so Butler itself, no one is saying is linked to the FBI, but 2 days before the Butler assassination attempt, we arrested a guy named Asif Merchant. He was just, prosecuted and I think going to jail. We arrested him for being recruited by Iran to come here and attempt to assassinate President Trump to avenge the killing of Qasem Soleimani. Merchant had a FBI informant that was working with him. Merchant didn't know he was an FBI informant, obviously. And they basically set up a scheme to conduct an assassination against President Trump using a sniper. They arrest Merchant, and then 2 days later, a sniper tries to kill Trump at Butler. I wanted to look for potential linkage between those events, was completely shut off and blocked from that.
You were?
Mm-hmm. Though with NCTC
Everybody
was the National Counterterrorism Center.
Why
Yeah,
would they cut you off?
shocker.
That seems like definitely possible terrorism, especially considering the first one was supposedly sent by Iran.
Certainly. Yeah, exactly. I don't know. I mean, again, we were told that, hey, the Merchant trial is ongoing, so you can't look into any of the information. You can look at a little bit of the information, but we can't really do much there. But my question was always, is there any linkage between anyone that Merchant talked to and the people who were there at Butler and Crooks? Because we can say all day long they're not linked, but are we sure that we had everything that Merchant was doing under control? Is there any linkage between those two events? From my vantage point, I didn't see that investigation being done very thoroughly. I think this matters.
Who was conducting that investigation?
That was all the FBI.
Oh, the FBI.
Yeah. I think this matters in the terms of what we're talking about, because you had Butler, you had the other assassination attempt at West Palm Beach, and then you had, once Trump came into office, you had several breaches of his security perimeter. You had the famous stoppage of the escalator at the UN. You had, when he went out to dinner, there was the table of Code Pink protesters who sat down next to them. And then you had the police officer, who I think is probably a good patriotic American, but he was armed. He wasn't part of the president's detail, come up and shake President Trump's hand, so basically circumventing the Secret Service.
Hey, I want you guys to comment in the chat and tell me what you think. When Bibi gave Trump a golden pager, and that is referencing how they took out some of the leaders of Hezbollah by planting explosives in these pagers and had them in circulation and sent the beepers off and killed a bunch of people. When Bibi gave Trump that golden pager, do you think that it was meant to be a gift or meant to be a threat? I'm curious to know what you guys think. Please comment. Let me know.
And then you had the assassination of Charlie Kirk, and Charlie was one of the most vocal advocates against a regime change war inside of Iran. And he was advocating heavily that we change our stance in regards to our relationship with Israel. He was in the White House lobbying President Trump to not attack Iran in the lead up to the 12-day war. So Charlie would have been very, very much against what's going on right now. He's then killed in September. And so I think it's irresponsible for us not to look at all of these things on a broader timeline and see where they fit into what's taking place right now.
Are you saying that you don't think that the kid that's been propped up to have killed Charlie is the guy?
I'm not saying that at all. I mean, that kid, his fingerprints are on the gun. That case is going to be made. What I do know is that NCTC was investigating any foreign linkage, not necessarily just to the suspect, to Robinson, but any foreign linkage that could have taken place regarding that case. And again, we were stopped really early on from thoroughly investigating. And all that I can say is that we had more foreign connections. I'm not saying a foreign government, but I'm saying foreign connections to look into, to thoroughly do our due diligence from an investigatory standpoint. That, in my opinion, was not done. Now, the FBI will tell you, we got our guy. He turned himself in. His fingerprints are on the gun. There's been some debate over whether or not he confessed. I guess we'll see when he goes to court. But now that the case is being handled 100% by Utah. And again, considering how prominent Charlie Kirk was, I think it's important that we continue that investigation and that every angle is looked into and that a complete investigation actually takes place. And from what I saw, that did not happen.
So this is going to wind up just like.
Hi, I'm JT, and I made Result Hunter, the search engine for conservatives. Let me just tell you what it does. First of all, big
JFK.
I hope not. I hope not. I think we have the ability to really look into every aspect of it, no matter what the truth is, and no matter where that leads us. And again, like, look, people are saying, like, why are you speaking cryptically? I can't speculate. I can only tell you what I know. And the only thing I know for sure is that our due diligence was not done on looking at the foreign links. The rest of the case could be rock solid. If they've got Tyler Robinson,
there are foreign links.
There's foreign connections we need to look into.
What are those connections?
That I can't get into because that's all tied up inside of classified channels essentially. But there was more work we needed to do. And now I'm not saying, like, you know how an investigation works. You chase down 99 leads and 100 leads and 99 of them are BS, and you get one good one. So even the things that I know of that I don't want to speculate about, half of them could be 75%, 90% of them could be trash leads, but there's stuff that we need to look down. Charlie was a very influential figure. He traveled the world. He traveled the nation. There was a lot of people from all over the place looking and watching Charlie Kirk speak there. There was people speculating about what was going to happen to Charlie Kirk online ahead of time. So there's more work that we needed to do in regards to foreign linkage to the Kirk assassination.
Man, I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to know, why you wouldn't conduct a full investigation on who tried to kill you if you're the president of the United States.
Right.
That does not compute in my brain.
Right. Exactly.
Why would you not want to know?
Especially after we were told for quite some time that Thomas Crooks was an enigma. We didn't know who he was. He's just this crazy kid. He had no online footprint. You know, we were told for a while that they couldn't get into his devices, that they were locked, couldn't get into his devices. And then when they said they finally got into his the FBI finally said they got into his devices, they're like, no, there's nothing there. Well, fast forward a couple months, and Tucker Carlson's investigative journalist finds a full online persona of this kid. He's communicating with other people. He's commenting on YouTube videos. He's interacting with people that are overseas. So there's more work there to be done, clearly. And there was a big rush to say, like, well, we shot the sniper. He's kind of an enigma. We don't know anything about him, but case closed. You know, cremate the body 10 days later.
Tucker's the one that came up with all that?
Tucker's investigative journalist that works on Tucker's team found Crooks's online persona. Yeah.
How crazy is that? That the FBI said that this kid had no online footprint. And Tucker's investigative journalist found all that shit. I don't think the FBI tells us the truth about a fucking thing. And Kash Patel, he is scum of the earth for running on, we're going to hold these people accountable, all the shit that he said to get himself in that job and do absolutely fucking nothing but lie to the American people. That dude needs to be put under the FBI building.
In the classified information.
Oh,
I wonder.
And making sure that people who came into our country in the last 4 years are located.
Hold on,
and we get them out. Now, sleeper cells. You had the famous stoppage of the escalator at the UN. It's important that we continue that investigation and that every angle is looked into and that a complete investigation actually takes place. And from what I saw, that did not happen.
So this is going to wind up just like JFK?
I hope not. I hope not. I think we have the ability to really look into every aspect of it, no matter what the truth is. And no matter what, in terms of what we're talking about, because you had Butler, you had the other assassination attempt at West Palm Beach, and then you had, once Trump came into office, you had several breaches of his security perimeter. You had the famous stoppage of the escalator at the UN. You had, when he went out to dinner, there was the table of Code Pink protesters who sat down next to them. And then you had the police officer, who I think is probably a good patriotic American, but he was armed. He wasn't part of the president's detail, come up and shake President Trump's hand, like, so basically circumventing the Secret Service. And then you had the assassination of Charlie Kirk. And Charlie was one of the most vocal advocates against a regime change war inside of Iran. And he was advocating heavily that we change our stance in regards to our relationship with Israel. He was in the...
You guys heard what he just said, right? He was advocating hard that we change our stance with Israel. Now, what has TPUSA done since Charlie's been gone? The first speaker at America Fest was Ben Shapiro. So, TPUSA has no intention of changing their stance with Israel. It's funny how Charlie wanted to change the stance with Israel. Charlie wanted to prevent us from getting into a protracted war that he knew we couldn't technically win. And he was conveniently shot by some dude that has a trans boyfriend that's a furry. It makes sense, right? And we got a real investigation, right? You know, the Utah State Police had explosive sniffing dogs on the scene, and they combed the area. And those dogs can smell explosive residue for almost miles. And they turned up nothing. But guess what happened after the FBI showed up at the scene? The dogs found the gun. That's coincidence, huh?
In the White House, lobbying President Trump to not attack Iran in the lead up to the 12-day war. So Charlie would have been very, very much against what's going on right now. He's then killed in September. And so I think it's irresponsible for us not to look at all of these things on a broader timeline and see where they fit into what's taking place right now.
Are you saying that you don't think that the kid that's been propped up to have killed Charlie is the guy?
I'm not saying that at all. I mean, that kid, his fingerprints are on the gun. That case is going to be made. What I do know is that NCTC was investigating any foreign linkage, not necessarily just to the suspect, to Robinson, but any foreign linkage that could have taken place regarding that case. And again, we were stopped really early on from thoroughly investigating. And all that I can say is that we had more foreign connections. I'm not saying a foreign government, but I'm saying foreign connections to look into, to thoroughly do our due diligence from an investigatory standpoint. That, in my opinion, was not done. Now, the FBI will tell you, we got our guy, he turned himself in, his fingerprints are on the gun. There's been some debate over whether or not he confessed. I guess we'll see when he goes to court. But now that the case is being handled 100% by Utah. And again, considering how prominent Charlie Kirk was, I I think it's important that we continue that investigation and that every angle is looked into and then a complete investigation actually takes place. And from what I saw, that did not happen.
So this is going to wind up just like JFK.
I hope not. I hope not. I think we have the ability to really look into every aspect of it, no matter what the truth is, and no matter where that leads us. And again, like, look, people are saying, like, why are you speaking cryptically? I can't speculate. I can only tell you what I know. And the only thing I know for sure is that our due diligence was not done on looking at the foreign links. The rest of the case could be rock solid. If they've got Tyler Robinson,
there are foreign links.
There's foreign connections we need to look into.
What are those connections?
That I can't get into because that's all tied up inside of classified channels essentially. But there was more work we needed to do. And now I'm not saying, like, you know how an investigation works. You chase down 99 leads and 100 leads and 99 of them are BS, and you get one good one. So even the things that I know of that I don't want to speculate about, half of them could be 75%, 90% of them could be trash leads, but there's stuff that we need to look down. Charlie was a very influential figure. He traveled the world. He traveled the nation. There was a lot of people from all over the place looking and watching Charlie Kirk speak there. There was people speculating about what was going to happen to Charlie Kirk online ahead of time. So there's more work that we needed to do in regards to foreign linkage to the Kirk assassination.
Man, I just don't understand why you wouldn't want to know, why you wouldn't conduct a full investigation on who tried to kill you.
Because where would America's support be if the American public found out that it was a warning shot to Trump that we can get you whenever we want you? I'm just saying.
If you're the president of the United States.
Right.
That does not compute in my brain.
Right. Exactly.
Why would you not want to know?
Especially after we were told for quite some time that Thomas Crooks was an enigma. We didn't know who he was. He's just this crazy kid. He had no online footprint. You know, we were told for a while that they couldn't get into his devices, that they were locked, couldn't get into his devices. And then when they said they finally got into his the FBI finally said they got into his devices, they were like, no, there's nothing there. Well, fast forward a couple months, and Tucker Carlson's investigative journalist finds a full online persona of this kid. He's communicating with other people. He's commenting on YouTube videos. He's interacting with people that are overseas. So there's more work there to be done, clearly. And there was a big rush to say, like, well, we shot the sniper. He's kind of an enigma. We don't know anything about him, but case closed. You know, cremate the body 10 days later.
Tucker's the one that came up with all that?
Tucker's investigative journalist that works on Tucker's team found Crooks's online persona. Yeah.
And the FBI didn't.
The FBI didn't report it. I don't know what the case is.
I just built a budgeting app.
What? How?
Base 44. Look, it pulls our
Where does Tulsi stand in all this stuff?
She's obviously in a tough spot, so I don't want to say anything else that's going to put her in a tougher spot than she's already in. She's doing the best that she can.
How many people up there are against what we're doing?
It's hard to put a number on it. Look, I mean, you know how the government is.
Maybe a percentage.
Yeah. Most people that serve in the government, I've found, they want to make their boss happy, and they don't want to. They don't want any friction at work, and they want to salute and they want to move out.
You know, I think that's where everybody's lost it.
100%. I agree.
Fucking job is to protect and serve the people of the United States.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah, and look, there's a lot of good patriots that are still there who think that they're doing the right thing, and this is a dilemma that I had. I was like, well, do I stay here and do I soldier on and be a good soldier, and you know, do I show up every day and, you know, do my darndest? And then if the big strategic picture gets messed up, well, that's not really on me. You know, I did that for 20 plus years in the military and in the agency, and kind of see where that got us, right? When we knew better.
Guys, comment down below And let me know whether or not you think Joe Kent did the right thing by resigning, or if you think he should have stayed in the administration and fought from the inside. Personally, I think Joe did the right thing. I think he was getting cut off from the president. He was losing access. And by him stepping away from the administration as publicly as he did, I think it was better than anything he could have probably accomplished inside the administration.
See where that got us. And so, like I said, 20 plus years ago, I made a promise to myself, if I ever had the ability to speak out and and try to get us on a better path, I would do so. If my late wife hadn't gotten killed, if I hadn't been through the experiences I had been through, I don't think I have the clarity and the courage to do what I'm doing now. So I am sympathetic to people who are inside, who are still like, hey, I'm just a guy. I'm not that important. I'm trying to do my job. I'll do what I'm told. However, the people who came in, with President Trump, in key leadership positions that are a part of this movement and leading this movement, I think they've got to reflect on what we ran on, because this is not what we ran on.
No, it's not.
They have to live with it. And so they can either make a decision to try and influence the situation from inside, but once they realize they can't influence that situation inside, then they have a choice to make. Do they stay and be complicit with it, or do they leave and try and get us back on the right path?
In your mind, how do we get out of this thing? I mean, we're in it now with Iran.
Yeah.
We're in it. How does this end? How do we get out of this? What are the options?
If we don't deal with the Israelis, then this thing will just keep going. There might be fits and starts, like maybe this 5-day ceasefire will work. I'm a little skeptical. I'm hopeful. But unless we restrain the Israelis and tell them, like, you're done, and if you continue to attack and you continue to do things without telling us and asking us, without asking us first, we're paying for it, you're going to ask us first. Then we are going to negate our other part of the deal. And our part of the deal says that we defend Israel. And we provide their Iron Dome system. We provide their air defense. We provide a lot of their defense.
We provide their Iron Dome?
We provide...
We don't even have a fucking Iron Dome.
We provide a lot of the funding for the Iron Dome, for sure.
Yep.
For sure. So I would say to the Israelis very bluntly, you're done going on the offense. We will tell you what operations you can conduct. If you disobey us and you don't run your operations by us that we're paying for, then we're going to start taking away features of your defense system, to the point where all you can do with your military basically is stay on the defense. That's the only way to restrain the Israelis, in my opinion. I think we're past the point of being able to have, like, hey, nice conversations, like, hey, could you guys please not? Because every time we say, could you please not, the Israelis say, yeah, sure, that sounds good. And they turn around and they conduct strikes that basically negate any kind of negotiation that we're trying to pursue.
They're actively taking out the top negotiators from Iran to prevent us from reaching an agreement. I just don't understand why we are allowing them to do that. Why is Trump allowing the Israelis to do whatever the fuck they want? That's what I want to know.
I mean, didn't Netanyahu literally just say that?
Yeah, again,
this with this statement I just
again,
read
as frustrating as people, as I get with the Israelis sometimes, they're not very subtle. Like, the Israelis are not doing a lot of, like, lying and BSing to us. Like, they're pretty upfront with what they're doing and what they plan to do. So I would take...
Just like the patches on the uniform, they plan to make the Greater Israel Project a fucking reality. And the first step to making that happen is taking Iran out of the equation, because they are the only ones in the region that could stop them.
take them at their word, and I would just say, no, you're not, because we're paying for all of this, and we have to restrain them. And I know a lot of people are going to be very, very frustrated when I say that, because there are people who really like Israel. And I'm not saying like you cut off Israel, you whatever. I'm not saying any of that. I'm saying you take away the resources that they have right now to go on the offense. Make it so Israel can only defend themselves. That's fine, but they can't go on the offense anymore. Once we do that, and once we restrain the Israelis, then I think we have a place where we can use our allies in the Gulf. We can use the Omanis, the Qataris, etc., to get the Iranians to come to the table and come up with a way that we can reopen the Straits of Hormuz. I think we're going to need to say to the Iranians, okay, we need to lift sanctions on some of their oil. We have to give them something. So I think lifting the sanctions and letting them get a lot of their oil introduced back into the world market, I think that's actually a pretty good carrot to get them to the table, and that's also going to help lower the price at the pump and lower and get more oil and petrochemicals flowing for the fertilizers and everything else that the world needs in terms of energy. But again, step one is restraining the Israelis. That's the only way I can see out of this. And look, we're gonna have to make some concessions. We're gonna have to say, hey, we'll work with whoever there is there in Iran. We're gonna have to give them red lines that might need to be enforced every now and again. Like your proxies will not attack us. You will stop attacking the Gulf countries. Otherwise, this will continue. But at this point, they know we're pretty serious about using force. I think we have to show them now that we're serious about using diplomacy and getting to the table.
What are the chances you think that'll happen?
Slim to none.
Work today is broken. Every day, people juggle so many different tools.
Every day.
We can't control the Israelis. We cannot control them. We cannot control them. We cannot keep... Actually, we can. We can control them. We can keep them in check. And we are refusing not to do it. And I want to know why. Why are we sticking American troops in a fucking death trap for the Greater Israel Project?
That goes by, less and less. Right now, again, look, I know you're frustrated at President Trump. I know probably a lot of your viewers are frustrated at President Trump. I think if President Trump sits and thinks about where we are and how we got here, I think he'll understand that we're in a bad spot and we need to get out of it. And in order to get out of it, he needs to take drastic action. Now, that's where the good news is, and this is what gives me some hope. President Trump is good at taking drastic action. He is decisive. He is unpredictable. But in terms of doing big things, that's the story of President Trump's life. He can do it. So I think other presidents in this situation, they wouldn't be able to rapidly extricate us from this. I think Trump can. He needs to listen to his core beliefs, and he needs to listen to different advisors, and he needs to have the courage to restrain the Israelis. Then I think he can do it. It gets harder and harder every day that goes on, though. If he's got this 5-day window that he's created for himself, he needs to use it, and he needs to pursue it aggressively. At the end of that 5-day window, I think it's going to be exponentially more difficult.
I mean, what do you think? I mean, Iran's literally saying there are no negotiations going on.
Right.
What do you think? Do you think there are, or do you think there are not?
I'm sure we're trying. I'm sure we're trying. We have some people that I know are probably aggressively reaching out. Now, are they getting responses? I don't know. I just think that the Iranians, after us killing so many of the negotiators, and so many of the leadership there, and then us, basically saying after the 12-day war that like we used the negotiations as a ruse, I don't think that helps. Because I think before, again, there was a tension inside of Iran where you had the clerics and you had some of the moderates that were saying like, okay, we won't make a nuclear bomb. We are interested in some engagement with the Americans. We would like a deal. But then you had the hardliners. You had the students of Qasem Soleimani who were like, absolutely not. Let's go on the offensive. Let's use our proxies to kill these guys. Let's bleed them out of the Middle East. So right now, who's winning that argument inside Iran? I fear the hardliners are winning that argument inside of Iran, because every Iranian leader that they target and they kill. I mean, Trump even said it today when he was at the plainside. When he was plainside, he was asked, "Who are you talking with inside of Iran?" And he said, "I don't want to name them because then they might get killed." Well, they might get killed by the Israelis because the Israelis don't want us to have negotiation.
This is fucking crazy, Joe.
It's insane. No.
How insane is that? That Donald Trump will not say who he's negotiating with inside the Iranian regime because he's afraid that Israel is going to fucking kill them. Like, why are we allowing them to do this? There has to be a reason that we are letting them do whatever the fuck they want. And I want to know what that reason is. Because I cannot imagine anything that would justify the actions of the Israeli government.
Oh no, it's insane.
This is fucking crazy.
It's insane. So the Iranians
You're saying that he's not saying that because if he names a name, the Israelis will kill them.
I didn't say it. He said that.
You're saying that we can't. That I just don't understand how. Like, essentially, you're saying we just need to tell them no.
We have
That's
to,
it.
and not just tell them no. You have to take things away from them. You can't just say, because we've said no to them before. How forcefully? I don't know. I think it's pretty debatable. But right now, they're having their cake and they're eating it too. I mean, we are doing all the heavy lifting in this war for them, but we're also continuing to provide them so much military assistance. We're providing their defense package for them. So we have to go to them and we have to say not just no, but you're going to run any strikes by us. And also, you're not going on the offense anymore. You're done being on the offense. If you're attacked.
Hold on, I'm skipping it.
We'll back you up. If you guys want to do military operations on your own border, that's your country, fine.
Guys, please, like, share, comment, subscribe to my YouTube channel. Help me get out there. Help me grow. Help me make this platform worth something. Help me wake people up to what the fuck is really going on. Because either half our country, or more than that actually, is asleep, not paying attention, or is in fucking denial. But we need to wake people up. And we need the America First movement to get big enough that somebody in the political class will take the reins of the movement. Because we have the people right now. We just don't have the figurehead. And as much as I hate saying it, it is not Donald Trump.
What takes place now in Iran, that affects us, that affects the GCC, that affects the Straits of Hormuz and world energy. You're done. We have to say that to them, and we have to take away things that make it so that they can only do their own defense. They can't go on the offense. Until we do that, I don't think the Iranians actually will take us very seriously.
We don't have a problem doing that to any other country in the world.
Pretty crazy, right?
Why do we have reluctancy to do it to Israel?
I mean, there's obviously the Israeli lobby factor, AIPAC and all the other surrogates that spend so much money on our elections. There's major donors. Miriam Adelson gave, I mean, someone can look this up, I think $100 million to Trump's campaign. And she's not the only, I think someone can look it up. I'm not sure exactly off the top of my head. Significant. And there's other really prominent donors that are very pro-Israel, many of whom are dual citizens.
Oh, yeah.
I don't give a fuck what anybody says. If you are a dual citizen, you should not be allowed to hold public office on the national level, period. Period. End of story. If you have a dual citizenship, you should not be able to serve in any of the 3 branches of government. Because the dual loyalty issue is a huge piece of the problem and a huge part of why we're here right now. So you need to be an American citizen and only an American citizen.
I mean, the owner of OnlyFans, he just died today.
Right, big APAC
he
donor,
was
right?
he was the biggest donor to APAC.
Right.
Did you know that?
I just learned that today. Actually, I had to check that myself because I wasn't aware of that until he
He's
passed
fucking
away.
dead now. But.
Yeah. So we've got a pimp who funds APAC so that we can go to war. Yeah, make it make sense. But I think the Israeli lobby is part of it. But I also think that there is a massive outpouring of support from like the evangelical community in America, evangelical Christians. And also, I think a lot of people, especially the baby boomer generation, have just been led to believe that Israel's a democracy.
If you are a Christian and you believe that the quote from Genesis 12:3 means that we are supposed to support Israel, you are being lied to by your Zionist pastor. The covenant with Israel was broken when they rejected Jesus. A new covenant was created with the followers of Christ. The people that call themselves God's chosen people are not God's chosen people because they rejected him and put him on the cross. The followers of Christ are the real tribe of Israel. Because the covenant was made with us. Because we did not reject Jesus. We accepted Jesus. And like Jesus said, the only way to the Father is through him.
The Israelis, they speak English. They sound like us. I've dealt with the Israelis quite a bit. Like they're pretty pleasant to deal with. They're easy to deal with. I mean, because a lot of them are educated in America. It's easy to get complacent around the Israelis because like they don't have that foreign feel. And so they do a good job of selling, hey, we have the same interests here, man. We're the same. So a lot of it is financial. You have a spiritual component to it.
But different.
And then you also have the Israelis basically, by providing us with a lot of intelligence and potential access, even though I think a lot of that is to inform us, or is to influence us rather than inform.
Yeah, you had already mentioned that a lot of that stuff isn't in the intel pipeline.
Right, exactly.
What is the intel pipeline?
What is it?
What is the flow of intel from the field to the top?
Well, I mean, it depends on what manner of intelligence it is. But stuff that we get, and you know this from your past life, when we get.
Hold on.
Information, especially from like a foreign liaison service, like it always has that caveat, like could be used to influence and inform, so everyone knows what they're reading. If you want to lean heavily on the inform side and you're a partner of ours that has access to senior decision makers, you bypass the intel guys because they're going to check your stuff. They're going to put it through a vetting process. They're going to put it through analytical tradecraft.
Yep.
If you want to short circuit that, then you go directly to key decision makers and you say, hey, I've got some intel for you. It hasn't gone through the intel channels. And a lot of those senior decision makers, although they have access to 18 intelligence agencies and top secret clearances, they're not familiar with intel. And so they might not know that there's a vetting process that needs to take place, or things are happening so quick, they don't have time to think about it. So the Israelis, with their access, and again, a lot of that access comes from the media, it comes from the donors, it comes from just a certain familiarity and comfort that we have with the Israelis. They're able to push that in there. We get intel. I mean, the intel, as you know, it's not 100%. It's not always accurate, but when we get intelligence from the field, whether it's from a human source signal or a liaison, there's a vetting process that has to take place there before it goes in finished intel. And then usually it's explained, how we got the intel. Again, the Israelis have done a really good job of putting an end run on that system to circumvent it.
Yeah, the reason I'm asking, I'm just wondering if which you pretty much already described it, if the intelligence that Iran had nuclear weapons went through the proper channels.
It didn't.
We know it didn't.
Yeah, it just didn't.
Who's the gate? Who's the gate?
Again, Iran has been, well, not Iran, Bibi has been saying since 1996 that Iran is weeks or months away from having a nuclear bomb. In 1996, I was 9 years old. I am almost 40, and they still don't have the fucking bomb.
It's keeping real intel from getting to Trump.
It's a good question. I mean, he, in theory, has control over who he has around him. He's the president. He's the commander in chief.
Somebody's stopping real information from getting to him.
Yeah, clearly. Or maybe he just doesn't want to hear it. I don't know what the case is.
I think he might not want to hear it.
I think he got sold like a pretty clean equation. They were like, hey, the protesters are protesting. The Iranians at the negotiating table have said they still want to enrich because moving that red line, the Israelis and their allies moving that red line and making Trump basically think that the U.S. policy is no enrichment, it was very effective. And so they made it seem like the negotiations had stalled out, when in fact, I don't think they had. I think Steve Witkoff could have gotten us a deal back in June. I think they just sold them a very simple, rushed equation to get us into this conflict. A big part of getting a quick action like this is rushing the president and telling him, hey, the protesters were just out there in June. We don't have time in January. We don't have time for a long deliberation. We need to conduct these strikes now. And so I think they took away a lot of his decision-making space and time and only put a handful of advisors around him. And maybe those are the people that he requested, but because he thought that he was under the gun for a time crunch, I don't think he had enough time to really fully assess that.
A lot of people are saying that your resignation and change of heart is because of influence from your wife. Is there any validity to that?
No, not at all. I mean, we share very similar views. It's one of the reasons we probably got married, but.
Right on.
Yeah.
I got to address it. It's out there.
Sure.
But, all right, Joe, I want to take a break. When we come back, I just want to talk about what this means for the midterms, what this means for the next election, what this means for the Republican Party, what this means for MAGA.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll give you my opinion. I think MAGA is dead. I think neither the Democrats or Republicans that are in office truly understand how against Israel the younger generation is on both sides of the aisle. I think this is going to fracture the Republican Party. I think the America First narrative is going to get louder and louder. Nobody's going to vote for Vance. Especially if it's a Vance Erica Kirk ticket. Fucking nobody is voting for that. Unless they are completely brainwashed. I think I think until we get some America First politicians in office that their only loyalty is to America and Americans, this is going to be a consistent problem. Or until somebody puts an end to it and nukes Israel off the map. And I don't want that. I don't want that for anybody. But let's be realistic of where this is going.
Spring, the unofficial new year for tool people. Celebrate spring savings at Harbor Freight.
Nearly home. Who done it?
Come on.
We're looking for a house closer to everything, but we don't know where to start.
All right, Joe, we're back from the break. Midterms are coming up.
Yeah.
Next election's coming up.
Yep.
MAGA's split.
Yep.
Yep.
CNN just put a poll out that said 100% of MAGA. What do they say? 100% of MAGA supports the Iran war. I don't think they're wrong. I just think a lot of people have left MAGA.
Yep.
A lot of people have left MAGA.
Well, that, and I think our political opponents would love us to believe that this very unpopular thing we're doing is popular to convince us to keep doing it.
Yeah.
I mean, I'd be very wary, obviously, of CNN. I don't know why we're even listening to CNN. It's insane.
I'm not. That came from somebody on the staff here.
No, but it's true. I saw that too. Yeah. It's
so.
Yeah.
But I don't watch any mainstream media, not Fox, not MSN, not any of it. It's all fucking garbage.
It is.
But what does this mean? I mean, what are you seeing?
So I think the conventional wisdom would tell you, and I think the president was told this. I think the president was told that wartime presidents are always popular. Like if you look at Bush's approval rating after both the launch into Afghanistan and Iraq, it was his highest ratings yet. So that's the conventional wisdom. The conventional wisdom also says that most Americans, they don't really care about foreign policy. But what they do care about is they care about the price of the pump. And look at what this conflict has already done to the price of the pump. Look what it's already done to cost of living. We already had an inflation crisis, and Trump was working on getting us out of it. But look at the effect that the war, especially what's happening in the Straits, is going to have on all these everyday issues that your average really hardworking person who's, busting their butt to stay above water, they might not say like that's because of the Iran war and dig deeply into the policy, but they're going to be like, oh, the party that's in power right now screwed this up. I'm going to vote for the other guy. And then you have the MAGA issue.
It's not even just this country.
Yeah.
We're talking about
The world.
global economic depression here.
Yeah. Staring us
global
staring us in the face.
economic depression.
Yeah. Potential famine because the fertilizer. I mean, it's just the
Looking at
magnitude.
famines?
America, I don't think we will, but the amount of fertilizer that needs those petrochemicals that come out of the Gulf that rely on the Straits of Hormuz flowing freely. I mean, that's a major problem. It's gonna be a major problem, I think, first for Europe, I think for Africa, for Asia. I think America, we can insulate ourselves to a certain extent. We're definitely going to feel it in terms of the inflation. We're already feeling it. The gas prices are back up, like we're back in the Biden era again, unfortunately. So I think that's going to factor heavily on voters. And then the MAGA issue, man, the people that like were hardcore, who were small dollar donors to President Trump and to candidates like me when I was running with his endorsement, them not coming out or them being disenfranchised or them being
he endorsed you
in this war. He endorsed me twice. Yeah.
Trump endorsed you.
Yeah, twice.
On his speech today, made it sound like he just felt sorry for you because your wife died in combat.
Yep.
And he just like handed you a job, which honestly, I was listening to that. I'm like, if that's how you hand jobs out to your fucking administration, no wonder we're in the fucking place we're at.
Yeah.
You just handed out pity jobs. Here you go.
Yeah, I mean,
like, maybe look at their background. And, this is how we wind up with people like fucking Sebastian Gorka.
I think Trump just got they put him into a position where he needed to say something about banning. I think he's frustrated because I'm doing these media appearances. So he's going to fire back. Like for me, I don't take it personally. I want him to just focus on what we're talking about, focus on getting us out of this crisis. And then also, like you said, for the midterms, I mean, you're going to need a lot of hardcore MAGA people to come out to knock on doors to do that hardcore work. because working elections, it's not easy, it's not fun, it's not glamorous. The MAGA base, Trump's base, they're hardworking people, and they got him across the finish line. In 26, a lot of them, now it's debatable how much, but a good chunk of them are going to have a really hard time doing that because of the way this last year has gone.
Don't come banging on my fucking door.
I'll tell you what. Trump misread the tea leaves on this one. Because the Republicans, can't even call myself a Republican now. The people that are America first, that feel like they have been lied to and gaslit by the Trump administration, they're not going to turn out to vote. And that is the majority of the people that voted for Trump this election. So the majority of Trump supporters that are not in the MAGA cult are not turning out this election. They're not going to turn out for the midterms. They're probably not going to turn out in 28. And the GOP is going to get slaughtered. And it's going to be a bloodbath. And no, I don't want that to happen. That's the last thing I want to happen. But how else do we hold these politicians accountable for doing what they're doing? What other way is there to hold them accountable for this fucking mess?
I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear more of those fucking lies.
I hear that from a lot of people. I hear that from a lot of people.
It's everything, Joe. It's everything. Did you see the glyphosate stuff?
I did. I did.
The Make America Healthy Again movement.
Right.
Hold on.
Meet Willa.
Hold on.
Immunity.
Right.
Immunity.
Yep.
Because of what? A national security issue? Do you know how many people fucking died of cancer last year? 618,000. That's not a national security concern? You know where the highest concentration of glyphosate is?
Mm-mm.
It's in Iowa. Do you know
Really?
where the highest concentration of cancer is?
Iowa.
It's in Iowa.
Yeah.
And he just gave them immunity.
Yeah. I mean,
We're calling the fentanyl crisis a national security concern. That's 100,000 people. Cancer is 618,000 fucking people in 1 year.
Yeah.
And he just gave them immunity.
Not only that, but the story that nobody's covering, well, some people, but you won't see it on the news, is how the tariffs have completely bankrupted all of the farmers in our country. The farming community has been decimated by Trump's trade war, and he won't even say the word farmer anymore. After he campaigned through the whole Midwest at all these farms, in all these farming towns, in these farming communities, that he's gonna bring back farming to the United States. And farmers are going bankrupt at the quickest rate ever because of the tariff war. How is that America first?
Yeah. But yeah, I think your frustration, your anger is felt by a lot of people who voted, who campaigned.
The Epstein files?
Really believed the Epstein files,
The
yeah.
fuck is that?
Right.
Are you serious right now? We're just going to let people that are raping in killing, in exploiting kids sexually.
Right.
Just run free. But we're gonna stick the FBI on Joe Kent.
Yep.
It's insanity, and it's going to have a ramification. I know he's probably not being told this at the White House, but it's going to have a ramification on the elections. It just will. I mean, the coalition that we had was something I think very, very special, in the sense that you had a lot of people who probably don't consistently vote, who we got mobilized with our message. President Trump's economic populism, his desire, at least stated desire, to go after the deep state, no new wars, the Make America Healthy Again movement, all of those coalescing into what became the MAGA movement in 2024, giving him the Electoral College and the popular vote. I think over the course of the last year, that coalition has been very, very fractured. And people will say, I'm fracturing the coalition right now. I'm not fracturing the coalition. The coalition is very fractured because of our actions.
Yep.
I want to preserve the coalition. I want the coalition to last, because I think that formula, I think what President Trump and Vice President Vance ran on in 24 is the right message. It is the right formula for America and for our country. But we've got to be serious. If we promised to deliver and we didn't deliver, we've got to be serious about that. And we've got to show people that we're going to correct that.
I don't think there's any coalition left.
Nope.
I don't disagree with you. I don't disagree with you. The formula they made in 2024, though, shows that it can be done. And
going after the deep state, we haven't seen one indictment. We haven't seen anything. No. Nothing. We've seen look the other way. Are we still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? That's what we see.
No, the CIA, the FBI, all these powerful institutions are still very much intact, and they're still very much calling the shots. And that's a huge problem for the freedom and security of our country. So there's a lot of things that this administration, I think, needs to get serious about if we're going to fix things. Obviously, this war being the most pressing, but I think this last year of us attempting to govern is going to have a major ramification in the midterms, and then definitely in 28, if we don't get serious about turning it around, for sure.
What are your aspirations now? What's next for you?
The next week or two, I really want to push as hard as I can to attempt to reach the president. And I know that puts me in the line of fire and in the news cycle and people sniping at me online. But that's the only plan I truly had leaving this. Like the way I look at it is, I already kind of got to do my childhood dream, like in our old line of work, you know. I got to do that, and everything else is kind of gravy. I want to be able to serve my country. I care deeply about the future of this country. I care deeply about the future that we leave for our kids. So whatever capacity I end up working or serving at, as long as I feel like I can influence to make sure I'm using my life experiences and what I've been through to affect a better outcome for our country. And I think national security is probably the best place that I can do that, then I'm happy. I didn't take resigning lightly, but once I made the decision, I felt clarity that I don't think I've felt ever in my life, that this is the right thing to do. So
I hope you're the first of many.
Yeah.
That make a statement like that.
Yeah.
Are you worried for your safety?
No, I'm not. I'm worried for my family. But as a father, you know, you're always worried. You're always worried for your family. I have a strong family, strong extended family, strong friend network. Like we were just talking about, at the break and when I got here, the outpouring of support from veterans, from people I served with, from people that are part of the whatever movement this is. It's been amazing. So obviously
I can't afford therapy. You can afford that matcha smoothie. Therapy is for rich people. No.
Security worries are always there in the back of my head. But I think God's on our side, and I think we'll be okay.
Are we going to see you in a midterm, your name pop up in any midterm elections?
Not in a midterm, man. I got the running for Congress out of my system. I'm living in Virginia right now, and I don't think there's much of a prayer where I live for a Republican of my politics to get elected. So no, definitely not in the midterms. I don't really have a desire to run for office again. It was a good experience. I'm glad I did it. I'm also glad it didn't work out, because I've kind of had to interact enough now with Congress in my last job that, man, that does not look enjoyable at all. But I want to serve in this capacity. If we're able to get someone into the White House who wants to put this country first, they're going to need people that understand the national security apparatus and how to tackle it. and reorient it towards American priorities. So I'd be happy to serve in that capacity.
What about 2028?
Same thing. I think I can help craft good policies and come up with attack plans.
I mean, about a run.
I have no plans to run for president in 2028. Running for Congress is challenging enough. I can't imagine doing it in 28. A problem with our politics in general is the amount of fundraising that you need to do, and I hated doing that, and I really have zero desire ever again to go ask people to cut me a check. But you have to. Like you've got to be a relentless fundraiser to make it in politics today, and it's tough because there's so much money out there. And this is like literally how our politicians end up getting bought. Like if they don't take the check, then the other guy, their competitor, is going to take the check. And so that's what a lot of it comes down to. And I'd much rather stay in the national security realm where
See, this is where I am starting to gain hope, right? Because as the boomer generation fades away and the younger generation gets their news and information and their sphere of influence from places like YouTube and Rumble and Instagram. And I'm not talking about getting influencers in office, but like somebody like James Fishback in Florida running for governor. He is using social media to his advantage so much, and that doesn't take a lot of money. If you have a candidate that has a good message that most of the public agrees with, all they need is a fucking YouTube channel, a camera, and a microphone to get their message out. And that helps take the money out of politics, the corporate lobbyists out of politics, the nation states that donate in dark pools and sovereign wealth funds, the foreign lobbies like AIPAC. I have hope that social media changes the landscape of politics. We saw it with Trump this past year with the podcasts, and I think we're going to see a lot more of it. And I think that will have a bigger effect than money being donated. Could be wrong, but I'm hopeful at least.
I think I can contribute more anyways than ever have to go beg donors for money ever again.
How do we solve the APEC problem?
I think we need
register
heavy legislation and regulation on the ability for foreign governments to come in and even using cutouts, because AIPAC will say, no, this isn't affiliated with Israel. These are Americans who support Israel.
Bullshit.
And that, I think by and large is true, but they're advocating for policies that just support a foreign government. So
they're also dual citizens, which is a problem. So if you want to run for office in America, then give up your citizenship to Israel. Give up your citizenship. You should not be able to run for a federal office in this country if you are a citizen of another country. You need to be an American citizen and an American citizen only. And you know what? For Jewish people, that might be a problem, right? Because I'm pretty sure that if they're able to trace their lineage, they automatically become citizens of Israel. Well, maybe that needs to change. Maybe that's how we got in this position in the first place. And if that's anti-Semitic for saying it, well then, I guess I'm anti-Semitic. But I don't think the people that run our country should be allowed to have dual loyalty.
So there's got to be some regulation on, you know, foreign agents. There's got to be some regulation on having political fundraising PACs and mechanisms that just support the agenda of a foreign country. What that is, I don't exactly know. I mean, there's
what is it? What does that change if they register as a foreign agent?
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get.
Because the Saudis got a huge lobbying for.
Yeah.
So what does that change?
I don't think it changes much. I think you just are aware. It's more of a upfront. To my knowledge, someone can fact check me on this. I'm not a foreign agent registry expert by any means, but I think once someone is registered under FARA, like they can't get a government contract.
Okay.
I think they can resign from the position they're in where they had to register under FARA, and then I think they can slide back into. It's not like a forever thing by any means. The problem with the money side is that the Supreme Court basically ruled that money is speech, and just like they can't tell you what you can and can't say, the government can't tell you how you can spend your money. So if you want to put your money into a super PAC, you can put an unlimited amount in there, and I think that's basically been the death of our political system ever since. That makes it very possible for elections to be bought. Because money is fungible, I think it's hard to actually create a firewall around that.
All right, Joe, we're wrapping up the interview here. Got a hot question for you. Totally different change of pace here. So try to lighten it up a little bit. Joe, the last time you were on the show, we aired a clip called Inside the Military's Most Secretive Unit. That thing did 2.8 million views on YouTube. This time around, we actually had Claude, the AI, scrape the data on your YouTube performance, dig through sources across.
So, how about we go to Tucker Carlson and leaked interrogation footage of Netanyahu, and now he cowers behind war to keep power 8 hours ago. How about we watch this? Because I haven't seen this yet.
Alex Gibney, thank you very much for doing this. So for all the years that Benjamin Netanyahu has been in the American media, I think there's very little sense in the U.S. about his domestic troubles in Israel. We keep hearing he's been charged, and the President of the United States keeps saying he needs to be pardoned. You've made this documentary that explains what is at the core of this controversy. Like, what are the charges? What is he accused of doing? Did he do it? So I'm going to stand back and just let you, if you would, outline what Benjamin Netanyahu has been accused of doing.
Well, roughly speaking, you'd say it was bribery, or you'd say it was corruption. I mean, and I can detail the charges. This is a film that I produced, and it was directed by Alexis Bloom. And back in 2023, I got a strange message on Signal from somebody who said that they had all of the police interrogation videos from the Benjamin Netanyahu investigation. And they had been investigating Netanyahu since 2016 for charges of corruption. That is to say, trading on his position as prime minister to get money in all sorts of favors, jewelry, for his wife, very expensive Cuban cigars, hundreds of millions of dollars in forgiveness of certain loans in order to be able to get favorable coverage on a news website called Walla. So it was a pretty interesting case, and it went from the very small, meaning very expensive Cuban cigars from a rather famous movie producer named Arnon Milchan, to something very big, which is effectively a $250 million financial arrangement in exchange for coverage, good coverage for Netanyahu. So it was a pretty big deal.
What did so you got the tapes? Let me just ask, to the extent you can say, where did they come from?
La marca de autos de ingeniería alemana más económicos del país. Es también la más divertida.
How did we end up in Spanish?
Ponte al volante hoy. Obtén 0.9% APR o un bono para clientes de 1000 en un Tiguan 2026 nuevo selecto durante los Volkswagen Driving Days.
I can't say where they came from. I can't say anything about the source, but what I can say is we got over 1,000 hours of tapes, and these were interviews with Netanyahu himself by the police, also Netanyahu's wife, Sarah, his son, Yair, also with a number of key people close to Netanyahu. For example, Nir Hefetz, his former head of communications, Sheldon Adelson, who we know in this country as a billionaire, now deceased, his wife, Miriam Adelson, Arnon Milchan, a famous Israeli businessman, arms dealer, who also became a very famous motion picture producer. So it was a kind of an extraordinary array of evidence. And while some of this evidence had been published in Israel in written form, nobody had seen the tapes. And the tapes are very revealing, particularly for Netanyahu, because Netanyahu tries to cultivate this image of the grand vizier, the great statesman of Israel. Here you see a rather petty, corrupt man desperately lying to save his skin. And his wife, who is a deeply entitled woman, trying to claim that, so what if we got stuff? I mean, we deserve it because we're doing so much for the nation and for the world. And his son, Yair, who is also extremely entitled, screaming at the police, yelling, you're like the Stasi. So it was an illuminating look at the actual character behind the facade, sort of like that moment in The Wizard of Oz where, Toto pulls back the curtain and the wizard says, please pay no attention. But it was really revealing.
If you can, and I think people watching this will watch the film, but I'm interested in your take, having watched 1,000 hours of this. What is it? Can you go more deeply into what do you think it reveals about the prime minister and his character?
Well, I think it reveals, a kind of deep-seated corruption, a willingness to do almost anything to save his skin. I think that he became possessed after the election in 2015 of a sense of enormous arrogance, that he was now the man, because he came back from what seemed to be a defeat to an enormous victory. And now he had this sense of entitlement. Interestingly, then he began to, cash in on that entitlement, and he was caught. But what happened then was that rather, as he heard the sound of the possibility of the jail door slamming shut on him, he began to start to do things that really took Israel in a very dark direction. The first thing he tried to do was to essentially fix the Department of Justice. He tried to engage in a series of, this is before October 7th, he tried to engage in a series of reforms of the judicial system, which would weaken the power of the judiciary in Israel, most likely because that would undermine the case against him. That's the most direct likely outcome. But the other thing was that by this time, he had formed a government with an extremely right-wing coalition with a guy named Ben-Gvir, who is head of national security, and a guy named Smotrich, who's a head of the of finance. They are extremely right-wing, extremely anti-Palestinian, and their designs were to expand illegal settlements in the West Bank. And in some cases, while well, it was already a dire situation for Palestinians on the West Bank. Nevertheless, there would be judicial orders which would sometimes get in the way of that. That was another aspect of this. Well, when Netanyahu tried to fix the judiciary, the country rose up, and it was in a huge uproar over these changes, which were fundamentally undermining Israel's democracy. Not too long after, of course, there was the terrible attack by Hamas on October 7th, which shocked Israel. What people began to learn was that for years, Netanyahu, again, I think, as part of the way he sees the world and as part of a kind of more generalized sense of corruption, had been trying to modulate the relationship with Hamas, and indeed had been allowing millions and millions of dollars to flow to Hamas from Qatar, sometimes in bags of cash traveling through Israel. And the reason he was doing that was to undermine the Palestinian Authority on the West Bank in order to be able to allow for his right-wing coalition to get more and more territory via settlements. So all sorts of strange, corrupt deals were happening. But then I think that post 10/7, which was a terrible moment, I don't want to minimize it in any way. It was a horrific attack, and we show some of that attack in the film. But he then launched an attack on Gaza, which was so beyond any sense of proportionality. Now we have at least over 75,000 people dead. Of course, now we have an Iran war and a Lebanon war and so forth and so on. But one of the goals, I'm convinced, and not me, but all of the witnesses who are, very reputable members of the security establishment in Israel in the film, indicate that part of the enduring.
That winning feeling you love? Bring it everywhere you go with the Hollywood Casino app. Your next big thrill is just a tap away.
Ferocity, savagery of the war was due to becoming a wartime president who could then not be prosecuted or successfully prosecuted for the crimes he had committed. The trial, not only the investigation, but now there's been a trial. The trial is still ongoing. This is 10 years after the investigation started. So long as he's the commander in chief and he's waging war, how dare you attack the president? So in a way, this kind of venal personal corruption that starts with cigars and pink champagne, for which they had code names, and then evolves into corrupt. Tapes are very revealing, particularly for Netanyahu, because Netanyahu tries to cultivate this image of the grand vizier, the great statesman of Israel. Here you see a rather petty, corrupt man desperately lying to save his skin, and his wife, who is a deeply entitled woman, trying to claim that, so what if we got stuff? I mean, we deserve it because we're doing so much for the nation and for the world. And his son, Yair, who is also extremely entitled, screaming at the police, yelling, you're like the Stasi. So it was an illuminating look at the actual character behind the facade, sort of like that moment in The Wizard of Oz where, Toto pulls back the curtain and the wizard says, please pay no attention. But it was really revealing.
If you can, and I think people watching this will watch the film, but I'm interested in your take, having watched 1,000 hours of this. What is it? Can you go more deeply into what do you think it reveals about the prime minister and his character?
Well, I think it reveals, a kind of deep-seated corruption, a willingness to do almost anything to save his skin. I think that he became possessed after the election in 2015 of a sense of enormous arrogance, that he was now the man. Because he came back from what seemed to be a defeat to an enormous victory. And now he had this sense of entitlement. Interestingly, then he began to, cash in on that entitlement, and he was caught. But what happened then was that rather, as he heard the sound of the possibility of the jail door slamming shut on him, he began to start to do things that really took Israel in a very dark direction. The first thing he tried to do was to essentially fix the Department of Justice. He tried to engage in a series of this is before October 7th. He tried to engage in a series of reforms of the judicial system, which would weaken the power of the judiciary in Israel. Most likely because that would undermine the case against him. That's the most direct likely outcome. But the other thing was that by this time he had formed a government with an extremely right-wing coalition with a guy named Ben-Gvir, who is head of national security, and a guy named Smotrich, who's a head of the of finance. They are extremely right-wing, extremely anti-Palestinian, and their designs were to expand illegal settlements in the West Bank. And in some cases, well, it was already a dire situation for Palestinians on the West Bank. Nevertheless, there would be judicial orders which would sometimes get in the way of that. That was another aspect of this. Well, when Netanyahu tried to fix the judiciary, the country rose up, and it was in a huge uproar over these changes, which were fundamentally undermining Israel's democracy. Not too long after, of course, there was the terrible attack by Hamas on October 7th, which shocked Israel. What people began to learn was that for years, Netanyahu, again, I think, as part of the way he sees the world and as part of a kind of more generalized sense of corruption, had been trying to modulate the relationship with Hamas, and indeed had been allowing millions and millions of dollars to flow to Hamas from Qatar, sometimes in bags of cash traveling through Israel. And the reason he was doing that was to undermine the Palestinian Authority on the West Bank in order to be able to allow for his right-wing coalition to get more and more territory via settlements. So all sorts of strange, corrupt deals were happening. But then I think that post 10/7, which was a terrible moment, I don't want to minimize it in any way. It was a horrific attack, and we show some of that attack in the film. But he then launched an attack on Gaza, which was so beyond any sense of proportionality. Now we have at least over 75,000 people dead. Of course, now we have an Iran war and a Lebanon war and so forth and so on. But one of the goals, I'm convinced, and not me, but all of the witnesses who are, very reputable members of the security establishment in Israel in the film, indicate that part of the enduring ferocity, savagery of the war was due to becoming a wartime president who could then not be prosecuted or successfully prosecuted for the crimes he had committed. The trial, not only the investigation, but now there's been a trial. The trial is still ongoing. This is 10 years after the investigation started. So long as he's the commander in chief and he's waging war, how dare you attack the president? So in a way, this kind of venal personal corruption that starts with cigars and pink champagne, for which they had code names, and then evolves into corrupt deals relating to the media, becomes a mechanism by which slowly but surely the corruption got greater and greater and greater until it became a moral corruption in which the world is now engulfed.
We've got a new partner. It's a company called Cowboy Colostrum. It's a brand that is serious about actual health, and the product is designed to work with your body, not against your body. It is a pure and simple product, all natural. Unlike other brands, Cowboy Colostrum is never diluted. It always comes directly from American grass-fed cows. There's no filler, there's no junk. It's all good. It tastes good, believe it or not. So before you reach for more pills for every problem that pills can't solve, we recommend you give this product, Cowboy Colostrum, a try. It's got everything your body needs to heal and thrive. It's like the original superfood, loaded with nutrients, antibodies, proteins, help build a strong immune system, stronger hair, skin, and nails. I threw my wig away and right back to my natural hair after using this product. You just take a scoop of it every morning in your beverage, coffee, or a smoothie, and you will feel the difference every time. For a limited time, people who listen to our show get 25% off the entire order. So go to cowboycolostrum.com, use the code Tucker at checkout, 25% off when you use that code Tucker at cowboycolostrum.com. Remember,
hey, just so you guys know, I work overnight. I get up at like 2 a.m. Out of the house by like 2:30. Got an hour drive to work. Usually at work around 3:30. Usually out by 10:30, 11. Home by 12. So I've been going since 2 o'clock in the morning yesterday. So I am shot out and exhausted. So I don't know how much of this Tucker interview we're going to get through.
you mentioned, you heard it here first. There were people in Israel in public right after October 7th, which clearly was committed by Hamas and was clearly terrible. I agree with that. Want to be clear. But there were a bunch of people, including people I knew, who said, wait a second, this couldn't have happened if the government of Israel had really tried to prevent it. Okay, so there's something very strange about the ability of Hamas fighters on motorbikes and gliders and on foot coming across the most heavily guarded border in the world, and the delay in the response of the IDF to this. Like, what is this? And
how about that?
It's almost forbidden to say that, as you know, in the United States, but tell me what people you spoke to in Israel now believe about that attack.
Okay. Whose dumb idea was this?
You see, it's
I should point out that when you say I spoke to, I mean, the person who directed the film was Alexis Bloom. I got the footage. Alexis was the one
of course. I'm asking you to speak for the film.
Sure. No problem. In any event, I think there were a lot of people who felt that a proper investigation into what Netanyahu knew about the possible impending attack by Hamas should be commenced. However, that got rolled under the carpet because of the fact that he's now in a war with Hamas. I mean, Hamas doesn't really have an air force, so you can't properly call it a war. But I think there was a lot of talk about how much and what advance warning Netanyahu may have had about the October 7th attacks. I've never seen, prima facie evidence of that fact, but there's certainly a lot of talk about it in Israel.
Okay, so it's not just crazy people on the internet who think it's possible or likely that Benjamin Netanyahu knew this was coming, had some sense it was coming, didn't do his best to prevent the damage within Israel because he was in this politically tough spot and the ensuing war would take the attention off him and allow him a pass on the charges. Is that a fair summation?
I personally think it may be a bit too cynical to think that he literally engendered an attack in order to be able to counterattack. But I do think that he had deluded himself, in part because he thought of the world as a series of deals. He had deluded himself into the idea that he had manipulated Hamas, and all the money that was flowing to Hamas, wasn't going to go to weapons and preparing an attack. I mean, he kept saying, what was the phrase? It's in the film, that he could control the height of the flames by the introduction of money. He also quotes The Godfather when he's talking to the police. He says, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, as if he was the Don and sort of able to manipulate events, but he clearly was not able to.
That seems like a smart interpretation to me. Of course, I don't know, but that sounds plausible, entirely plausible. So then October 7th happens. I think most Israelis are genuinely shocked that it happened, and they're horrified. And a lot of the world is genuinely shocked and horrified, including me. But then this war begins in Gaza, or this leveling of Gaza, this mass murder in Gaza, and then it expands to a lot of the region in the Levant and now into Iran. is it too cynical to think that one of the motives there from the prime minister?
So not only has it expanded into Iran, but Israel is currently flattening southern Lebanon and annexing southern Lebanon. They have blown up a total of 8 bridges that, I don't know the name of the river, but connect the part of Lebanon that they are annexing to the rest of Lebanon. So it just takes on the border of Israel. They are turning southern Lebanon into Gaza. And in 3 weeks, a quarter of the Lebanese population has gone from having a home to being a refugee. And there are now 20 million refugees in Lebanon.
Is to just keep moving forward, because if he stops, he gets arrested.
Well, it may be a little bit too cynical. I mean, maybe Netanyahu's wanted to attack Iran for years. In fact, they did another film about that subject called 0 Days. But I do think that once the momentum of war began, and I would say also that to some extent the momentum of war began to have a certain popular impact among the populace in Israel too, that now there was an opportunity to go after more enemies. So, and it had the byproduct, of course, of as long as there's war, as long as there's permanent war, Netanyahu will never be held to account. So once again, I think it may be a bit too cynical to say he attacked Iran so he wouldn't go to jail, but I think it had been a long-standing desire for Netanyahu to want to really go after Iran. And now, both once he'd started the war in Gaza, but also I think with the Trump administration coming to power in 2024, suddenly he had an opportunity.
Yeah, that sounds right to me. So how is he regarded, the prime minister, in Israel? It's hard to know if you're not there. What's your view?
I agree. I think it's fair to say that there's a robust group of people who are vehemently anti-Netanyahu and believe he's destroying Israel and destroying democracy in Israel. And indeed making the country a pariah worldwide. I would agree with that point of view. However, I would also say that war has a peculiar effect on people and can engender a sense of nationalism, which I believe is rising. Not only a sense of nationalism, but that nationalism undergirded by the undertow of...
Hey guys, I hate asking, man, but if you could like, share, subscribe, comment, anything down below. Help me break into the algorithm. Help me get my voice out there. I'll tell you why I started making content. It's because they killed Charlie Kirk for using his voice. And they don't have enough decency to even give a real investigation into that man's death. And he's one of the biggest reasons that Trump is in the White House. So it inspired me to start using my voice and make this channel and start talking about what I believe in and what I want and hope and wish for this country and what we need to do to get there. So if you could do anything to help me break into the algorithm, I would appreciate it.
Of victimhood. So Netanyahu is very much using that, and I think it would be a mistake to think that he's unpopular. We'll find out very soon, you know, when elections happen. But I think that as long as you're waging war, people tend to rally around the commander in chief, which I think is both a cynical ploy by Netanyahu and also a long-standing goal of his to be able to wage war across the Levant and expand Israel's power.
Here at the Score Bet, it's not just a tournament, it's personal. We've got the easiest way to bet what you believe. No fluff, no gimmicks.
And influence.
Did you get a sense of his religious views? I think of Netanyahu as, well, honestly, is pretty American and Western and secular, but in his, I mean, the first statement he gave after the war in Iran began, he began with today's Torah portion, and he's been saying things like that a lot. Do you have an opinion on what he thinks, what his spiritual views are?
It's hard for me to say. I mean, I think that to some extent, I see him more as a politician. Now, I don't have access to what his real views are, but when you hear politicians quoting scripture, in effect, it tends to.
So I'm going to interject here too, because this is something that truly pisses me off. The concept of Christian Judeo values, or anything Christian Judeo, is it's a lie. There's no such thing. The Messiah that they are trying to build, the third temple, to usher in the Jewish Messiah, is the Christian Antichrist in the book of Revelation. So, how we could have Judeo-Christian values when their Messiah is the Antichrist, and they are the ones that nailed Jesus to the cross and denied him. I don't understand. These Zionist pastors that have an allegiance to Israel. Jesus said the only way to the Father is through me. And the country of Israel didn't exist until 1949. So, what was the interpretation of the Bible before the government of Israel existed? I'm just curious. But they are taking people's religion. They are weaponizing it and using it for political and geopolitical psyops. They are manipulating people's religions to support their expansion project. Mike Huckabee, our ambassador to Israel. Tucker asks him, do you believe they have a biblical right to the land between the Nile and the Euphrates? And Mike Huckabee's response was, it would be fine if they took it all. They just don't want to. I'm going to pull up a map real quick. Give me 1 second. I had it pulled up before. I'm sorry. Well, the first thing I'm going to do is pull up the patch of the IDF soldier. Okay. And this is the patch of the IDF soldier. And you can see circled in red is Greater Israel. That is Greater Israel. On the left, this is Egypt. Saudi Arabia, Lebanon, Jordan, Kuwait, Iraq. Here, let's look at it on a regular map. All right. Greater Israel map. Okay. All right. Open link, new tab. Okay, so here, oh, I'm sorry. So here is the Greater Israel Project. Now, this is the patch that the IDF soldiers wear on their uniform. And Greater Israel, which is their ultimate goal, consists of most of Kuwait, Egypt, everything east of the Nile, the Sinai Peninsula, Jordan, Syria, Lebanon, Iraq, Saudi Arabia, so how do you think these countries are going to react when Iran is gone and Israel starts moving into Syria? They're already taking Lebanon. Well, Lebanon will be theirs very shortly. Syria, Egypt. You think Egypt is going to give up Cairo? Think Egypt is going to give the pyramids to Israel? I don't see it happening. But this is what Israel, this is their end game. And the reason they want Iran out of the way so bad is because none of these countries' militaries could stop Israel from expanding their borders other than Iran. So this entire war is about making this map in red a possibility, not a reality. That is what this war is really about. Israel's desire for conquest over the Middle East. And we are letting them do it, man. We are letting them do whatever they want.
To be for the reason that they're trying to undergird their policies with the force of God.
Right.
It's an old script, and I think Netanyahu knows very well that it's an effective one. That would be my gut. I really don't know or have any insight into what he believes when he's alone in a room, what his relationship is with God.
Yeah, well, we can't know, but it does seem like the country is changing fast. That's my perspective.
I don't think Netanyahu has a relationship with God. I think when Jesus talks about the synagogue of Satan, that is real, because this is pure evil. What's going on? This is not about politics. This is about good versus evil. Killing thousands of innocent women and children. I think it's 8 civilians for every 1 combatant that Israel has killed. And now they are taking Lebanon. I think Netanyahu is the epitome of what evil is. And if that's anti-Semitic, I'm sorry.
Perception as a visitor.
It's not a good. It's not a good thing, and we can also see that this hard right wing faction has wreaked havoc on the West Bank, and settlements are expanding apace in a really reprehensible way. There's lots of it's sort of out of the public eye, but that I think was one of the goals from the beginning. With this reckoning with Hamas and all of this stuff, but also, because Netanyahu, in order to stay in power, another corrupt deal, he makes a deal with the hard right and then goes very hard right. It's not like he was ever a peacenik, but now he goes very, very, very hard right. And at the great expense of the lives and livelihoods of many Palestinians.
Yeah, I don't know if it's right or not. I'm on the right, and I hate this. I hate violence. And there were reports this morning in the Israeli press, of mass rapes of Palestinians by settlers in the West Bank. So, I think that's just
the degree of violence by settlers on Palestinians in the West Bank is rapacious. I mean, it goes on day after day after day after day.
Hold on. I'm waiting on it. It's going. going.
Check everything off your thrill list with FanDuel Casino's Rewards Club.
Ranchers built America, feeding our country for over 250 years through droughts and wars and recessions and pandemics and anything else that happened didn't matter to them because they had to come through. And I mean, probably a lot of people don't want you to make that into a documentary and air it. So what was your experience of that?
That's fair to say. And indeed, when we tried to produce the film in secret, I had some able helpers. I mean, not only was Alexis Bloom an extraordinary talented woman directing it, but in Israel, we were aided by a guy named Raviv Drucker, who is a noted journalist in Israel, and helped us to contextualize some of this stuff. But we had a sense that we had to keep it secret while we were making it. And then we sort of launched an event at the Toronto Film Festival in 2024. It was a work in progress because we felt at that moment this kind of thing needed to be seen. Now, Netanyahu himself went to court in Israel to try to stop the premiere of the film at Toronto. He was utterly unsuccessful. But I should note also that the American media played a kind of unseemly role.
Did his voice just crack? Was that just me? Pretty sure his voice cracked.
This kind of thing needed to be seen. Now, Netanyahu himself went to court in Israel to try to stop the premiere of the film at Toronto. He was utterly unsuccessful. But I should note also that the American media played a kind of unseemly role in the sense that we went to NBC first, and we were going to do a rather big piece in advance of the premiere in Toronto. And then we were told at the last minute that, NBC has decided that we're not going to do the story because it would probably upset Netanyahu, and that would limit our access to the prime minister.
They said that?
Yes, they said that to me. That's correct.
What?
Not what I would regard as a deeply courageous move by a journalistic organization.
Yeah, I mean, I think journalistic is probably too strong. But wow, I've worked at that company. I'm just surprised that they were as blunt as they were to you. What did you say?
I was just shocked. I mean, because I was ready to do an interview. I believe it was Andrea Mitchell. I was shocked. And, part of the reckoning was it was both craven and bad journalistically, but also sort of corrupt in the sense that they suggested that they might have gone with it if they themselves had discovered the police interrogation videos, but they weren't going to risk their capital with Netanyahu for something that they themselves didn't discover. The idea of the public good or the public reckoning didn't seem to be part of the equation. It was a very disappointing moment.
Probably not that surprising. I mean, in general, the coverage of what happens there is, non-existent or not consistent with reality in the United States. But did you pause at all before embarking on this? Once you got the tapes, did you think maybe it's not a good idea long-term for me to get involved in something like this?
No. I felt it was really important because those tapes, once I was able to verify them and to understand them better, I felt they shed a really important light on a vital figure in world politics, Netanyahu.
Yes.
And so it seemed to me that that's my job. And when I find out important information about public figures that shed light on wars and how we reckon with the world, that it's my job to get that story out. So I actually didn't pause. But it took a while to figure out, because I'm not a network, I'm an independent filmmaker. And it took a while to figure out how to raise the money, how to, and also to do it in secret so that nobody would subpoena the tapes or, prevent me from getting to the end. So, we Alexis and I had to proceed, for some time in secret. But, it was, I felt it was really important material and really important to get it out.
Good for you. How hard was it to raise the money?
It was hard, but not, as it turns out, impossible. So, and there were a number of people who also, once they were able to see a little bit of what we had, came forward and helped. So yeah, we were able to do it. I mean, it was it was mining a different source. It wasn't the traditional way where you go to your bureau chief and you say, please give me the resources of the corporation and let's go get this story.
No, it definitely isn't. So we've tried from the beginning just to advertise businesses that have like-minded values, businesses that make things or provide services that we actually use that seem like decent people. Do you expect any consequences going forward? I mean, presumably you hope to make other films. Will this make it harder?
I don't know. I think that we live in a moment.
Jesus Christ.
Where people all over the world, including in this country, are making it difficult for independent voices to be heard. So, yeah, I reckon with that. But I feel like even though, and I'm glad TCN is showing BB Files on its network, and it has had pretty good international distribution. The distribution here has been somewhat handicapped, but
can you tell us about that? It seems like even if I disagreed with your views, which I don't know that I do, I don't think I do, but I would just stop at, you have relevant information that's real about one of the key players in global politics. So that alone justifies this, in my opinion. And so the idea that you would have distribution problems in the United States is a little scary, and I'd love to know more about what those problems are.
I think one of the problems is that the market in general is controversy averse. You have a number of streamers who don't want to upset their viewers. You have news organizations, which in this case, as I've documented, also didn't want to be on the wrong side of an issue that might upset people. I mean, it seems to me that the job, because I do think that 4 years ago, roughly speaking, if I had gone out into the marketplace with the BB Files, there would have been a bidding war. But now it's kind of just the opposite. It's like, we don't want to do anything that might upset people, because then they won't buy sneakers or they won't buy iPads. So that's part of it. And I think part of it is that controversy has become problematic, and also powerful political figures are exerting influence on broadcasting outlets to toe the line. And sometimes, if you're not, you don't have a regular show, you don't get a hearing. So it's a problem. It's a really big problem. I think while I'm critical of the mainstream press, particularly in this instance, I believe strongly in the idea of a free press.
Yes.
And I'm deeply upset about the way not only Netanyahu did it in Israel, but the way the Trump administration is trying to suppress a free press in this country. So it's a dark time for this.
How long have you been doing this kind of thing?
Well, that's a good question. I guess I've been doing it. I've been an independent, a freelance since, since the 1980s. So somehow, some way, I've been, managing to scrape by. I've never really worked for an organization except for the small company that is Jigsaw Productions, which is my company.
Yep.
So,
have you ever seen an environment this difficult for someone who wants to present inherently newsworthy material like the tapes in this documentary?
What's the name of his company? Jigsaw Productions? Do you think that Laura Loomer works for him? She has to, right? I mean, he named his company after her. she's definitely part of Jigsaw Productions. I'm just saying.
Not really. There was another period in the late 90s in this country. I remember trying to do a film it was critical of Henry Kissinger. And I had an easy, the BBC was actually heroic in that instance, but I could find no finders here. And it was only by going to, I think we played at the Film Forum for something like 3 months, that finally it allowed, because it was then entertainment, it allowed a broadcaster to show it. It was difficult then, but it's much more fraught now. I think it's very, very, very hard to get independent voices heard. It's really unprecedented in my experience at this moment.
Yeah. Well, thank you. That's certainly my feeling, but I don't have the 40-year perspective that you do. So, but I admire your dedication to a free press, your bravery in doing this, and your willingness to explain it to us and to air it on TCN. So thank you very much, Alex Gibney.
Thank you, Tucker.
All right, so let's see what else is going on. You guys want to watch Ian Carroll? See what Ian Carroll has going? Let's watch Ian stream from
Imagine
earlier.
being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44.
Just wanna, cool. Set this up.
Guys, if you could do me a favor again, I hate asking, but I need to. Go to my YouTube, like, subscribe, share, comment, anything you could help me do to break into the algorithm, I would greatly appreciate. Thank you in advance.
Click. Cool. Cool. We are good to go. Friday, March 27th, 2026. Do you think that when they write the history books, today will already be inside of World War III, or today will be in the buildup to World War III?
Inside it.
Because I suspect that we're already inside of it.
Yep.
I suspect that the start of World War III happened about a month ago, and it doesn't feel quite like a World War III yet, but more and more every day, I don't see any path out of this.
No.
And where we are going, great violence, terrible, terrible violence is
coming
ahead.
Yes.
And we're going to talk about all of that today. All of the why, all of the how, the who, what's going on, where we're going. And we're going to break down a bunch of the mainstream slop that is coming out of the American government trying to deceive you, trying to pretend like there is any sort of plan here, like there's any victory even possible, let alone probable. And the silver lining that is so terrifying and dangerous being that I don't think Israel's going to survive. I've said this before. I don't think that Israel is going to survive World War III. I think that actually World War III is going to be because Israel is not surviving. I think that World War III will be the story of the fall of the Zionist project. I think I think that World War II was essentially the story of the Nazi project. And I think that World War III is the story of the Zionist project. And in many ways, you know, this is not what I was planning to talk about at all. I'm just kind of, my brain is just going here. Sort of the hidden history of the pre-World War II era, as far as I can unravel it, is that the Nazis were all over the world. Like the Bush family was one of the most prominent Nazi families in the world. And they were deeply financially entangled with the rise of Hitler and the Nazi Party. And they purposefully financed the Nazi Party in Germany and Hitler and his rise because they wanted him to become a bulwark to communism. They wanted him to expand eastward and address the communist threat that had come out of the World War I era. And so in many ways, actually, the buildup to World War II was also a globalized, like, Nazi project, so to speak.
Yes, it was.
In kind of a subtle and complex way. Definitely more subtle than the buildup of the Zionist project has been over the last 70 years since World War II. But I'm just noticing a lot of parallels about how the interwar period is the buildup of sort of the genocidal project that eventually implodes upon itself, as, you know, ethno-states and genocidal regimes tend to do.
Yep.
And I know there is a whole other side to the whole Nazi question and to World War II and to what Hitler was doing and what the Rothschilds were doing and all that. There's all sorts of other stuff you could talk about there. I'm just kind of talking generalized history here. And when you look at World War III, when you look at where we are today, and you imagine where we're going to be in a week or 2 or 3, when you imagine what's going to happen when the interceptors actually run fully dry in maybe 2 weeks' time, I don't see... You think that Israel's not going to lash out? You think they're just going to go down easy?
I believe 100% that Israel is going to drop a nuke on Iran. I think there is no other way that this situation ends. And if I'm right, and if that happens, you will unite all of the Muslim countries, not only against Israel, but against the United States. You will unite the two sects of Muslims, the Sunni and the Shiite. And we will be condemned with them because we are signing the checks for their expansion project. So, unless we're able to rein in the Zionists, like Joe Kent said in his interview, this is not going to go well.
I am very, very concerned because, and we'll get here, we'll come back around to this at the end, because if Israel starts to lose that badly, which they are going to, they are already, they'll get out the nukes for sure, without a doubt.
Yep.
And they'll at least point them at Iran, if not at everybody else too. Yeah. Read about the Samson option.
Yeah.
But we already have alleged reports that Vladimir Putin has said that if Israel tries to nuke Iran, Russia will nuke Israel. I cannot confirm those reports. But they're not unbelievable. But the moment that happens, then we truly are in a global nuclear conflict. And that is real fucked up to think about. And the tragic irony of it all is that the only thing that needs to happen is the whole world just needs to turn on Israel and disarm them. Because obviously Israel is the problem on the entire global stage. Obviously, Israel is the bully that has to always get its way. And if it doesn't get its way, everyone else has to suffer and be humiliated and go to war and die on the battlefield on their behalf. And thousands of Americans are about to go die on the battlefield on Israel's behalf. And hey, I'm no military strategist or military expert. So today we're going to watch a whole bunch of literal military experts tell you exactly what they project is going to happen when you put boots on the ground, whether it's on Karg Island or along the shores of the Strait of Hormuz, some of the other small islands that help control the strait. Whatever it is, it's a death trap. And even if it wasn't a death trap, the U.S. is mobilizing some 10, maybe 15,000 troops. Iran is alleging a military of 1 million strong. Even if they're exaggerating by double, then we are still talking about being outnumbered by a significant margin. Okay? So it's not good, folks. It is not good. And I am just clinging to the belief, the firm belief that good will triumph over evil, and that the Zionist regime will not survive. And it's going to be a dark road there. It's going to be a very violent road. A lot of people are going to die. There's going to be a lot of economic pain in store for the entire world.
Yep.
Before this is over.
Yep.
But we are well locked into this course. The timelines, they are already shifted. There is no coming back from where we are now. So, that's what we're going to talk about today. I got a couple of reports to go through, a bunch of video clips to watch, a bunch of news to cover. But first, I want to show you what I've been working on, dude. Because your boy has been busy over here. If you've been following along, you would know that I suffer from a new but very serious addiction to vibe coding. Your boy has been spending a lot of money on Claude Code. Like a lot of money on Claude Code tokens. And about a week ago, I got my hands on the open source version of Web. And by got my hands on, what I mean is that I sort of like had been given access to our group, to like the team's GitHub previously. And so then I just set my Claude Code in there to surreptitiously steal the code from them. Because, I mean, it's Web. It's like, fuck it. Try to tell me not to take my own project from you guys. And I stole all the code from them. And then I rebuilt it myself. And now I have built it into my own customized version of Web.
Yes.
Because I want more. I want it to be the super... I want it to be like the battle station. The war room. And oh my gosh, shit has escalated very quickly over here. And so I've been having a hard time actually doing journalism because I've been spending so much time building tools to do journalism very quick. Here, let me mute this tab real quick. So let me show you what I'm talking about. Let me just show you. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna do just a little fun walkthrough of this whole thing quickly. We're not gonna get too bogged down, I hope. And then that is going to lead us into using it for the journalism that it's designed to do, to go through the war, a couple of reports about it, watch a bunch of clips, and it'll kind of lead us into everything. But first, we're just gonna sit and ogle this thing together. Where is my mouse? Where has my mouse gone? All right. It's so big that we've got to get down into the corner like this for you to see what's really going on here. Let me just fix our layout here, and maybe we'll start on the map. So, welcome to the War Room, my own customized version of web, and it has web built into the chat over here on the side, and it has access to all of web's databases, like the Jeffrey Epstein files, like the FBI files, and all that. But I wanted more functions. I wanted more. Obviously, it has a map, which we're going to get to in just a second. But the whole point of web was that information takes on a different dimension when you network it together. When you tie it all together and let AI or other kind of like analysis systems look for patterns and help you analyze it all. And I've been building research boards in Obsidian for years and years. Taking notes on every single thing I've researched. All of my videos are all basically Obsidian boards, and they're trapped in Obsidian. And so for the longest time, I've been trying to share my Obsidian boards with people, with you guys, but Obsidian never really had a good way to share my research with you. And I had always had this worry in the back of my mind that, like, what if Obsidian goes away or becomes obsolete or like crashes or something? Like, what if all of this work that I've put into all of these Obsidian canvases goes away at some point and I just lose it all? Well, that's not going to happen anymore unless computers get uninvented and we all go back to the Stone Age, because I figured out how to put my Obsidian canvases into fucking web, bro. My Obsidian canvases are literally in web now, in my web, not your web. You can't have them. But I learned that they are just basically like JSON files, and I can just extract all that shit and drop it straight in. And so now I've just been importing my Obsidian canvases one by one, and now they are their own nodes in my own canvases, in my own web, and they are processed and vectorized and ragged. And if I ask my chat about what's in, describe to me what the documents in my 5-star trust canvas are all about. Hopefully I didn't break it earlier today. I broke this thing a few times. I mean, I break this shit all the time. Vibe coding is, let's say, an art, not a science. Although art might be stretching it a little bit. You know, if you know, you know. But so what I've been doing now is I've been importing all of my old research from all of my old canvases one by one into my new and improved web. And right there, boom. It's spitting out a summary of what all the documents in my 5-star trust canvas are all about. I also am now preserving all of these canvases and all of this work Like, for example, my 9/11 canvas, which is absolutely massive. It's a deep analysis of the FBI files about the dancing Israelis, about the dark apartment buildings, about all sorts of stuff.
Oh, yeah.
The DEA report. And I was able to import the exact file structure. I didn't have to rebuild it. I didn't have to reformat it. Literally was able to scrape all of it right out of Obsidian, drop it all right into web, just like that.
That's awesome. Good for him.
So, and now...
Good for him.
My chat understands what's in all of my documents. I can ask it questions about any of my research canvases from all 3 years of my fucking research. I can now ask it to compare, hey, that McDonald's ice cream conspiracy theory video that I made 2.5 years ago, could you read through those documents, then go out onto the internet and search for updates on the court case? I can compare and contrast the different reports that I've done. Holy shit, dude. So, my mind was blown when I learned that I could literally just create an import button and I could have a list of all of my Obsidian canvases and I could just click on one of them and import it directly into my new and improved web. Holy shit. But oh boy, is that just the start of this thing. Because canvases are cool and all, but have you seen this map? This is going to be a controversial segment. All right. Let's just say this is going to be a controversial segment. But the thing about maps is you can put a lot of things onto maps. I mean, for one, you can visualize maps in a lot of different formats. You know, you can have terrain views, you can have stylized views, you can have topographical views. You can link them together and look at them all at once. But then you can overlay layers onto maps, right? And maybe we'll go back to the single. We'll go to the double view for this. Okay. So like, for example, if we wanted to visualize flights, we can plot fucking flights onto maps. We've got the live flights. If we wanted shipping, oh, I clicked on one of them. We can plot shipping. I've got shipping too.
Hey,
although
I live
they get
right
lost in there with the flights.
I live right there.
We'll take them off for now. And actually, we'll take off
see
the
my
flights too,
house.
because I got other more interesting dots to show you. Oh, Gigi, yeah, are you excited for the cameras part too? Oh my gosh, yes, Gigi, calm down. All right. So, one of my favorite ones to turn on. I've got all these different infrastructure layers about, like, you know, how the world works. And one of my favorite ones that I kind of like to just turn on because it just looks fucking cool is the submarine cables. What do you know about the submarine cables that run the world? Oh, here. It cleared my layers when I switched back to single view. So these are the submarine cables that connect all of us together.
Yep.
That connect all the internet, all of the fiber optic, all of the things, the data that transfers. And it's all of the submarine cable stations too, with information about them. Okay? And holy shit, you can learn a lot about the world. Like, interesting. Buffalo is connected to Toronto via an underground submarine cable for some reason. Neat little things like that. But then, we won't belabor the point. But this shit right here is messed up, guys. Did you know that there are open source cameras all across the world, especially all across the United States, that I can get into and watch? So first thing that's going to fuck your brain up is these are cameras that do not have live feeds, but it's just a database of where cameras exist in the world. Okay? And let's just say, obviously, there's a lot of cameras all over the world. And so I've got a map of all the cameras that are in the world. Not literally all of them, but, you know, all of the dots are cameras. Not all cameras have dots. But it's just an open source map of the surveillance network that is growing around our world, which is worth noting. It's just, you know, it's worth knowing about. But where's Wilmington? There's Wilmington. But that's not the interesting layer here. This is the more interesting layer. Is I discovered
video streams?
that there's a whole bunch of cameras in this world that we can just watch.
No.
Right now. That's live. That's a live feed, dude.
What?
Downtown Wilmington, Delaware, 12th Street and Market Street. We can open this one. Delaware Avenue and Jackson Street. Some of them are buggy. This one might be buggy. And no, there it is. Live feed. Right now.
Holy shit.
What the fuck, dog? Yeah, so that's wild. So your boy now has Palantir built in my little home studio.
Holy shit.
Who knows if it'll ever actually come in handy for any investigations, but I think it's fucking interesting. The sun is currently setting in Wilmington, Delaware.
Wow.
And there are only live feed cameras available in certain states and certain places. California has a whole bunch of them dotted all along the highways and stuff. There's a fuckload in Atlanta. Holy shit. If you live in Atlanta, Georgia, y'all be surveilled. Y'all are under surveillance if you live in Atlanta, Georgia.
Wow.
But, you know, right now, if you're driving on the 101 in California, you're also under surveillance, FYI, by yours truly and, you know, 11,000 homies watching the stream right now. So, yeah, I just wanted to, I've been nerding out real hard on building all sorts of crazy fucking things into this map that I probably am never actually going to need, but it's just cool. It's just cool. All right. This is San Francisco. Zoom in on the Persian Gulf and turn off all the camera layers. So, the map has been getting crazy. I've been building in all kinds of features that we didn't need into the map. The chat has been getting crazy, and I've been building in all kinds of features into the chat that are useful, like letting it manipulate things here for me. So now we're looking at the Persian Gulf, and the deep sea cables are, you know, they're cool, but they are a little bit distracting here. Because in a minute, we're going to get into actually discussing the Iran war here, and we're going to use the map to do so. But now, let's discuss the actual situation. Let's talk about the war and how it's going, where it's going, and why we're fucked. Let me see what we're looking like if we pull this up like this. Maybe if I do this, I can do this.
Guys, if you are in here watching, I appreciate you. If you could drop a like, a share, a follow, a comment, anything to boost the algorithm, I would appreciate you very much. If you're just tuning in, we watched Shawn Ryan's interview with Joe Kent and broke that down. We watched Tucker Carlson talking about Netanyahu and somehow hundreds of hours of tapes of him being interrogated have surfaced. And now I'm kind of just floating around. I know Ian was live earlier, so I'm just checking in on his stream. But if you guys could just help boost me in the algorithm, man, I would greatly appreciate you. Thank you guys for tuning in.
I don't think I need... Yeah, I don't need anything that's up there. So we can do that. And that'll let us quickly transition. All right. The Iran war. I'm sure you've seen Joe Kent talking, coming out and causing problems. We've actually not done a show, I don't think, since Joe Kent came out. But holy shit, has it been interesting to watch. And among many things that it's made me think, it's really highlighted how retarded every single person in the American government these days is.
Yeah.
Because when Joe Kent speaks, regardless of whether you love him or hate him or trust him or don't trust him or anything, the only thing that I can think about is, oh my fucking God, dude. Someone from the government with an IQ above 20.
Yeah.
It really highlights how brain dead our culture has allowed itself to become, and how brain dead our government has been allowed to become as a representation of our voter base's failures. Because it's great to pass off responsibility and to talk about how, like, it is Israel's fault and all this shit, we're occupied, all this. And it's like, yeah, that is all true. But this is our culture. And this is our country. And this is our representative democracy, however unrepresentative it is. And we are the reason why this stands. If we were all the fucking patriots from 1700s that founded this goddamn thing, this would never stand, not even for 5 fucking seconds. They would never elect an Israel first traitor. They would never put up with Lindsey fucking Graham. They would never allow this dichotomous bullshit made up story of lefts versus rights and reds versus blues to overtake the minds of the populace and to subvert the very democracy that they fought to found. Our nation is a expression of our collective intellectual capacity. And unfortunately, our collective intellectual capacity is brain rotten to fuck. Right? And most Americans, so have you seen the spring break video that's going viral right now, where bro goes around and interviews all the spring break kids that are out in Florida? And it's just like, oh my God, kill me now. I mean, obviously, probably some selective editing, probably just to, you know, make good content, make it funny. But this phenomenon of just partying every weekend and watching sports and fucking like getting drunk and just like hookup culture and like retard rap and just like
retard
like
rap.
just do drugs and die. We have been fully subverted. We have allowed ourselves to be subverted. Our education system has been subverted. Our media systems have been subverted. Our political systems have been subverted. And it's been allowed by us because we've been being subverted into being less and less and less fucking intelligent.
Preach.
And I think the core problem is that in popular mainstream culture in America, it's not cool to be intelligent. It's cool to be a fucking retard that does drugs, gets money, fucks bitches, commits crimes, and is a worthless piece of shit. And obviously, there's a whole discussion to have about who has been pushing that and who is responsible for that narrative. It's not cool. No, it's not cool. You're going to fucking die alone in a prison somewhere. You goddamn retard children. Wake up. Especially men. Especially men. Get your shit together, men.
Yep.
Not cool.
Yep.
And not cool like, oh, don't do that. Not cool like, no, you're not cool.
No.
Like, it's not cool to be what America currently thinks is cool. It's weak. It's spineless.
Yep.
It's uninformed. It's not masculine.
Talk about
You're just
bro.
retarded. You are retarded. And watching Joe Kent come out and just be Joe Kent really highlighted how emasculated and unintelligent and just sad, pathetic the representatives of America have become. Because ultimately, like, Joe Kent was like, bro is sort of like the exact opposite of all of these soy boy fucking shit bags that have sold our country out in the government. At least it would seem that way. Dude served 11 tours of duty as like a special forces operator.
Yep. 20 years.
Highly intelligent and cogent when you hear him talk, but then also Shawn Ryan hands him a gun and you immediately are reminded like, oh, this motherfucker has killed some bitch. Like, this dude knows exactly what he's doing. This dude has been fighting the most hardened terrorist groups on the planet for like 30 years or something. I do have a little bit of, I have some trust issues with the agency involvement in his past. But, like, he seems pretty genuine at this point.
Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
He does seem a little more patriotic than I would be. But I understand that he's smart enough to understand that he is in a chess game right now and that he is on the board and that he needs to make moves intentionally and carefully. And goddamn right he does. Again, with the not being retarded thing. Again, with not being a fucking dumbass.
Yep.
And I wish I should really try to swear less, because that is a part of this culture. Is like, we can have more intellectual conversations about what's going on here. Just a little fired up about the degradation of America. Because on the one hand, it's easy to be like, oh my gosh, Joe Kent still believes in Trump. No, like, Joe Kent, like, blah, 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 blah. It's like, nah, dude. Be intelligent and think it through. He is in a very specific position where we are going to war with Iran right now, like tomorrow, almost certainly. And he is in this extremely unique position where he might actually be able to do something about it. He actually has the expertise, the knowledge, the insider knowledge, the connections, the prominent government position, and the media coverage to currently get the message out and to get everyone in America to hear that A, Israel pressured us into this, B, there was no plan, the intelligence was bogus, and a lot of Americans are going to die if we don't course correct right now, and we need to get out of it.
Yep.
That is
anybody that is speaking this talking point that Joe Kent is leaking information, classified information, that story itself was leaked to the press after Joe Kent's resignation, and his resignation said the quiet part out loud, that Israel is the one that got us into this war. The intelligence that was given to Donald Trump was manipulated and bogus. And now they are sending the goons after Joe. And Joe Kent is a fucking hero. And he's got a military record that Pete Hegseth sits around on a Friday afternoon and gets shit-faced wishing he had. Probably one of the most qualified people to talk about security on the national level, terrorism on the national level. He was a Green Beret in Special Forces, Task Force Orange, CIA paramilitary, and he lost his wife to a suicide bomber in Syria. So if you think that this guy is a fucking traitor to the country, you're as dumb as a box of fucking rocks.
Extremely powerful message to get out to everybody right now. And it needs to get out to everybody right now. And by right now, I mean 3 months ago. Because American troops are currently getting briefed. They are currently on the boats. They are currently loading their guns, lacing their boots, packing their bags. It is very likely that it is happening tomorrow or tonight. Maybe even right now, because the market is officially closed.
Yep.
And the only thing that we are waiting on to launch this fucking thing is the market close. Because Trump, if he's anything, if he's shown us that he is anything, he is a consummate fucking grifter on the American people.
Yep.
We'll talk about the insider trading shit in a bit here. And basically every analyst, every expert is more or less of the same perspective, opinion, that it is extremely likely that boots on the ground invasion is happening this weekend as we speak. And once that happens, there is not really a way out of this. And there is no path to victory at all.
I've said it a couple times in this stream. The only way that this conflict comes to an end is with Israel dropping a nuke on Iran. We have backed ourselves into a corner. We are not going to pull out. Israel is not going to take getting bombarded by Iranian missiles much longer. We are completely out of interceptor missiles, so everything is getting into Israel right now. And Israel is not going to let this go on much longer. And they are going to put an end to it, and they are going to nuke Iran. And the result of that will be all of the Arab nations, the Sunni and the Shiite, uniting together against Israel and against us for funding them. And it is going to get very fucking ugly.
Let me just grab all of these tabs and get them ready. So we've got them. And then we'll get into this report. Into the kill box. So we are deploying. Let me see if I can blow this up for you a little bit. We'll keep it like that. It looks cool. The U.S. is deploying about 10,000. It was 5,000 initially, and then there's been reports that 10,000 more have been sent. Anywhere between 10 and 15,000 troops are either on their way or already there. There are multiple MEUs, multiple aircraft carriers. There's a nuclear submarine over there. The 82nd Airborne is over there. And we'll watch a couple of expert takes on the staging and what these specific units indicate. Valhalla has done some great reporting or just commentating on what is indicated by the force selection. As in, if you're going to deploy those troops, those units, they're trained to do this type of thing. And it looks like it's probably to hit Karg Island is the thing that they are trained and ready and prepared to do. We'll get to that in a minute. It's possible they'll go for the Strait of Hormuz. So, drop site news, Middle East Eye, a whole bunch of reporting. Everyone's kind of speculating that it's probably going to be Karg Island. Fucking Lindsey Graham. Iran's already been fortifying Karg Island. We already bombed Karg Island once. If you're not familiar, Karg Island is this tiny little island up here, kind of in like the northern Gulf, where Iran's oil all pipelines out and then flows out through. I actually have pipeline layers. Hold on, I'm too zoomed in. I wonder if they're baked into this layer. Yeah, so Iran's pipelines all come out to Karg, where then they load ships and ship it out of the Gulf. A summary of the units and troops that are ready for deployment that are already over there. The USS Boxer with the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit, about 2,500 Marines. Amphibious assault and fast response. The USS Tripoli, amphibious assault. The USS New Orleans, amphibious dock landing. The 82nd Airborne Brigade, rapid deployment and airfield seizure. This is these are some of the units that Nate was talking about. Some of these units that Nate specifically actually helped train and trained with for high altitude, high opening jumps, where you essentially parachute target a landing zone and secure things like airfields as first invasion forces. Then there's the USS Abraham Lincoln, the USS Gerald R. Ford, the USS Georgia, and a bunch of special operators we're hearing are now being deployed as well. We're not entirely fucking clear on what the story is with, I think it's the Lincoln, the aircraft carrier that had a laundry fire. Was it the Lincoln? Which aircraft carrier was it? Right, it was the Lincoln? No, it was the Gerald R. Ford. It had a fire in the fucking laundry bay. So, right. So, depending on who you want to believe, according to the U.S. fucking Navy and the U.S. government, we've got these multi-billion-dollar aircraft carriers, the crown jewels of our Navy. And they're over there getting ready for World War III, you know, literally the thing that they were built for, the thing they've trained for and prepared for and waited for. And then they, like, Mrs. Doubtfire's doing the laundry, and, like, they have a fire in their laundry room on this multi-billion-dollar steel fucking boat. and then the fire in their laundry room spreads to take over like an eighth of the boat, burns the whole fucking boat down. It's a whole disaster. And then it's so damaged that they have to retreat back to port, and it's going to be out of commission for multiple years while they fix it. But it was just a fire in the laundry room, folks. No rockets or torpedoes or missiles or drones struck it, obviously, because no one can strike the U.S.'s Navy or aircrafts, obviously. So if you want to believe the U.S. government, that's the story. That's what happened.
President Trump gave Iran 48 hours to comply with his demands to open the Strait of Hormuz, or holy hell was going to be unleashed. Well, but then that got pushed back. No, actually, it's 5 days.
Calm down,
5
Lieutenant.
days, and then
Lieutenant,
it's going to be holy hell.
Lieutenant, respectfully,
you know
Lieutenant,
what? No,
Colonel, I'm speaking. Thank you, Colonel. Colonel Davison here just getting fucking ahead of schedule. Calm down, bro. We're going to get to you in just a second. I don't know what's going on there. So no, obviously it wasn't a fucking laundry fire. Obviously, Iran said that they hit it. They probably hit it. Just like we were told that the fighter jets are just randomly crashing, the multi-billion-dollar fighter jets that are the state of the art. They're like basically alien technology that the US government has. They're how we are so much better than everyone else. But they're just falling out of the fucking sky. They're just like randomly crashing into each other. It's crazy. They're just all malfunctioning. Like, who would have thought? You go to war with Iran and then all of a sudden all your shit starts malfunctioning. Obviously not because it's getting hit. Until footage came out that actually showed one of them getting hit, and then the story had to change. Turns out multi-billion-dollar stealth project to design a fighter jet that's invisible to all radar systems. Turns out that it was outsmarted by some basic thermal vision. It was like, oh, well, fuck. We can't see it on the radars, but it's pretty hot. That jet is pretty hot. We could just heat track it. And apparently, the multi-billion-dollar fucking development plan that the U.S. put into building this state-of-the-art aircraft that was unhittable didn't consider the fact that heat vision exists. So they've been hitting our fucking planes, too.
That's great.
So they're hitting the aircraft carriers. They're hitting the planes. We already went over in the last video about a week ago, maybe longer now, with Richard Medhurst, a careful examination of how they have obliterated the U.S. military base presence in the region.
Yes, they have.
All of the U.S. bases in the Gulf have basically been destroyed. They're basically all gone. Bases in Qatar, Bahrain, all up in the UAE, Saudi Arabia. Actually, check this out. Check this out. This is not a 100% accurate overlay here, but this is...
Guys, anybody that's in here, please drop a comment, like, share, subscribe to the YouTube. Help me break into the algorithm. I would greatly appreciate it. I'm sorry. I am super tired right now. I have been up since 2 a.m. yesterday. Started work at 3 a.m. Got out at 11. Got home at 12. Jumped on a stream at 4, and I've been streaming since. So, I am pretty beat. Half falling asleep right now. But I wanted to watch Ian, because I knew he streamed tonight, and I figured I would just keep my stream open while watching him. Yeah. If you want to watch some good content that we had earlier tonight, we watched Shawn Ryan's interview with Joe Kent. very informative and very disturbing interview. That you guys should all watch. Other than that, I'm Ricky. This is America First. FTR stands for Free the Republic. Yeah, let's go back to Ian.
This map is built from a database of reports of strikes on U.S. infrastructure and bases. So it's based on actual reporting about actual strikes that definitely did happen. So it's not exhaustive, and it's not necessarily accurate where the strikes were launched from in Iran. You know, most of these that are being, sourced to Tehran, they're probably coming from some random mountain range in the middle of fucking nowhere. Who knows? But it's representative of all the different U.S. base infrastructure along the Gulf Shield that has been hit and obliterated, as well as infrastructure in Iraq, as well as all throughout Israel. And then obviously the false flag in Turkey that was not actually fired by Iran, but I haven't had time to update the data set to reflect that because it's just operating on the mainstream news reporting. So this will be our little, oh yeah, and then also the fucking strike on Diego Garcia that was an Israeli false flag, probably.
Yes,
that one's also still on there. So we'll leave that up as a little visualization. Just to remind you that, like, this is inconceivable for Americans. I don't think most Americans realize that the bases are all destroyed. The planes are getting hit. The boats are getting hit. The bases are all destroyed.
Yep.
Even if we won the war tomorrow, even if tomorrow a crazy disease swept through Iran and turned them all into liberals that wanted Starbucks, they overthrew their government, laid down their arms, and became Japan, although Japan's not super liberal anymore, even then, we would be looking at, 10 to 15 years of just rebuilding our fucking bases. We'd be looking at tens, hundreds of billions of dollars of rebuilding costs, of rebuilding all these radar systems that they blew up. Because we didn't even talk about the radar systems again yet. That is this subtle undercurrent to the reporting that is not coming through in the mainstream reporting, in the government's reporting, in Trump's speeches, in the way that the Secretary of War is fucking talking about this. Like, bitch, what? It's like
Bitch,
you're
what?
playing chess and all your pawns are already gone. The whole wall that's supposed to fucking help hold the board, already gone. All blown up. And then, like, your bishops are getting hit. One of your knights is down. One of your fucking castles is hit. And you're, like, going in there with, like, your queen and a rook. And you're talking this big-ass game
And
as
you got
though we
nothing.
can't all see the board. And be like, bro, the bases are all destroyed. Like, what are we doing? What are we fucking doing? And what we are doing is we're doing Israel's bidding.
Yep.
Because obviously, when you look at the map, you realize that Israel cannot retreat.
Nope.
Israel is absolutely fucked. Because all of the early radar detection, all gone. It's been gone for weeks. And we'll look at some destruction footage, although not too much because they'll
So, while this is going on and Israel is getting pummeled by Iranian missiles that we are not seeing in the news, they are currently annexing southern Lebanon. They have destroyed 8 bridges that connect this, I don't know what it's called, but the southern portion of Lebanon. They have blown up all the bridges So it is now solely connected to Israel. There are now 20 million refugees, which is a quarter of Lebanon's population. And they have managed to do that in 3 weeks. And we have heard nothing about it. The mainstream media won't cover it at all. But they are completely flattening southern Lebanon, just like Gaza. Because this war isn't about Iran. This war is about the Greater Israel Project and expanding their borders and making sure that there's nobody in the Middle East that can stop them. That's why this war is happening.
Monetize this shit real good. Israel's getting absolutely flattened. Israel's getting turned into Gaza. And their fight in the north with Lebanon, where they're trying to fucking take some Lebensraum, where they're trying to do a little more Zionist project expansion.
Yep.
Once again. Stretching the IDF extremely thin. We'll talk about that report in a little bit. It's not going so well either. Hezbollah is coming back stronger than ever. There's a report just out yesterday, I think, that over 100 Israeli Merkava tanks have been destroyed by Hezbollah.
Wow.
Because ultimately, what is actually happening on the ground? A bunch of rich, entitled, settler, pussy-ass bitches, a bunch of Jews from like the Bronx, fucking Philly, all over the world, moved to the land that God promised them with their soft little hands, and then they fucking pick up a gun and go shoot a bunch of kids in Gaza and think they're hot shots.
Yep.
They bomb the shit out of civilian captive populations for 3 years and think they're fucking cool. And then they go and start a fight with an actual hardened military force with technological, like advanced technological weaponry. And they are losing dramatically, both against Hezbollah in the north and against Iran from the air. And like, yeah, the Jewish money pit is very deep. The money will probably keep flowing, but money can only do so much. You can't build. There's no more defensive weaponry to build. There's no more interceptor missiles coming. There is no more, I mean, hell, there's no more offensive missiles coming, and we're running out of those too. That's why our planes are starting to get hit, because we ran out of all the long-range offensive missiles.
Yep. So
our planes have had to fly closer and closer and closer to contested airspace, and they started to get shot down.
They are actually now using the A-10 Warthog in air missions over Iran and over Lebanon. And if anybody knows the brrr, that's what I'm talking about. That means they are flying very close direct fire missions, and these guys are getting very close to target.
And Israel's doing a great job of like moving into southern Lebanon and like taking territory, because they're just bombing the fuck out of cities, civilians, refugee camps. They're doing their normal thing.
Anybody they can.
And then they're rolling in there with all their fucking tanks. But then when they're actually fighting Hezbollah, Hezbollah is fucking them up, dude. And that's the thing about a settler colonialist state, is that, yeah, the first generation of settler colonial Jews were pretty hard motherfuckers.
Yeah.
They fucking fought hard and dirty.
Yep.
And they took the land from its rightful owners. And for a long time, they had a very good thing going. They had a lot of power, a lot of political cachet, a lot of gangsters on their team, a lot of blackmail that they built up, all sorts of, levers to manipulate the world and the stage with. But ultimately, when you tell a whole bunch of people, let alone a whole bunch of Jews, that the world belongs to them and it's their oyster and that God promised it all to them and it's their...
And Mike Huckabee says in Tucker Carlson's interview with him, when Tucker says, do you believe that Israel has a biblical mandate to the land between the Nile and the Euphrates? And the American ambassador says it would be fine if they took it all. What the fuck did he say? Yeah, it would be fine if they took it all. They just don't want to take it right now. Well, what happens when they decide that they want to take it? Mike? You dumbass?
Divine right to take it. And here, go shoot these unarmed civilians just to prove it to you. When that's your behavior system over a long period of time, eventually you're going to be the soft ass bitch without callus on your hands. And eventually, the people that you're fighting against, yeah, they're gonna you're fucked. Okay? So it's not looking good. And it's not like it's not looking good like we're not going to win quickly. It's not looking like Ukraine bad where it's like, oh, after what, like 10 fucking years of attrition, we're going to let our proxy Ukraine kind of get rolled over by Russia. That's not what's happening here. Russia doesn't want to destroy the Ukrainian project. I mean, exactly. They just want to take their fucking land back and get NATO to go the fuck away and to be secure.
Yep.
And to stop having the CIA terrorize their borders.
The crazy thing is that Russia is mainly a white Christian nation. And the only reason that they are considered an enemy of the United States is because they are not on the Rothschild banking system. And because of that fact, we consider them an enemy of the United States. We have more in common with the people of Russia than we do with the people of Israel. And that is a fact. But we are beaten down in the head beaten down on the mainstream media with Russia this, Vladimir's a gangster, he's a dictator. Look, maybe he is. Okay? But the Russian people don't seem to be that miserable. The Russian people don't seem to hate Putin. They might fear him a little bit, but they don't seem like they hate him. And Russia has been trying to mend relationships with the United States for a while. And it's the Jewish donors that have been making the American government tell Russia to go fuck themselves. That's why we're funding the Ukrainian war. Still, I thought that was gonna be over while he was president-elect. Remember that? But we're still sending billions and billions, billions and billions, billions and billions of dollars to Ukraine to fight a proxy war against Russia for no reason. We just lifted sanctions on Russian oil. So our gas prices didn't go up to $6, $7, $8. We lifted sanctions on Iranian oil. They're settling their oil transactions in the Chinese yuan. How about that? So, what are we doing? We're fighting a war so Israel can expand its borders against an enemy that we just lifted oil sanctions on, so they can continue to fund the war against us because we put ourselves there. So this whole thing is a geopolitical clusterfuck that there is no backing out of at this point.
That is different than Iran and Israel. Okay? So, Iran correctly assesses that Israel is a foreign interloper that came and stole the land and then raped the population and has been committing terrorism all across the Middle East ever since. And Iran wants to wipe Israel off the map completely. They're also producing really funny fucking Lego trolling propaganda videos about the Epstein empire that we'll watch later. So, to Israel, this is absolutely an existential threat, and it is absolutely their fucking fault because they started it.
Yep.
Let's remember the reason why Joe Kent came out, the reason why this all started in the first place. Israel started this. Israel poked the bear. Israel has been pushing for this war for fucking 30 years. Benjamin Netanyahu's entire life and his recent death, rip Bibi. I am not convinced that he's alive. It all built up to this war. This is all they've ever wanted. And now they've got it. And they are fucked. Because we've been sort of painting the picture here, right? All the U.S. bases in the region are destroyed. All of the early detection warning radar systems, all destroyed. So now missiles are raining in on Israel with no advance warning. There's no sirens going off. There's no bomb shelter warnings. You just live in the shelter or you take your chances. The city is getting absolutely decimated, Tel Aviv specifically, but lots of others are also not looking good. Here, let me see if, let's shrink us down here. All my screens have different resolution. So missiles are just coming in nowadays. Just dropping. I thought I had... Oh, here we are.
Guys, if you're just tuning in, my name is Ricky. This is America First, FTR. Stands for Free the Republic, because we are obviously no longer a sovereign nation. I've been going for like 5 hours right now. Super tired. Figured I would jump onto Ian's stream from earlier tonight, see what he had on. We started off with Shawn Ryan and Joe Kent's interview, which was very eye-opening and disturbing. I recommend you start from there and watch that interview. Like, share, subscribe. You know, the guys know the deal. I am a very new creator. I am trying to break into the algorithm. Anything you guys could do to help me get in there, I would appreciate so much. I'm going to stop babbling now. I'm going to turn Ian back on, and we'll see what happens.
Bro. This is Israel right now.
Wow.
And they have been heavily censoring what can get out. Heavily censoring. It is so much worse than what we're seeing. So much worse than I think most people can imagine. And Israel is not a big nation, right?
Nope.
It's like the size of New Jersey.
Yep.
There's not a lot there. When we're talking about America and Iran's missile capacity, we are thoroughly running out.
Yeah.
We are very much running out. We might have a graphic later. I'm not sure of projected stockpiles left. Israel is within probably a couple days of being all out of its I think it was the Arrow defense system. Maybe a couple weeks for a couple of the other types of missiles that we got. Some of the offensive missiles were like well over 40% through.
Not good.
Iran
man.
is not in that situation.
Nope.
Iran has been saving up missiles for decades, basically.
Yep.
Not literally, but
No,
they've got
decades.
underground drone facilities spun up, ready to produce more drones. They have a whole decentralized machine dedicated to this project. And they're fighting a much lighter, more intelligent guerrilla-style war. This is their war. They have no desire or need to stop. And their primary target is directly within striking range. And their shields are down. And so America went to Iran, or rather, Trump said that we went to Iran to offer them a peace deal this last week, right? And Iran's like, no, you fucking didn't. And we don't want one, bitch. Like, talk about humiliation. Our president is lying to the world, pretending that there's peace talks so that he can manipulate the market, make a bunch of billies on the side for his kids, you know, once they're all fucking kicked out and on trial for war crimes and shit. And it's like the kind of lies that can be debunked in like 10 minutes by Iran coming out and saying, no, none of that's ever happened.
Yep.
There were no talks. Iran's not doing talks because Iran is setting terms. Because Iran fully knows that they are well in position to win.
Yep.
They are chilling. Super chilling.
The only thing Iran needs to do is survive. Which is why I'm going to say it again. The only way I see this war ending is with Israel nuking Iran. I do not see it ending any other way. We have backed ourselves into a corner. We are going to be exposing our troops out in the middle of nowhere. This is not a good situation. And if Israel keeps getting bombarded the way they are, it's not going to be long before they go for the Samson option and they drop a nuke.
Because think about what we can do to Iran. What can we do to Iran? Right? We can bomb them. You know, we can drop bombs all fucking over the place in here. Right? No, that's not what I want to do. Let's go to satellite view. Right? You could drop bombs fucking anywhere you want, dude. You know, you could bomb this brown part. You could bomb this brown part. You could bomb this part or that part. But Iran has a decentralized military. Their military is intentionally decentralized into 31 different military districts so that it will just keep fighting you. It's literally a Hydra with 31 heads and secret underground missile bases and drone bases all across. It is a impenetrable fucking fortress that no one has invaded since the days of Alexander the Great. In the middle, it's a scorching hot fucking desert. And it's got a culture that believes in martyrdom that is galvanized towards their cause right now because we started the war by killing their religious leader and murdering like 150 schoolgirls.
What do you think Catholics would do if the Vatican was bombed? Because that's what Israel did to the Shiite Muslims when they killed Khamenei or whatever the fuck is, I don't know how to pronounce his name. But that's the equivalent of the Pope in their religion. So, what the fuck did we think was going to happen? Did we think they were going to fucking roll over? Like if America was attacked when Joe Biden was president, if we were getting attacked here, say fucking China decided to invade America when Joe Biden was president, would it stop any of us that are on the right from defending our country? Probably not, right? So why do we think that another country would react differently? Now, this is like, I feel like it's common sense, but maybe it's not. I don't know.
So their resolve is going absolutely fucking nowhere. Their military leadership is decentralized. Their military infrastructure is underground. You can just kill as many people as you want. The people that replace them are just going to be more and more hardcore. Because that's how this shit works. That's how fighting in the Middle East works. You just make them more and more radicalized. And there's always more of them. There will always be more of them. You're not going to bomb the Iranians out of existence, obviously. No. And so what do we really have that we can do to them? You could try to destroy their economy. You could try. But let's be real. Iranians are a lot more hardcore than Americans.
Yep.
And if we're going tit for tat on destroying each other's economies, I guarantee you that Iranians are better at living on the cheap in the mountains and all than the fucking Americans are.
Yep.
So you could try to destroy their water, but they don't rely on desalinated water. All the Gulf states do. You could try to destroy their energy. Could work.
Yep.
You know, a viable threat. But everyone else's energy is wide fucking open over here. All these American allies and all the gas and oil that the entire world depends on, wide open. And we are about to watch that happen tonight because Israel just fucking struck a bunch of power plants in Iran to try to drag us deeper into this war that just happened like 6 hours ago. And so Iran is about to retaliate. We'll look at the message on that in a second. So, like, what weapons do we really even have that can harm them? Whereas, when you look at what can Iran do to Israel, that is a very different story. Tiny little Israel, which, mind fucking you, Israel is already in a really bad place politically, ideologically speaking. There's a video that we can't really watch right now or we can't watch on YouTube because it has a bunch of copyright music in it. But we'll probably watch it later or tomorrow on Kick together. It's a very it's a good video. It's good for the soul because it's an analysis of how Israel's culture is already fracturing. Israel has been under more and more political pressure for a long time now. And a lot of the dissension in Israel comes from the sort of caste system that they have between their like more religious Jewish populations that are exempted from serving in the military in the IDF because Israel has mandatory conscription in the IDF. But the religious Jews, you know, the hat and twirl Jews, the ones that like look really Jewish, the Chabad Jews, they're exempted from serving in the military because they study Torah. You know, the same ones that are over here in fucking New Jersey, wherever they are, with 13 kids, living off of welfare, studying Torah. That.
Let me speak on this for a second. It's Lakewood, New Jersey, Jackson, New Jersey, Toms River, New Jersey, Brick, New Jersey, basically all of Ocean County, New Jersey. I know this because that's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. And everything that was in that documentary is 100% factually true. They have their own police. They have their own EMTs. They have their own schools. They have... Oh, man, what else is there? Have their own grocery stores. And everything is tax-free because it's all under religious exemption. Tell me how the fuck that works. You want to talk about gaming the system? They're gaming the system and taking over Central Jersey. It's wild.
That homie exposed and then got, you know, eviscerated for exposing those Jews. Well, they're over there in Israel too, doing the exact same fucking thing. And all the rest of the Israelis, a bunch of them semi-religious, a bunch of them atheists, secular, leftist Jews, they're all required to serve in the IDF. And among all these different fractured groups of Jewish and like ethnic Jewish and religious Jewish communities in Israel, making up Israel, there's not really anything that binds them all together except for the Zionist project itself. Because a lot of them aren't actually religiously Jewish. And a lot of them are Jewish coming from all these different backgrounds. Like they're a bunch of fucking settlers from all around the world. So they aren't actually homogenous. They're not unified. They're all very different. And they actually don't get along that well in a lot of instances. There's a lot of fighting. There's a lot of protesting. There's a lot of disagreement. Their political system is all fucking fucked up. But what's bound them all together is genocide, for lack of a better.
So, Asiatic 777, you can kick rocks. I don't agree with sending American troops to die for Israel, but I'm not going to let you talk shit about my country in my stream. So, you got it. Yeah, I'm a pussy. Yeah, you got to go. Adios. You ain't going to talk shit about my country. Well,
better term. They're all down with genocide, basically. Which is fucking awkward. And so what they've been riding on together is the Zionist project. That sort of global Judaism ethno-state thing that they're building.
The expansion,
the fight against Hamas, the fight against terrorism, the danger to the Jewish thing, whatever the fuck that is, when half of them aren't religious Jews and half of them are, and it's like, whatever the fuck that is, okay?
Yep.
That's what's binding them all together. And then Benjamin Netanyahu got kicked out of power. He got unelected.
Mm-hmm.
What is it? It's 2026 now. So this was 8 years ago, I think. 9-10 years ago. I don't really remember the chronology here. Excuse me. And when he lost power, he was coming under investigation.
Yep.
For corruption.
Yep.
Because it turns out that Benjamin Netanyahu was a corrupt motherfucker that had been abusing his title and his powers to
take bribes.
Oh, cool. Sorry, muted. To curry favors, to pay to play with Arnon Milchan and with a bunch of the media agencies in is there a segment where they actually show segments of the doc in here?
No.
I haven't actually seen the interview yet. Oh, maybe they aren't going to show segments of the doc.
They don't. I watched it. We watched this earlier in the stream.
We'll just I guess we'll just peep the thumbnail. Wasn't really intending to lead into this piece right now, but we'll lead into this piece right now. So, Bibi gets unelected after having been prime minister for a long fucking time. And he had been prime minister before, Bibi's been prime minister for 25 years, give or take, with a gap or two. He was not prime minister from, I think, 98 or 99 or 2000 until 2004 or something like that, 2002. I'm very fuzzy on it. He had a little break there where Ehud Barak was the prime minister, and then Bibi got elected again, was prime minister until more recently, 2016, 2018, 2019 maybe. I should probably pull it up. And then he was coming under investigation for corruption. And shit started to get pretty hot, and he was not down with it.
Yep.
And so he went deeper into the corruption and made a bunch of deals with the far-right religious extremists in order to band together to get him elected again in this most recent run.
The Likud Party.
in 2022. So it was 2009 when he resumed prime ministership, and it was 99 when he left after 96 to 99, then 09 to 2021. He got unelected in 2021, and that was not good because he was going to go to prison. Him and his wife, Sarah, probably. His drunk-ass wife, Sarah. Drunk, psychotic pig wife. So what Benjamin Netanyahu did, that's the wrong tab. Now it's me watching me. So what Benjamin Netanyahu did is he made a set of deals with the most far-right religious extremist parties, like the ultra-settler psychopaths, the Ben-Gavirs and the Smotriches. These guys that had been on the fringes of Israeli political society for a long time, and no one had ever really taken super seriously. But Israeli society is so fractured. Whoa, dang, Gigi, calm. Gigi is hacking up a loogie over there. Israeli society is so fractured, and their political system is so many different moving parts that Bibi allying with these far-right groups and bringing enough of them together around him was enough to take the government back. They would have never had that opportunity if it weren't for him. He also made all these other promises, like he promised to all the religious, ultra-religious Jews that they wouldn't have to do the conscription thing. You'll get to keep studying Torah. Like, I'll appease everybody, especially all the religious extremist ones. Yep. Even though he doesn't actually believe any of that shit, he's not religious. No, he's none of that.
Nope.
And then what that did is that deeply emboldened the most extreme religious genocidal tendencies latent in Israeli culture. Though, let's be clear, that those tendencies run all throughout Israeli culture, not just in the religious extremists. Unless you are actively speaking up against the genocide at this point, you are 100% complicit. Especially if you're over there in Israel. It's like, I have no problem with Americans just ignoring it and fucking getting on with their life. But if you're Israeli, it's in everyday life. It's everything. It is all around you all the time. It's an apartheid state. And right now, especially relevant, because during these end times, the settlers have been on just disgusting rampages, pogroms. The Jewish settlers in Israel right now, like today, are out in the settlements, out in the West Bank, raping and burning alive and murdering and hunting and terrorizing Palestinians like never before. Because they can sense that they are like animals caught in a trap. They are animals cornered. Although let's not call them animals, okay? Because that does two things. That dehumanizes them, and it takes away their agency as being responsible for their own fucking actions, which they are. And that's how they dehumanize the Palestinians in order to justify what they're doing to them. So let's not do that. Let's remember that these are humans making choices. Humans that choose to serve the fucking devil. And if you are faint of heart, don't look up what's happening in the West Bank right now. Do not look up what the settlers are doing right now. You'll see some fucked up videos. Some super horrendous videos. There was one going around all week of a Palestinian being dragged behind a car by a rope. Allegedly a teenager. Yes. So, all of that to link through to Tucker's piece this week that just came out 7 hours ago, I guess. I was not expecting this. Brilliant move, Tucker. Tucker has a distribution platform, and the BB Files, the documentary, needed a distribution platform because Amazon took them down and they got banned off of everywhere that you could see it. Because they exposed some GD truth about the whole situation over in Israel, the whole situation with Bibi that they don't want you to know about. They got leaked all of these tapes of all of Bibi's depositions in relation to his corruption trial. And let's just say it is tremendous. It is extremely spicy. And I will have you know that your boy did report on this 9 months ago, back when I was hosting for Candace. We did a really good episode that I am extremely proud of on her channel, all about this documentary. At the time, because I was on her channel, I didn't want to let you know that there are places on archive.org where you can find it for free. But I would also deeply encourage you to support the directors, the creators of this documentary, by paying for it through a platform. Like now, TCN. It is being hosted on Tucker's network, and he did an interview just now with one of the producers, I think it is. And holy shit, the footage they have, the story they tell, it's fucking spicy. And it basically weaves together how Benjamin Netanyahu had to take Israel to war because he was going to prison if they didn't. And so he manufactured the conditions by which October 7th could be allowed to happen. And it was very much allowed to happen intentionally in order to get Israel into a war. Because once Israel was in the war, everyone stopped paying attention to their corrupt fucking president or prime minister. They stopped prosecuting him. They put it all on pause. They even put off elections. And he is now just this wartime dictator, war criminal dictator that should have been in prison years ago. And he's just eking out one more day, one more day, one more day. And he very much sees it as a biblical thing. And he might be fucking dead at this point, to be clear. We're still not entirely clear on him being alive. Okay? His plane has been in Germany for a long time. A lot of AI videos were put out to try to pretend like he was fine and hanging out in cafes and shit. We're not clear on the fate of the Beebs. But where were we? We're all over the place here today. The religious state of Israel, the fracturing of Israel, that's where we're at, is the crumbling nature of Israel. And this YouTube film that we aren't going to watch on YouTube that has the copyright music in it. I am more and more of the opinion these days, especially when it really crystallized watching this one YouTube film I'm talking about. It really like put up all the right pieces together of what we're all seeing. That Israel is a fracturing concept. And all it took was just a little push to remind them all that they don't belong there. This is not your home. You are not from here. You are strangers in this land, murdering civilians to take it. And you don't even know the person to your left and right. You're not like the others. Like, Israel is not a unified people. It's not a unified vision. It's not a thing. It's not real. Israel is not real. And they're starting to realize it. And they're starting to flee. Because even before they were getting bombed to hell, there's this inevitable realization when you start to think about the project that the project always needs more bodies. It always needs more settlers. And the thing about Judaism is Judaism does not recruit. Judaism doesn't, it's not like Christianity. They don't proselytize and try to recruit you. They actually try to keep you out. They try to keep it secret. You're not allowed to read the Talmud. Don't do it. That would be very antiseptic of you to do. And so the Jewish religion is not made for this. This is not what this is not it. They were made to wander on purpose. The land was taken from them on purpose. this dysfunction in their society, this fracturing of everyone being there for a different reason, for a different slice of the Jewish thing, all pretending like they're a unified people while they're not, that was already coming to a head. And it was coming to a head over the military service issue, over the why do the religious Jews not have to serve in the military and we all do? Why are we all fighting your war for you? Like, that had protesters in the streets. The Bibi Netanyahu corruption to go with it had protesters in the streets. But now this war, bro, now that they are getting bombed to oblivion, now that Tel Aviv is getting reduced down to rubble, they are fleeing like rats, like the rats that they are. It's all fun and games to steal land, to bomb civilians, to genocide an entire nation of people until someone fights back. And then you grab that second fucking passport that you got and you get the fuck out of there. The only problem is that Iran bombed Tel Aviv's international airport. And now they're all trapped. Mostly. And the realization, the reality is setting in that once you fuck around, you can't undabble in genocide. You can't unethnically cleanse a people. You can't unstart a war. And you can't unelect your fearless leader, Bibi, who's gotten you into this mess. You can't unshoot Charlie Kirk. You can't uncollapse the trade centers. You can't do any of that. All you can do is move forwards. And what Iran has realized is that going forwards, it has everything it needs to wipe Israel off the map. And Israel has basically nothing they can do about it except dragging America in deeper and deeper and deeper to fight the war for them. Because that's always been how Israel has fought their wars. So, I've rambled far more than I expected to at the start of this show. My voice is already hoarse, if you can't hear. Let's check in with some experts. Because I am not an expert. I am just a dude that does my best to learn, to observe what's going on, to understand reality. And this is my opinion based upon that. But let's check in with the experts that I've been learning from, watching, listening to. Let's check in on some of what they've had to say.
This is the best pepper mill on the planet, period.
I did not pick up my freaking cookies.
One of the potential.
That's so frustrating. We're just gonna have to live with it. I'm not trying to Claude code my cookies back in right now. I had it set up earlier, so I was auto signed in, so we wouldn't get ads. We'll live with it.
Coincidences is that the USS Tripoli with its amphibious landing dock USS New Orleans and the 2,200 Marines will be of the 31st Marine will be on station on Friday when that second deadline ends. There's also 82nd Airborne Troops, a brigade, I think at least in here. There's another, the 11th Marine Expeditionary Unit steaming in with the USS Boxer. So the question is, what are they going to do? And can you just give us a...
So just to clarify, there is more military experience on this YouTube screen right now than there is in the entire Trump White House and cabinet combined. Every single one of them. There's more military experience on this single fucking YouTube stream right here.
It's a little sense for whether it's Carg Island or something else. I personally think that the Carg Island is just a deception operation. I don't think anybody's actually going to go there because the difficulty would be too high. I don't know. Maybe they will. But whatever. You're talking maybe 5,000 Marines with the two MEUs and another few thousand from the 82nd Airborne. what can those organizations, what can that much ground combat power, along with the A-10s and the Apache helicopters, which have been sent over to support whatever they're going to do on the ground, what is feasible militarily for them to do?
It's important for Americans to understand something. What you do as a soldier, sailor, airman, or Marine after you arrive is much more important than how fast you get there. Right now, the emphasis is on light and fast. Why are we sending a brigade for the 82nd? Well, because we can. You load up 3,000 men. Now, of course, the Army, as always, has said, well, if we're going to send a brigade, we have to have a division headquarters on the ground to manage it. So 3,000 troops need a 2-star general with a 1-star general as deputy, and probably 150, 200, maybe more people to plan and conduct operations. This is a sort of standard, World War II nonsense that we go through. And then the Marines. We're going to put Marines there.
Colonel Doug and me are both having sore throats these days.
Because we can float them in, and then we can put them somewhere. Well, the problem is once you put the paratrooper on the ground, once you put the Marine on the ground, the Ranger, whoever it is, what are they going to do? What can they do? Are they going to seize and hold something of great value? What is the seizure about? If they go to an island, can they hold that island? Well, I think we're finding out that islands are extremely vulnerable.
This is the key point that basically all of these experts are about to talk about here. What are they even going to do? What are they going to do? Because let's say you do take Karg Island. Let's say you take Karg Island. Let's say they give it to you. You take little old Karg Island up there. That doesn't open the Straits of Hormuz. Straits of Hormuz still closed. So let's say you take all of this coastline and all of these islands. You take Bandar Abbas. You take all of it. All of this taken. That still doesn't open the Straits of Hormuz. The Straits of Hormuz is within rocket and drone range of the entire nation of Iran. A dude in a cave all the way up here in northern Iran can step out the mouth of that cave, launch a drone, and send that drone all the way to the Strait of Hormuz to sink a tanker. And there's only a couple shipping lanes even open because they already mined the entire southern side. That's not to mention if they wanted to mine the rest of it. So what are you even going to take and hold? Because none of that is going to open the Strait of Hormuz, even if you could take and hold it, which you can't. Because once you take it, how are you going to hold it?
What's the difference?
Oh, they're going to make us watch an ad on every single one, huh?
So if you want to ditch the GMOs and
Vibe coding is hard, folks. Vibe coding is hard.
It's an operation which just looks fraught with an avalanche of cascading difficulties and with lots of casualties. I mean, another good example is Iwo Jima, and people say, "Oh yeah, I think I."
So this is Rear Admiral Steve Jeremy. He's retired UK Royal Navy and is strategic analyst.
Might have heard Lindsey Graham.
And obviously Lieutenant Colonel Danny Davis. If you don't know about Daniel Davis, watch his fucking content, follow his show. His channel is Daniel Davis Deep Dive. Incredibly on the money. Oh, I was like, why am I not subscribed? It's because I'm not signed in. Incredibly on the money. He's putting out great updates every day, talking to all the experts. He is an expert himself. Some of the best content to stay informed.
Yeah. Well, what Lindsey Graham didn't talk about was the level of casualties in Iwo Jima, which is 26,000 overall, roughly speaking, of which 19,000 were wounded, and the remainder were killed in action. And is the United States ready to take casualty numbers running into the thousands in an operation like this? And
yeah, we currently have allegedly 13? And that's 13 too many. But if we send 10,000 troops in there to try to take an island, try to take a coastline, are any of them ever coming out? I am not convinced that any of them are. Because that's the other thing, is what happens when they take a bunch of hostages? What happens when you land them all on Karg, and then it turns out that actually they've got a whole bunch of drones and missiles that can stop all of the other air support from getting back in to support them. You can blow up all the boats that can come in to go and resupply or evacuate them. And actually, you've just trapped them on Karg Island to be bombarded by missiles and drones until they're all dead. You're a fucking sitting duck on this thing. It's just a giant rock with a bunch of silos on it. Though there's probably some tunnel infrastructure. This is nightmare fuel for us. Because once you're in, cool. Can you hold it? Because you are directly within striking range of every Iranian and his goddamn uncle that wants to line up out here with a drone or a rocket or a missile. Boats, small boats and craft that want to come out.
I replaced from taking nitric oxide, but I've never.
Oh, my glitch is back from earlier. Oh no, my glitch is back. Please let my other links work. Good.
And most importantly here, once you commit large-scale ground forces, you're in a quagmire. I mean, this would be disastrous. Trump clearly understands that putting ground forces anywhere inside of Iran, whether it's Karg Island, whether it's around the Strait, whether you're talking about putting ground forces inside of Iran to try and capture that enriched uranium that they have, is a prescription for big trouble.
Well, thank you so much.
On par with the Nazis' attempt or invasion of Soviet Union in 1941. If we attempt to do that with ground forces, I think we will destroy the American empire, because we will suffer a physical loss, not a strategic loss like in Afghanistan or in Vietnam, but a physical loss, because we just have so grossly underestimated the military task, how difficult that would be, even if you amass 400,000 or 500,000 troops to be able to go into that. I think that you would end up losing, and we would lose everything. Meanwhile, China's sitting there on the sidelines, not losing anything, building up military power, and then the relative power between the two is going to continue to escalate in their favor, not just in the region, but now that's going to start to be globally, because we have impaled ourselves in a war of choice that only loses our military strength. So,
yeah, the link that's broken here is Joe Kent saying a very similar thing. If I were in my enemy's shoes, I would let the U.S. troops land and then subject them to all this stuff. So they have to just try to keep reinforcing, and I can just keep picking them off. That's the thing. It does not take a strategic genius to think through the strategy of if you were Iran, how would you win right now? And the answer is fucking easily.
Yeah.
The answer, unfortunately, is pretty fucking easily.
Yeah.
Because we don't have any weapons that can really hurt them in a meaningful way. And we are deeply vulnerable in every way here. I mean, if America were to just get the fuck out of there, we'd be fine. Because they don't have shit that can reach over here. We are on literally the other side of the goddamn world. Trump. Literally, we are over here.
Yep.
America. We have nothing to do with this. But over here on the other side of the world, all of our Gulf allies completely fucked. Reliant on desalinated water for basically all of their drinking water needs. There. Bahrain for sure. UAE. Their oil and gas infrastructure, wide fucking open, completely fucked. Israel, same story. Desalination, oil and gas infrastructure, tiny little country getting wiped off the map as we speak. Nowhere to go. And that's not to mention that Iran is now talking about, like, they're threatening that they'll just fucking come take Bahrain. They'll move in. They'll actually invade these Gulf countries, because the Gulf countries are actually kind of weak little bitches.
Yep.
That have been relying on American protection all along. And we've all just learned that America is a paper tiger, and there is no American protection, and the American bases are blown up, and we're moving all of our defenses over to Israel, who's the one we really care about anyways. And we're realizing that all of these guys are kind of fucking on their own. They're kind of fucking on their own.
Yep.
And Bahrain, I think, actually, pretty sure it was Bahrain, actually used to be Iran anyways, like 70s or before. So tactically, militarily speaking, we are setting up for a suicide run. I've got a pretty weak-ass deployment map here. Ignore the crayon scribbly retarded lines here. We've got the 82nd Airborne. Oh, shit, it messed up all my cards, too. The 82nd Airborne stationed in Kuwait, ready to fly across, maybe drop on Karg Island, maybe drop in somewhere else. We got a bunch of Special Forces Tier 1 operators getting called over that we're kind of getting leaks about their deployment. I don't know if they're actually in Bahrain. I don't think we know where they are. There is the USS Georgia, a guided missile submarine that's lurking around here somewhere. And then we have all of our we have our MEUs, the USS Tripoli, the USS Boxer, the 11th MEU, and we have the USS Abraham Lincoln, which I don't think is still there actually. And it's the USS Gerald R. Ford. So we have a couple carriers, a couple MEUs, the 82nd Airborne, all staging to roll in here and get stranded somewhere. But again, all these amphibious units that have to come in, wherever they're going to go, they're going to have to go through the fucking shooting gallery to get there.
Yep.
And then if you fly in the 82nd Airborne, they're on their own unless they get reinforced by the ships going through the shooting gallery or more air support from people flying in. It's pretty dark. It's not looking good.
Yeah.
And it's all on behalf of Israel.
And the Greater Israel Project.
Where's my other report? My other report get closed? Where's my other report? I must have accidentally closed the other one. All of this while we are just digging ourselves into debt. Genuinely, if you want a conspiracy theory around the war in Iran, follow the money.
Yeah.
Because the money is flowing.
Mm-hmm.
Oil and gas executives are getting fucking rich. You know, the price of oil is going up. It sucks for us at the pump. But the dudes selling oil and gas right now, oh boy, are they getting rich.
Mm-hmm.
And then also, you know, the Trump family and their insider buddies are getting rich too, off of insider fucking trading. Let's see if I got this article here.
A lot of dry rubs
makes
out there.
Zaxby's giant chicken finger
They're
quesadilla
nothing like
so
the dry
giant.
rubs and
Crispy finger.
Zaxby's famous.
Sorry. A glitch that we have to vibe code out of this bitch. So the Financial Times did a big report on the insider trading that seems like it happened right before Trump's big post about talks with Iran. Like minutes before. It was over $1 billion position was taken out, I believe. Notional, okay, exaggeration. Futures contracts with a notional value of $580 million. Like insane volume spike. Obviously someone with foreknowledge.
Yep.
Taking out this massive position minutes before Trump announces that we're in talks with Iran, which we weren't. Then the market hard reverses. This motherfucker makes billions and billions and billions of dollars and then floats off into the night.
Yep.
Because we've never seen that before, obviously.
Who do you think that was?
So, we're going into the weekend. Weekends are wartime. Sagar coined the term weekend warriors, as in we can only fight the war on the weekends when the markets are closed. The price of oil is fucking high, and it's going to get a lot higher. And Richard Medhurst has done some really cool analysis of how that actually it's possible that this is a big play to concentrate oil dominance in America, because we are a net energy exporter. We are oil rich and gas rich. I'm a little skeptical that there's that much of a plan going on here. I don't think Israel had it that way in their minds, at least.
No.
It doesn't matter if you got a lot of oil money if you're getting bombed off the face of the earth.
That's a fact.
I don't really care to go over the oil price tracking. So far, 1 month in, the war has cost us over $25 billion in just like front end costs.
Yeah.
I don't believe that that includes all the destroyed bases, the destroyed multi-billion-dollar radar systems. Doesn't include all the gas we're spending on all the movements of troops and aircraft carriers and planes and all of that. Doesn't include the lost lives. We're spending almost $1 billion per day on munitions. There's an interesting hidden cost, too, that the DoD is one of the world's largest fuel consumers. Every $10 rise in oil per barrel adds $1.3 billion to the Pentagon's annual revenue or annual running expenses. So do the math. All of this is being financed by debt because we don't do war bonds anymore. We don't ask the people if they want to fight a war. We don't collectively agree that we're going to fight a war because it's not a war. It's a military action because Trump is fucking committing treason right now. And so what we're doing is we're financing the whole thing with debt. And what that means is they are stealing from your children with inflation. They are taking future money away from you and your nation's prosperity in order to fight their fucking war for Israel today, right now.
Yep.
And all of that is not even taking into account that every day that Hormuz stays closed, the entire world sinks deeper and deeper into an inescapable trap. We're looking at food shortages, energy shortages. I am nowhere near smart enough to predict just how fucked up the economic fallout of all of this is going to be. Europe is going to be deeply, deeply in trouble. Southeast Asia, deeply in trouble from their energy reliance here. A bunch of them are going to have to turn to China for energy, pushing everyone in China's hands because they got to get their energy from someone. China's probably going to take over Taiwan. Who knows what's going to go on with the chips then? Australia is already on a national fuel crisis. They have 36 days of reserves. 500 plus petrol stations have run dry. In Europe, multiple countries have already started to ration fuel.
It's not looking good.
Philippines declared a national emergency. South Korea capped fuel prices, released a bunch of strategic reserves. In India,
good.
they had to fucking deploy the police at the petrol pumps amid panic buying. Experts are saying that the current crisis is worse than 1973, 1979, and 2022 shocks all combined. Goldman Sachs is reporting the largest oil supply shock in all of history. Trump's approval is fucking in the tubes. And he can't get out of it.
Nope.
He cannot get out of it. Because if he tacos, if he walks away, Iran still controls Hormuz.
Yep.
They set the terms.
Yep.
And there's no reason why they would even open it fucking back up for us.
Nope. And they won't
He can't
stop
walk
going
away,
after Israel.
And he can't stay. If he stays, it only gets worse and worse and worse, and nothing gets achieved. It is a no-win situation.
We have backed ourselves into a corner.
The only silver lining is that Israel is on the losing team, and Israel is very much who's going to lose the hardest. And Israel is very much done after this. I don't think there's a world where Israel makes it. And now
Where
let's
I disagree with Ian. I think
let's
if
drop
Israel
into some
drops a
supplemental
nuke
sources here
on Iran,
to kind of
I
tie the
think,
whole room together.
That'll put a stop to the war pretty quick and turn things around.
Chat, what do you think? Sound off, chat. Do you think Israel is going to be annihilated? Do you think that in 10 years from now, do you think that Israel will be no more? Yes or no? Chat, do you think that in 10 years, Israel will not be a country? Yes or no? And obviously, I'm not asking you if you wish that would be the case. That's a very different question. Duh. I actually genuinely think that in 10 years, Israel will not be a country. You know, it's not so hard because they're not a fucking real country right now. But I genuinely don't think Israel is going to survive this. I know right now it seems like, how could they ever fall? How could the world ever change? How could anything ever change? I know it seems that way right now. But I just do not see... I don't see a way out of this. And Israel is in the trifecta right now. Epstein's exposed. The whole world's woken up. Everyone's noticing. There's no type of unpopular like Israel unpopular. The entire world fucking hates them. That is like next level, okay? Beyond that, there's internal strife. All of Israel's fighting each other. They're all demoralized. They were already protesting in the streets against their government. Then that government that they were protesting, when it got them in this quagmire, they're getting bombed. Everything's fucked. Right? So internally, they're all falling apart. And then externally, they're getting bombed. They're getting leveled. And everyone's fleeing. Everyone's grabbing those dual use passports, getting the fuck out of Dodge.
Yep.
The emperor has been shown to be wearing no clothes. And Big Daddy America is running out of rockets. They're running out of interceptors. They're running out of patience and time and money and dumb goy willing to go fight for the Jews. And so the Jewish project is very much about to be on its own in a foreign land, surrounded by all of the offspring of the people that they have murdered for generations. And there's a very serious military power in Iran that is not fucking around. Oh, I just noticed that our chat is a little disorganized ever since I put on the changed the border there. So, just today, right about noon, the foreign minister of Iran, Arachi, said Israel has hit two of Iran's largest steel factories, a power plant, and civilian nuclear sites, among other infrastructure. Israel claims it acted in coordination with the U.S., despite the fact that Trump promised Iran that we wouldn't strike any of their energy infrastructure for 5 days because he kept on walking back his threat that he couldn't keep because he realized it was a dumb fucking idea. So he started making up these things about talks that wasn't real. So once again, Trump has been wavering, and then Israel goes and fucking crosses a red line to drag us further in. Joe Kent has been proven right like 4 to 5 times just in the week since he came out and said it all. And again today, proven right. The attack contradicts POTUS extended deadline for diplomacy. Iran will exact heavy prices for Israeli crimes.
Yep.
Plenty of reporting about the nuclear reactor attack. More reporting about it. Some photos. Yeah. Yes, please. Iran hit Dimona. Fucking destroy Dimona. Please take out Israel's nuclear capacity yesterday. But we gotta watch we gotta watch this Lego movie. I think that it has music we aren't gonna listen to. Yeah, we're gonna turn off the music and we're just gonna watch it. This is Iranian propaganda, okay? So don't be fooled. This is Iranian propaganda. They're putting out Lego movie shit. It's very westernized. They very obviously understand what they're dealing with here. And their whole shtick is that they are fighting against the Epstein Empire. And they're not wrong. They're not wrong. Because the whole war is on behalf of Israel, Epstein's empire, using the blackmail and the purchasing of American politicians and American government apparatus to just cuck us for Israel. And it's like Iran's not retarded. They know they're not fighting American civilians. Just like if you're not retarded, you realize that we're not fighting Iranian civilians. Unfortunately, a lot of people are retarded and they actually believe the propaganda that like all the regular people in a country could be evil. Like when it comes to Israel, like I'm more inclined to believe that because the fucking regular people in the country are participating in the genocide. But no, the average Iranian person is not participating in a genocide. The average Iranian person is not a terrorist. Just like the average American person doesn't give a shit. So they have all these memes baked into their fucking video, kind of trolling the American government of like how they're hitting our unhittable fucking planes and how they're blowing up our boats and how they're ready to party. They keep on saying, please deploy troops. Please put troops on the ground. We are ready for troops on the ground. And honestly, it makes sense. Iran is going to fucking, like, there is no greater gift that you could give to Iran than boots on the ground. And they close it by just trolling Trump this fucking hard. So Iran is clearly not afraid of the whole situation. They're out here baking up memes. I think I missed the part where they make the Epstein joke. in memory of the victims of Epstein Island. Could we please get some of that fucking energy in our government?
Nope.
Our government is fucking over in Israel signing bombs that are going to be dropped on children, doing nothing about the victims of Epstein Island. Half of our government was probably on Epstein Island. So if we could get a little more of this energy, that would be great. Because it shouldn't fall on fucking Iran to deal with the Epstein problem out here. It shouldn't fall on Iran to deal with the nation that infiltrated, blackmailed, and subverted our country.
Yep.
That should be our job. And we should be the ones dealing with it. Here's reports coming back of the tanks getting blown up. The reports of over 100 Merkava tanks being destroyed in 15 days in their invasion of southern Lebanon.
A $1,000 anti-tank missile against a $6 million armored behemoth. The real question is which side's strategy and resources will ultimately prove more decisive. Hezbollah fighters destroyed at least 21 Israeli Merkava battle tanks within just 24 hours on March 25th.
And this is the thing about the American military, and by extension the Israeli military, because we're the ones that pay for their entire fucking military, because it's all our shit. This war has exposed, and I've mentioned this before, this war has exposed the result of letting a military-industrial complex grow up around war fighting. And to let your nation's military economy be driven by profit instead of by purpose or pragmatism. When you are building a military with purpose and pragmatism for the purpose of winning a war, you do so in the most efficient, most economic, most clever, creative way possible.
Yep.
You build things that are as cheap and efficient and replicable and mass manufacturable as possible.
Yep.
That are easy to make a ton of for very little, that are extremely effective on the actual battlefield. When you're actually trying to win a fight, you do things to win the fight. Duh. But it's a very dangerous thing to start producing weapons for profit, because what makes the most money for the lords of war is not what is going to win the fight. They don't give a fuck what wins the fight. They just want to sell you more of whatever it is you're buying. And they would love it if you were buying the most expensive fucking thing in the store.
Of course they would.
Right? And so when you let your military industrial complex run away with a blank check for like 70 years, you wind up with a enormous, expensive, just fucking toy factory of all of the most expensive, like, badass fucking tools that don't actually work. Like, they work, like, yeah, the tanks roll, the planes fly, the missiles shoot, the AI surveils everybody.
Yep.
But they don't actually work. Right? Because when the $1 billion radar system can get destroyed by a $10,000 drone like that, when the multi-billion-dollar aircraft carrier can have a laundry fire, when the $60 million tank gets taken out by a single boom stick, costs a couple thousand, when you have no response to just first-person view drones being flown by some kid with a little bomb strapped to it, When the enemy's weapons cost 100 times less than yours, can be manufactured 100 times faster than yours, and can be deployed by anyone from anywhere, you're fucked. Your entire military is built on a lie. It's built on greed. And yeah, it's scary, and it's so impressive. And yeah, we can shoot some really big rockets for a time. Yeah, we got some big bombs to drop. We have very impressive looking planes, but when it actually comes down to fighting a war with a country like Iran, the game is very quickly exposed. And it's happening in Israel with Israel's fight against Hezbollah, and it's already happened in the Gulf states with America fighting against Iran. So yeah, everyone is rearranging their perspective on the global world order right now. Everyone that's paying any attention. The New York Times themselves has now admitted in their reporting as well that, quote, many of the 13 military bases in the region used by American troops are all but uninhabitable, with ones in Kuwait, which is next door to Iran, suffering perhaps the most damage.
That's terrible.
It's all slowly coming out just how obliterated the U.S. military bases are. And it's not being censored and hush-hushed because they're actually doing fine.
Mm-hmm.
It's being censored and not really talked about because it's really bad. Because we're never going back to them. And that's kind of hard to even wrap your head around. That's kind of hard to imagine what that means. So here's Ryan Grimm from Dropsite and Breaking Points reporting that sources tell me that naval special warfare teams were also given deployment orders yesterday, as well as a bunch of Tier 1 operators, special forces guys.
Oh, boy.
Green Berets, Ground Branch, Delta, SEALs. SEALs might not be Tier 1. I don't know. Tier 1 is
SEALs
the bad
Tier 1.
boys. I trust Ryan's sourcing. I don't think he's making it up. All of this signals that there's a very complex, powerful military operation on the way.
Yep.
Hegseth and the Pentagon are signaling it directly. Beating their chests. Yeah, it's wartime. Nothing Pete Hegseth loves more than bombing terrorists and drinking beers.
Jaeger bombs.
A final blow is how they're phrasing it. A final blow. Right? First it was quick strikes, in and out, one weekend. It's all over. They're going to overthrow their own government. No problem. Boots on the ground is crazy. There's never going to be boots on the ground. How many fucking Zio shills called people like me crazy lunatics, conspiracy theorists, panicans for saying that this path leads to American boots on the ground. And then when the 12-day war ended, they were all like, ha ha, you should never be trusted again. You were wrong. It's like, no, bitch. We were early, and we all knew this was coming. It's just a little bit of boots on the ground, just a little bit of American blood, just like a few thousand American kids dead. For now. Except the problem is we have a history of once we've lost a little, feeling like we have to lose a lot. Because obviously America, the American government, the American empire is an immature toddler on a bender. This is footage recently released of a strike over Iraq all of Iran's propaganda comes out with the same like fucking vibes. But propaganda or no, it's just straight up information. This is FPV drone footage of them bringing the FPV drone war, like what's happening in Russia and Ukraine, to the battlefield in Iraq, where they first target the radar system and then they go and hit a Black Hawk on camera. I don't really want to I don't want to show the whole thing. You can see a little drone fly into the radar system, and then this drone goes and flies and goes and finds itself a Black Hawk and goes and booms it. FPV drone, very cheap thing. You can make it in your garage. And I just wanted to remind us all that the protests, the propaganda line that fucking Iran killed a bunch of its own citizens has been a lie from the start. It was always a lie. We all knew it was a lie. Mossad was trying to overthrow the government. Mossad was arming protesters, infiltrating with agents, killing Iranians, starting violence, starting chaos, as Mossad does. They're admitting it in the New York Times, like we don't all notice what this fucking means. No, it's not going to spur rebellion. That's not how this works.
No.
The regime is not changing. Sorry. The regime is very much here for the long haul, ready to fight, and they're not going anywhere. So, that is the situation with the war, with the world, with the future of everything. We are locked in, bound at the hip to our fucking drunk, meth head, psychotic sibling is the wrong word. It's like when you banged that one hot girl because she was just really hot and she was kind of crazy and you were like just in and out. It's just like, it's going to be fine. It's going to be fun. Just this weekend, just this one time. And then she just will never fucking leave you alone. And she's at your house and she's fucking doing, she's just like, and she just clings on like a fucking vermin. And then it turns out that she's got a kid and she's got a fucking meth addiction. And she actually like is abusive and fucking like torturing like rabbits and shit. And it's like, holy shit, bro. You have gotten yourself into some shit. That's Israel. And now we are going to war with it. Someone in the chat says my first marriage. Bummer, dude. Don't chat. Don't ask that one to marry you. Don't do it. Ask the really sweet girl that's like kind of boring to marry you. Don't ask the crazy one to marry you. Thinking of more jokes. Enough of the jokes. Israel. Another joke. Fucking Israel. The end of Israel. We are locked into their war. There's seemingly nothing that can extricate us. Nothing that can break us free. We are about to go into this and learn the hard way. There very well might be an Israeli false flag in the future here. They very well might attack the U.S. homeland to try to drag us in deeper. China very well might feel emboldened and take Taiwan and maybe some more in the South China Sea. And there's damn well nothing we can do about it. Russia's going to take Ukraine. There's really not going to be much we can do about that. I don't see us ever going back to the Middle East, at least to the bases as they are now. I don't see anything but a very bloody, long, drawn-out defeat here. And ultimately, when you look at the actual military truth of running out of rockets and defensive missiles, the radar systems are all destroyed, the bases are all destroyed, Israel's vulnerable, they're getting hit every night, we're getting ready to go in there, boots on the ground. When you look at that reality and you play it forwards a week, 2 weeks, 1 month, 3 months, at what point do we extricate? Because setting aside the like pipe dream that we are going to take all of Iran by force, which we're obviously not, anything short of taking over the entire physical country of Iran and subduing the entire population at once, anything short of that, and they are still bombing Israel into oblivion. And so at what point do we fucking leave and say, bye, Israel, you're on your own? Because if we can't do that, we will literally just be sending an endless pipeline of dead Americans into the meat grinder for an unwinnable achievement that will still wind up with Israel destroyed at the end of it, just with thousands more dead Americans to go with it. Billions, maybe trillions more American debt to tack onto it. And the outcome is going to be Israel destroyed either way. When ultimately, Israel is the problem from the start. And it's going to be wild to watch, because really, like, the solution is to invade Israel right now and to take all their weapons, take all their nukes, take all their communication technologies, bomb their nuclear facility right now, cut them off, and do a regime change in Israel. It'd be easy. We could do it this weekend. Hell, if Trump was playing 42D chess, that would be the military operation he's getting ready for right now. Because that would actually end the war right away. That would end the war tomorrow. That would be, the whole world would applaud us. We would suddenly be on top of the world. Trump would be the most popular president in history. Everyone would love America again. Literally. Like, that is actually the solution. I know it's unpopular to say. It's not. Regime changing Israel is the obvious move right now. Because anything short of regime changing Israel, and it's just an endless meat grinder of dead bodies for the exact same outcome later. A much bloodier version of the outcome, actually. Israel's only drug us into this thing because it's being led by a fanatical psychopath that's going to prison the moment the war is over. And they're all just playing their power games with all of our lives, with the entire global economy. Thousands of people, maybe even tens, hundreds of thousands of people around the world are going to die because of the food and economic and energy shortages that this is causing. They're literally killing thousands and thousands, untold numbers of people, just so that we can go on pretending that Israel is not the problem here. But Israel is the problem here. They've always been the problem here. They're committing a genocide in Gaza. They're literally doing pogroms in the West Bank right now. Just wantonly hunting, murdering, raping, burning alive random people because they look different than them. Letting out all of their pent-up anxiety over their failed genocidal project. They're trying to expand their borders to the north into Lebanon, flimsily. Egypt's lining up, threatening to get into the war and fight back against them. They're getting flattened by Iranian missiles every night. There is no other outcome other than the end of Israel. And ending Israel's tantrum is the only way to stop this. And we have more than enough reason right now to go the fuck in there and regime change that shit. And honestly, that might be the only way that Israel actually survives this. The only way that Israel actually comes out of this as still a country might be by regime changing them right now and getting someone sane in charge to try to fix this. Obviously, that's not going to happen. But hey, I tried. Because if this goes on, as this does go on, it's going to get worse for everyone involved, for the entire world, and the outcome will be the same. Unless we start talking about nukes, and then shit gets real dark, real fast.
Yep.
So, what about the UN? Oh boy, what a comment. What a cute comment. That one's on YouTube. Didn't show up on the screen. What about the UN? What about them? What about the Geneva Conventions? You know? What about international law? So that is the state of the war, the state of the world, the state of the Epstein class, the Epstein operation. We are all dropping into this wave together. It's a lot to take in. It's a lot to watch. It's a lot to learn about. It's a lot of propaganda to decode. And I'm doing my best to keep up with it, keep up on it, keep you updated. I've been very sick this week. So thanks for waiting for more shows. Yeah, I don't really have any other wise words for the end of this other than my suggestion that maybe we should regime change Israel.
No. Guys, I am going to call it a night. I have been streaming for 6 hours now. And I have to be at work in 4 hours, so I'm gonna get like 2 hours sleep. My name is Ricky. Name of the channel is America First. Free the Republic. Please like, share, subscribe, comment down below. Let me know if you agree, disagree. Let me know if you think BB's alive, dead. Let me know if you think we should be in this war or not. Help me get into the algorithm so I can get my voice out there. Got a lot of people that we need to wake up. It's going to take a lot of voices and a lot of consistency. So, I want to help do that. So, if you guys could help me out with that, I would really appreciate it. Hope everybody has a good night. I'll be on here tomorrow. That's it. Signing out.